All right, are we up and running? We up and running. Seems like it. Audio's good. Desktop mic. Stream title is Building Viewer EDH Decks and then Duskborn Draft. Okay. I'm not sure if the webcam is too big in the bottom right. We'll figure that out as we go along. Okay. Previously have only streamed on Twitch, so this is my first time on YouTube. Hopefully this is all working correctly. All right. So I would assume that YouTube automatically notifies viewers of the stream, but just in case, let's just go ahead and make a post. Going live on YouTube. Building viewer EDH decks, then drafting Duskborn. First time streaming to YouTube. Hopefully no technical problems. Is there a... Can I copy the link? Edit. No, don't need that. Share. Copy the link. It's kind of hard to tell if the webcam is too big in the corner without seeing all the cards on here first, but I guess if people tell me that it's too big, and we can adjust that later. All right. All right, that's probably good enough. Let's just get going and then, you know, we'll work out the kinks later, if there are any. Timer's still working. Yeah, okay. That's still working. That's still working. All right. All right, welcome. So this is my first time streaming on YouTube, so hopefully there are no technical problems here. So today, I got a request from one of my supporters, and they asked me to build them EDH decks, one for them and one for their daughter. They had the commanders in mind and some specifications, so we are going to be building Be'lakor the Dark Master for them, and then for the daughter, we are building Xolatoyac the Smiling Flood. So the only specifications here were budget is not necessarily an issue, but they said they didn't want like $100+ cards, so I don't think there's going to be any problems there. Maybe just have to cut the dual lands, but other than that should be fine. The Be'lakor deck is going to be Demon Tribal, and then for the Xolatoyac deck, they just specified that they wanted to skew the deck towards cutesy, more adorable creatures for the daughter, so we will be getting to that. So for the EDH deck building process, the three main resources that we're going to use are, of course, the big one is obviously Scryfall. We're going to use this to go search up all the cards that we need. There's also EDH Rec, of course, which we can use to see what other people are playing in the deck. I tend to start with Scryfall, but you can really do it in either order, and you'll see as we go through. And then there's also Commander Spellbook, where you can look for combos. So specifically, if there was something that like combos with our commanders, for example, we could go there. This is going to be a lesser used one, though. Anyway, so for Be'lakor, we're going to do Demon Tribal. So let's start off with going to packages. So let's grab my EDH starter kit. So just to explain this in case you haven't seen this before. So on Moxfield, you have packages. And here are my various packages. So I've got all these for quick adds to decks, and the one I will start with is EDH Starter Kit. And so here it's got all of the like staple cards in all the color combinations that I will usually run when I begin building a deck. And this is particularly important for getting the mana base built really quickly. Obviously, the elephant in the room is that they recently banned the EDH Rules Committee recently banned Mana Crypt, Jeweled Lotus, Dockside, and Nadu. So all the fast mana cards were going to be pretty much staples in most things. Mana Crypt was in basically every deck, Dockside was in basically every red deck, and then Jeweled Lotus wasn't in every deck, but it was in a lot of them. So with that said, that's tended to, I think, make it skew a little bit towards more ramp than usual in order to compensate for no longer having Mana Crypt. And obviously, there were some decks that comboed around like bouncing Dockside or blinking Dockside over and over that we can't do anymore. But other than that, this should be pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and, for Be'lakor, add the starter kit. And then by default, Moxfield will group everything by mana value, and I find that is really not too helpful when you're building an EDH deck, so we're going to switch this to types and tags. And so on Moxfield, you can tag stuff. You do have to do it manually, but once you do, it'll be that way for every single card. So we've got it split into counter spells, lands, protection spells. These tend to be things that like prevent your stuff from being killed. So this is going to be your hexproof, your uncounterability, your indestructibility, that kind of stuff. You've got your removal bounce spells, tutors, stacks pieces. I decided to move Bowmasters over to Beatdown rather than Stacks because I feel like it doesn't really stacks anybody out of the game. We've got fast mana, we've got card draw, we have our ramp, of course, and sweepers. So 15 pieces of ramp. Probably going to want more ramp than that. One of the other things with lands is that because the fetch lands technically don't have a color identity outside of colorless, it will add every fetch land in regardless of the colors of your deck. So when I add the EDH starter kit, I do have to go through and manually remove the fetch lands. I'm not going to do that yet because I'm going to be adding some other stuff, and lands might be in other packages. So I feel like I probably want more ramp than 15, so we're going to go here and we're going to add the rest of the ramp cards. So 26 is probably too much. We're going to get rid of that in a lot of cases. What else? Are there anything else here that I would want to add to the deck? I'm probably going to want to supplement the mana base with 2 colors, even though we're a 3-color deck. So I'm going to add the 2-color mana base in here. So that's way too much, but we'll trim that down. Colorless, no. Card draw, that's a maybe. We'll come back to that. Counter spells, that's fine. Be'lakor doesn't really need... Oh, yeah, I guess I should actually read Be'lakor before we continue. So Be'lakor, the reason it's going to be Demon Tribal. 6 mana, Grixis, 6/5 flying. When it enters the battlefield, you draw X and lose X, where X is the number of demons you control. So we're going to want to flood the board with as many demons as we can in order to get Be'lakor to draw more cards. And then whenever another demon enters under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. So that is definitely not as useful as the card draw part, but it is still relevant. So we do want to try to skew our demons towards higher power if possible. Anyway... Welcome to the chat, Feats, Kitsune, and Rafael Dracarios. Hello from Brazil. Hello to you as well. What time zone is, what time is it in Brazil right now? It can't be that far off, right? Okay, I don't want to add any more packages, so we're going to start trimming. The first thing we're going to do is trim the lands. Kitsune from Italy, welcome. Alright, so I added all the 2-color mana. That might have been a mistake. We're going to cut all of the pathways. So let's get rid of all of those. Let's see, yeah, pathways. We're going to cut all the check lands. And this might go to... This is actually probably going to go Fel the Profane. Yeah, let's get rid of that. The Horizon lands, let's get rid of those. Haunted. Slow lands can stay. Fast lands can probably stay. Battle Bond lands can stay. Okay, Vista, Reflecting Pool, those are gone. Pain lands, that's going to get out of here. Star Bluff, Sulphur Falls, get gone. Sulphur Spring, Underground River. And then we've got off-color fetches. So our off-color fetches is Windswept Heath. And then is that the only one? It's 3 when you have 2 colors, and it's 1 when you have 3 colors, right? Yeah. So that puts us to 41 lands. That's still way, way, way too much. So what are going to be the next cuts? They did have budget concerns, so we can go ahead and cut the duels. So Underground Sea, Volcanic, and what's the last one? Badlands. This is still too many lands. What's worse, fast lands or slow lands? We are trying to get higher on mana because of Be'lakor. So I'm going to guess fast lands. We might actually just cut them both, actually. Because we have 38 right now, and cutting them would mean we go down 6 cards. Yeah, let's just cut them all. So Blackcleave gone. Darkslick gone. Haunted gone. Morphic, Mountain. Oh, we didn't get rid of this pathway. Get rid of that. Shipwreck Marsh, Spire Bluff, Storm Carved. And then Urza Saga is... Yeah, okay. That's fine. Great, so we're 31 lands. That's pretty good. One thing to note with Moxfield is that when you add in cards via the packages, so if you see down here 117 cards, this isn't correct, because it'll add in the amount without taking into account... Like, I don't know why, but it messes up the count, so we have to refresh, and then it'll show us what we're actually at. We're at 82 right now, which is quite a lot before we even get to the demons. Grim Monolith we might want, Mana Vault we might want. Okay, let's get rid of the worst ramp, so we can get rid of probably all the diamonds are going to be gone. So Diamond, Charcoal Diamond, and Sky Diamond. Let's get rid of all of those, and then let's get rid of... definitely Mox Amber, because we have a 6-mana commander, so that's not helpful. Heartless Summoning, I would possibly be okay with, depending on how many demons we have. The only thing that it's really harming right now, obviously, it counteracts the ping ability on Be'lakor by 1, which is not that big of a deal. Eric Salazar says Garuda Clone Storm. We do have a Garuda deck built already. I'm not necessarily against Heartless Summoning for that reason. It does also clash with Orcish Bowmasters, but I think even that might be fine. I would need to have more of a reason to not play Heartless Summoning. Anyway, 22 ramp spells is fine. Okay, let's get rid of Ornithopter Paradise because it's a creature, and then we can probably cut one more. I like to have around 20 ramp. What's the worst ramp spell here right now? Presumably one of the colorless ones. I'm going to say it's either Thought Vessel or Chalice. It's probably Chalice. All right, let's get rid of Chalice. Is Monovault spiking the price because of bans? Oh, is it? What is it at right now? TCG player. Is it spiking? I don't think Monovault gets better as a result of Monocrypt being banned. So it's like 100. Yeah, okay. I don't think that'll hold. That seems egregiously wrong. Well, so the fact that Monocrypt is gone, and to a lesser extent Dockside and Jeweled Lotus, means that playing more ramp gets better, but I don't think Monovault in particular becomes a more worthwhile card to play. Like, I don't think if you weren't playing Monovault before, you're not suddenly playing it because Monocrypt is banned. Garuda as a companion in Be'lakor since all the clones are demons. But we'd have to run only even monocost spells, which means we lose access to a lot of things, so I don't think the trade-off there is worth it. I think all the companions, when it comes to EDH, they're basically like, if they happen to be free, you can play them, but I don't think you would ever go out of your way to play any of them. Italy, it's like 26 pounds? Is that pounds? I don't know what currency, or euros? Obviously, it's Italy, so it's not pounds, so euros. All right. I don't know. So obviously the price is going to get pretty high. We'll go over this last once we have the deck built. Anyway, so I think our ramp's good. I think our lands are good. I like the protection. Be'lakor's here. We've got some removal. We're probably going to want to add to that. We got some card draw. We got some sweepers. So now, before getting into any more staples, I probably want to start building demons. I don't know. We don't have that much left. Let's go with removal / bounce. That's adding in way too much, so we're going to cut a bunch of that. Okay, we don't want to braid Blast Zone. I probably just need to take Blue Blast out of the removal package completely. Don't need to play Chaos Warp since we're in a blue deck. Cut Down gone. Deadly Rollick or Commander's too expensive. Dismember. Dress Down maybe we can play. Fatal Push, I'm going to get rid of that. Geist Wave, let's get rid of that. Gilded Drake is too expensive, so get rid of that. Grass, Bolt. Bowmasters is here, that's fine. Otawara was already here. Pongify, get rid of that. Rapid, get rid of that. Rending Volley, Resculpt. Shatter Skull Smashing, goodbye. Snap. Possibly we can play Snuff Out. Or Submerge. We're not going to be an Ad Naus deck, so we don't need to care about mana values. Suspend gone, Terminate gone, Thunderclap gone. I would rather play... Let's get rid of this, and then I guess we can play Storm Drake and Unable to Scream possibly, but I don't even want that much removal. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. I think Submerge and Snuff Out are good enough, although... we kind of don't have a way to get rid of non-creatures outside of Chain. We've got Chain Otawara and Sink into Stupor. Is that good enough? It's probably good enough. Can I ask you a deck build request? Yes, but I do want to finish these two first. So yeah, that's part of this. That's part of the point of the stream. We are building viewer requested decks, but we're just going to... we're doing Be'lakor and Xolatoyac first. But after that, if you want me to build anything, I will definitely do that. All right, I might want Geist Wave. Now, you know what? That's fine. Even this is kind of a lot of removal. Oh, and we also have Rift to bounce stuff as well. Yeah, that's fine. Ramp, we're all good there. Lands, we're good there. Protection, we don't need to care about our commander that much. Like, this deck isn't specifically requiring Be'lakor to do anything, so this is all probably good. All right, so here is where we can no longer leverage the packages anymore. So now we're going to start making demons. So, Scryfall, we have format EDH, ID, we're in Grixis, so red, black, blue. And I want type demon. We're probably going to get a lot of results. 181's not that much, actually. If it was a lot more, I would, like, slim it down. But as is, this is probably fine. So I'm going to sort this by... Let's go with EDH rec rank. So there's obviously like the bigger high-end demons like Villas and Razaketh that are more combo-y, but I think that's still probably fine. Unholy Annex is awesome. We might add that as well. That's a, you know what? That's actually a pretty good Unholy Annex. That's a good suggestion. So Annex, and I guess I would tag this. So I've never added this to a deck before, so it's not tagged yet. So let's tag this with card draw, because that's mainly what it does. And then this is just abysmally ugly looking to me, so let's switch this printing. Switch printing to this one. And then we're going to make sure that this is set as the preferred printing so that that always appears that way when we add it to future decks. All right, next up. Actually, I wonder, can I just search all the demons from here straight out of Moxfield? I probably can. Advanced search. Card type is demon. It is any of the selected colors, black, blue, red. I guess I can just do color identity, black, blue, and red. I don't normally use Moxfield for these searches, but it's possible. It's more convenient if you do it from Moxfield, because then you can just add them in immediately as opposing to have to tab back and forth. And we don't care about any of the rest of that. That's fine. All right, search. So we should get 181 results, right? Yeah, all right, we're good. Although we can't sort it by EDH rec, but we'll just go through the rest of this. Okay. Let's see. How many demons are even good, I guess, is the question. Beginning of each opponent's end step, player chooses 2 creatures and sacks the rest. That's not very good. Archfiend of Despair. Opponents can't gain life. Beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this turn. Oh, this is really expensive. Enters creatures your opponents control get -2. So it's a demon massacre worm, sort of. Now we can move on from that. Whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to this... Okay, yeah, I can stop reading right there. Archfiend of the Dross will kill you if it sits around for too long, so let's not do that. Balor. Attacks or dies, choose one or more. Each mode must target a different player. Target opponent draws 3, dishes 3 at random. Target opponent sacks a non-token artifact. This deals damage to target opponent. Nah, it's not very good. I'm going to guess that the demons are a lot more skewed towards casualness. So I'm going to give this a pass through just to see like all the best demons, and then probably we'll go back and add some of the worst demons. Okay, Bloodletter's fine. We can add that. Bloodgift Demon's a decent enough demon. We can add that. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 5/5, has menace, and is a black demon in addition to its other colors. So the only reason I would care about this is because it's a cheap demon, so it kind of goes with Be'lakor. Thoughts on the EDH bans? I think they were all good. Like, I think all of those cards should have been banned, and they will make the format better by not being allowed. I think the timing and communication on how they were banned was really poor, though. Basically, there's nothing that's happened within the last few weeks or even few months that would indicate that they were going to ban these cards. Like, nothing has really changed. there did not seem to be a catalyst for why the cards are being banned now as opposed to at any other point. So I think it's just really poor communication on their part. So the problem is, like, this is sure a cheap demon, which means that it counts for Bellacor's ETB draw cards trigger, but it's just such a worthless creature outside of that, so I don't really want to play it just for Bellacor's trigger. Other creatures have trample, no. Extra combat step, it only untaps itself. And it's 6 mana, that's pretty bad. Quasit is a demon? Whenever you cast non-creature spell, goad creature an opponent controls. Yeah, okay, we'll add that. Enters, if you cast it, each player sacks all other creatures they control, then each player returns all creatures from their graveyard that weren't put this way to the battlefield. So it's Living End the demon. Burning Rune. Chaos Defiler is a demon. It's random, right? Choose an all-in permanent player controls. No, for each opponent, destroy one of them, chosen at random. So it blows up one thing. So you pick the 3 best permanents on your opponent's board, and then it blows up one of them. Enters the battlefield with 2/+1 counters. Remove 1 to deal 1 to each other creature and each player. Nah. What does Crabomination actually do? It's a Thoughtseize effect, right? But you get to cast it. Target opponent exiles the top, a card at random from their graveyard, and a card from their hand. They may cast a spell from among them without paying for it. Nah. Spell costs 2 less. Enters, destroy all other creatures that weren't dealt damage this turn. Defiler, upkeep, that player sacks a mono-colored creature. Whenever one or more demons you control attack a player, you draw a card and lose 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, create a 5/5 flyer demon, then mill 2. If two cards that share all their card types were milled, sacrifice this demon. What are the odds that that actually happens? You could obviously flip 2 lands. Outside of flipping 2 lands, it's probably not that common. Alright, we can add that one. It builds up a board, draws you cards, seems pretty good. Taskmaster, no. I don't even know what this is. Bells Unlock, absolutely not. Okay, Dark Schemes is also a Massacre Worm. But it's better than the other one. What did the other one do exactly? It just had, like, Unearth or something? Yeah. Also, Dark Schemes is cheaper. So grab that one. Each turns may cast an enchantment spell by paying life for it. No. As long as you control your commander, this was +2, and whenever it deals combat damage, the player sacks a creature. Nope. Excruciator. One thing I'm deciding is we're not adding the Thoracle Wind to this deck. It's just so boring. So if we're not doing that, we'd have to combo this with a mill card. I'm not particularly keen on this one. Cacodemon, no, we'll ignore that. Beginning end step, sack a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Dreadfast Demon. Sack a non-demon creature. You sack the creature. Okay, no. Each on card in your hand has, without foretell, has foretells. Foretell cost is equal to its mana cost reduced by 2. Whenever you foretell a card, it gets +2. So you basically pay 2 up front so that you can pay 2 less later. It's not great. This thing is a demon. Upkeep, return instant or sorcery at random from grave to hand. Whenever you cast instant or sorcery spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. That could be okay. Alright. Leaves. A lot of these I remember on site. Like, I remember what they do, where I can just tell that they're like draft chaff. Others I have to read. Are you ever going to do a CEDH marathon on Moto? I don't know. So, I don't know how to set up an EDH like, match in Moto. I'm sure it'd be relatively easy. Do you queue them in the same way that you do everything else, or do you have to, like, specifically match with another person who's also playing EDH? So I'm not sure about how to even set that up. Is this a demon EDH deck? Yes. So it's Be'lakor, Grixis with a demon tribal theme. Convoke, Flying Devourer, no. If I remember Unclean when it's not that good either. End step, each opponent loses 2, then for each opponent's less life, create a 1/3. No, we don't need that. That's just so expensive for how little it is. Alright, here's Garuda. I don't think we want Garuda. Halo Hunter, definitely not. Harvester of Souls, I feel like demons are going to skew a lot more towards big creatures than it is a lot of small creatures. So I don't think that's that great. Demon spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. That's nice. And other demons you control have haste. That's also nice. So we'll add that one. Herald of Torment. No. You just join a league on Moto. You get a 4-player game. Huh. That's interesting. I'm assuming you can't phantom draft. Cascade. Hidetsugu and Kairi, so you kind of draw a card. You brainstorm. That's not great. Exile the top card. Target opponent loses life equals value. If it's an instant resource, you may cast it without paying for it. Don't particularly want that. If you have no cards, each opponent loses 2. Okay. Enters the battlefield. It may ditch a card if you do draw a card. So Rummage, and it's a tiny demon, which is like... That's okay. Imsker, we are running like a fair amount of artifacts for ramp. I don't know if that alone means that this is worth it. You draw X and lose X, where X is half the number of artifacts. Half the number of artifacts. How many artifacts do I need for me to want to play this? I probably don't want to pay more than 4 mana. And I want to draw 2 cards, so I need to have 4 artifacts in play. I think that's probably reasonable. All right, let's add Imsker. Skip your draw. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, you draw and you lose 1 life. So it's Demon Null Perfusion, sort of. That's reasonable. Carter. Until your next turn, it goads everything, right? Or it makes everything have to attack. Yeah. And if you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, nope, we can stop reading there. Kothafed I remember being pretty good. So let's add Kothafed. Enters, draw 3. Just straight up enters, draw 3. It's 7 mana, though. Possibly. We'll come back to that. Raider's pretty decent if you have any reanimate strategies, and it helps keep your curve lower since demons are just so mana expensive. Yeah, so one of the things is because of how expensive all these demons are, we're going to need ways to cheat them. Reanimating them is one way. So you know what? It is probably worth having for that reason. Yeah, so let's add Immerstorm Raider. And then, let's see. Void, I don't care about. Xander is all right. It's only hitting 1 player at a time, right? Yeah. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less. Whenever this deals combat damage, make a 3/3. No. Malfagor, definitely not. Master of Cruelties. Nah. Miasma, no. Mind Rack Demon, no. Beginning of your end step, you may pay X. If you do create X, blah, blah, blah. No. Now, Feshni. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, we're not going to do that much, so we can just ignore that. Nightmare Shepherd is kind of interesting. How many things exile in EDH? There's Swords to Plowshares. Sometimes people play Path. There's not a lot, right? Most of it is destroy everything or bounce everything. It's reasonable enough. All right, Nightmare Shepherd. Obnix, no. This Obnix, however, is pretty good. Jet Medallion. Do we not have? Do we have that in our ramp? We're 3 different colors, so I don't know about the medallions. What about dual commander decks? I'm generally not into that. Doesn't dual commander have its own ban list as well? Like, because they have to strip Soul Ring and all the fast mode. Like, they have to change a lot of stuff because it's 1-on-1. Choose one. Each other player. No, okay, that's X. Overseer. What does this one do? You may destroy target creature. Whenever a non-token creature opponent controls dies, create a tap 2/2. I don't want to pay 7 mana for a Terminate. Pestilence Demon. No. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. No. Plague Drone. If opponent would gain life, the player loses that much life instead. No. Prince of Thralls. Whenever a permanent opponent controls, put in a graveyard. Put that card on the battlefield under your control unless the opponent pays 3 life. It's just 8 mana for that is just way too much. Rafter Demon, Rakdos. Cast a spell unless the opponent lost life this turn. Creatures cost 1 less for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. That's alright. I feel like this is a thing that you have to build around specifically for it to be any good. Medallions are pretty mid here since you don't tend to cast multiple big demons a turn. Yeah, like, and if you're not... I don't think there's a single 3+ color deck that I have medallions in. You really need a lot of your spells to care about that medallion. Beginning of your end step, target opponent may sacrifice... No, okay. Tax. Original Rakdos isn't that good either. Rakdos the Muscle. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, exile cards. We're not sacking creatures that much because most of our creatures are big. Put target creature card from defending player's graveyard. No, we're not doing that. Razaketh is super good, but he's only good in like combo lines where you go Razaketh, sack this thing, and then just win the game. But I don't know. Maybe. Reaver Demon, Rune-Scarred Demon. This feels like this has to be in the deck, right? Yeah, okay, Rune-Scarred. Each opponent must attack with at least 1 creature to combat a Fable. Don't care about that. Don't care about Shadowborn. Enters. Each opponent sacks a creature with the greatest power. You gain life equal to the greatest power. So, Madness for a bunch. We've got the Immersturm Raider. Otherwise, it's not that great. Shalob. Soundblade Oni. Sire is really good, but you have to build stacks. It's also kind of a miserable card to play against. Yeah, let's just ignore that one. Sulkanar. The Balrog. Cost 1 less for each permanent sacrifice. We're not doing that. Can't be blocked by legends. Destroy target artifact or creature. Creature opponent controls dies. Put it on the bottom. I remember Balrog of Moria being good. Trample, haste. Dies, you may exile it. When you do for each opponent, exile up to 1 target creature that player controls. Cycle. When you cycle it, create 2 treasures. Alright, that's fine. What does the beast do again? When you cast this, gain control target creature. So it's threatened plus it's tapped plus... Yeah, the other thing, yeah, we don't care about that. Alright. Sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw. It is a cheaper demon. That's just so expensive on the mana cost, though. Valgavoth is also really good. I've built a Valgavoth deck with that as the commander. So yeah, we'll add Valgavoth. The bigger Valgavoth, on the other hand, is just so expensive. But you know what? We're going to cheat these things in, so that's fine. Vargoth I don't particularly like, but we are demon tribal, so screw it. Did I not add Villas? I thought I did. Venom Crawler. Whenever another creature dies, put a... Yeah, okay, whatever. Additional cost, sack a thing. No, that's fine. And there's 6 more. Don't care. What is Woebringer? Each player's upkeep player sacks a creature if the player can't sack Woebringer. Zathrid, Yogg, Yakora. Okay, we're done on the demons. Reaver Demon's Plague Wind that lets you whack opponents for the win, or at least puts you in a commanding board presence. But don't you have to cast it? Like, isn't that the problem? Yeah, if you cast it from your hand, destroy all non-artifact, non-black creatures that can't be regenerated. But it's just super expensive. And you can't cheat it. Alright. So, back to the list. So now we've added all those demons. I assume we're over our deck count. 103. Yeah, we're going to have to trim stuff. But that's fine. So let's see. We've got all these expensive demons, so we're going to want ways of cheating them in. Kalia is in the wrong colors. So there's obviously reanimation. So let's... If I add the reanimate package, it's going to be a lot of cards, right? Yeah, whatever. Reanimation. So we don't care about Buried Alive because we don't care about bringing multiple things back, probably. Engineer, that's out. Intuition, that's out. Tutors. Let's get rid of Seal. Tainted Pact is fine. Unmarked Grave. Entomb. Let's get rid of Buried Alive. And then here's all the reanimation cards. So Young Necro, that can go. Wake the Dead, that can go. Victimize. Our cards are tended to be expensive. Unearth, Trash Treasure, that's gone. We don't need to Goryo Vengeance stuff, so let's get rid of that. Alright, Delver. Persist is fine. Patriarch's Bidding. We're not putting like a ton in the graveyard, so let's get rid of that. Living Death, Gorios, Welder, Footsteps, Felden, Exhume, no. Dread Return, Corpse Dance. That goes away after one turn, right? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Balthor, gone. Apprentice, gone. All right, so let's do Animate, Dance, Necro, Persist, Reanimate. And then we're going to need cycling cards. Or not cycling cards, we need looting effects. So Faithless Looting. And then there's also Frantic Search. That's a good one. Arcane Signet, we have that, yeah. Sire of Insanity, I thought about it, but I think it's going to be too miserable to play with. And Sire is, like, even if you cheat Sire in, then it's also really hurting you. It's hard to win the game after deploying Sire. Most of your demons are also legendary. Are they? There's like a fair number of them that aren't. Hello from the Wicked Greek. Hello. Or Wicked Geek. Villas for card draw? Yeah, we got Villas in here. Where's Villas? I already have Villas tagged as card draw, so that's why it's over here. All right, let's tag these demons. So Blood Gift is card draw. Quasit is, I guess, nothing. I can't think of a category that it fits under. Demon of Dark Schemes is kind of a sweeper and also a reanimation spell, sort of. So let's tag this with... His -2 count as a sweeper. I guess I would count Elish Norn as a sweeper. So yeah, it's counted as a sweeper, and it's also a reanimation spell. Herald, this one is technically ramp. Iron Eater is card draw. Kothafed is card draw. Lord of Change is also card draw. Nightmare Shepherd doesn't really count as anything. Infernal Sovereign is card draw. Immersturm Raider is a cantrip filtering spell. Unshackled. I wouldn't consider this like stacks against searching. I would consider it like a beatdown effect. So, where's beatdown? And then Runescar Demon is a tutor. Balrog of Moria. I mean, okay, so the Death Trigger technically exiles things. But I would also just consider it like a beater. So let's say it's a beatdown and it's removal. And then Varagoth is a tutor. Tutor. Where is tutor? And then Valgavoth is card draw. And the other Valgavoth is kind of like a number of different things, but it doesn't really neatly fall into any specific category. Oh, this thing's an enchantment? Huh. Well, it's card draw. Dothy for Graveyard Hate? Yeah, I thought about Dothy as well. That's probably reasonable. Dothy, Voidwalker. I don't think any of these I would classify as any particular... I mean, I guess Valgabot's a 9/9, so let's say it's beatdown. It's also... I mean, it is stacks, because it's basically 3 Dothy Voidwalkers stapled together. So... And then Nightmare Shepherd's not really anything, and Quasit's not really anything either. Alright. So what are we getting rid of? Because we're way over our card budget. We have 112 cards in the main. How are you finding the bans? Do you have any of them? I think the bans were all good choices to ban cards. I think the format will be a better format as a result of the bans. I think they were communicated poorly. And that basically, if these cards were going to be banned, they either needed to be banned a long time ago, or if they were going to be banned now, there needed to be... So, like, okay, I'm the RC, and I want to ban these cards. I would say... I think I would have just made an announcement saying, like, we're banning cards in a week. Without indicating, like, what cards those are, so at least it doesn't just come out of nowhere. I did have a Monocrypt, the original book promo one, that I had to sell for $100 less because the price dropped. I also had a Jeweled Lotus, which I just happened to sell like 3 days before the ban. If anything comes of this ban, the 2 things I hope for are that the format is better, like it's more fun to play as a result, and that players are more accepting and get more into the habit of proxying expensive cards. I think you hit the nail on the head, and it's horrible. The fact they printed chase cards in Ixalan and Commander Masters and then put those festivals in a box is twisted. So that's probably just bad timing. So I assume that the card list for Ixalan and Commander Masters was finalized a while before the RC made the decision that these were going to be the cards that they banned. And then by the time they decided, hey, we're going to ban this stuff, those had already been printed and released. In general, I'm not a fan of, boom, suddenly there's a ban with no warning. And it's, you know, especially if it's a number of expensive cards. There's 0 chance WotC didn't know. I think they released a FAQ talking about that. I believe they told WotC that they were going to ban them after the cards were already finalized. I mean, if you believe them. I'm not much into the conspiracy theory stuff. Like, could there be insider trading or other financial shenanigans? Possibly. I would want to see evidence of that first. We got Nadu unoptimized, but basically EDH list banned, which is fine since no one wanted to play with it at the table anyway. Yeah, Nadu's the only one that nobody has a problem with getting banned. All right, so we're at 112 cards. So what are we cutting? First of all, how many actual demons do we have? Actually, you know what? Before we cut stuff, I'm actually not done adding things to this list. So I kind of want more stuff to cheat in cards than just the reanimation stuff. But I'm not sure that there's any more efficient way of doing it. What is there? There's like Quicksilver Amulet, which is pretty inefficient. Kali is not in the right colors. There's Cryptic Gateway, which is expensive. I can't really think of a good cheating stuff in effects that aren't reanimation. I don't have a cheat package, do I? No, I don't. Okay. There was a calculation that $100 million worth of card value just got wiped out. I guess you would have to... I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. You would have to look at how many copies of the card have been... or at least in the supply of the market. What was the price pre-ban and what was the price post-ban, and then figure out what the difference is. And that's just on Monocrypt? Maybe. I don't know how many exist. All right, so we added all the demons, but that doesn't actually take care of it all because there are also cards that refer to demons but aren't actually demons themselves. So let's search for all the cards that have demon in the text, but aren't actually creature type demon. So there's 53 of those. Are there any of these that we want to play? Obnix makes devils. You control a demon or devil. It makes devils. It refers to demons, but it doesn't make demons. 50 million people play Magic. Let's say half of them play Commander. 1% own a Mana Crypt. Again, but that's just guesswork. Like, I would want hard numbers on, like, here's actually how many people... I don't actually care about how many people play. I care about how many of this card is in the market, right? Because the card is either being held by individual players or it's being held by stores/vendors. I also don't think that financial value is a reason not to ban cards. Particularly care about Tasha. Sack a creature, add black, black, black. Spend this only to cast Vampire, Cleric, or Demon. How many cheap creatures do we have? Because I don't think it's many. Type Demon, or type... How many creatures we got? Here's our creatures. Most of them are pretty expensive. It does give us a use for, like, our Immersturm Raiders and our other crappy small creatures after we don't need them anymore. But we don't have a lot of them. So, back over here. Other demons, devils, tieflings control get +1 and have lifelink. Beginning of each end step, if creature card is put to your graveyard from anywhere this turn, create a devil token. Nah, we don't need that. Promise of Aclazotz. Sack a non-demon, make a 4/3. End step, sacrifice a non-demon, populate. Don't care about that. Deals combat damage to player. No. Obnix makes demon tokens. And draws cards. It's reasonable, not great. I probably don't want to play it. I think we're probably not going to wind up playing any of these cards. Demonic Council. Yeah. Alright, Demonic Council. Demonic Council. I don't think I've added this to a deck yet. Is it untagging it? Yeah. Make this a tutor. Where's tutors? Tutor. Also, that art is just awful. Wow. Switch printing to this one. Set as preferred printing. To be honest, I've got reserve list cards and couldn't care if they get reprinted in the ground. I want people to play the game. Exactly. Exactly. Incarnation Technique is pretty hot to get multiple demons into play. Incarnation Technique. Was that on the list? Or are you just mentioning that card? Incarnation Technique. Demonstrate, mill 5, then return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. You make a copy it if you do choose an opponent to also copy it. So you're paying 5 to give your opponent a mill 5 reanimate, so that, and you mill 10 and reanimate 2. I don't even think that's good. When'd you get a face cam? I've had it for a while. I just didn't I didn't see the need for it. I just thought I would use it today. Like, why not? Just mentioning that card since I thought you were looking for reanimation spells. I have you a second monitor while I work. Abyssal Persecutor? No, we don't want We don't care about creatures that all they do is beat. Unless the card is, like, incredibly good as a beater. So the cards that I would say are, like, the card, all it does is beat down, and that's it. It basically has to have an incredibly good ratio of power to cost or have, like, other abilities that make it good. So I would say the poster child for that is, like, Serra Ascendant. 1 mana for 6/6 flying lifelink. Even that is, like, not... It's a card that's, like, not even played in CEDH, for example. But I would say that kind of ratio is something worth having as just a beatdown card. But a 4 mana 6/6 flyer, and it makes it so you can't win until you get rid of it, like... You can't win until you get rid of it part's not really relevant. The relevant part is 4 mana for 6/6 and EDH is just not good. It's just funny. Yeah. Alright, so... we're at 113, right? Yeah, 113, so we need to cut 13 cards. But before that, let's check EDH Rec to see if there's anything that we missed. So usually, what I'll do is I'll go to Scryfall and I'll search up, like, trying to find all the cards that I think are going to be worthwhile in the deck. And then afterwards, I'll check EDH Rec to see is there anything that I missed. You can also check EDH Rec first and just add everything that you think is good there. And then EDH Rec will also have suggestions, and you go, huh, that's a good suggestion. I wonder if there's other cards like that that didn't show up, and then you use Scryfall to search them. Didn't know it's CEDH, though. Fair play. Well, it's not CEDH. I'm just saying, like, I guess not CEDH, high power. I just meant CEDH as a benchmark. Like, the CEDH decks don't even play Serra Ascendant, meaning they don't think that a 1 mana 6/6 flyer is even good enough. All right, it's Be'lakor with an apostrophe, right? All right, what do the Be'lakor decks play? So obviously, all the demons that we passed over already are going to be on the list. And we can ignore most of them. Liliana's Contract for the funsies. Sure. Okay. It's an alt win con that also just draws you 4 cards. Like, yeah, that's fine. Card draw. Plague Drone. Oh, we've done that already. Yeah, we've seen all the demons. What else do we have? Chaos Warp. Nah. Herald's Horn. Make all the demons cost 1 less. We're not playing that many demons, right? How many creatures do we have? We have 24 creatures, and among those, non-demons are 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 20 demons. So that means Herald Horn, let's see, we have 99, draw 7, 92, few turns past 90 cards. So we have 20 out of 90. So we have like a... So that's what, like 10 and 45, 5 and 9. So it's like, what, a 1 in 4 shot at hitting it each turn? I don't think that's good enough. CDH is a lot less creature heavy, though, isn't it? Yes. Contract gets better when you have Living Death, Rise of the Dark Realms, Reanimate multiple demons. That is true. I don't think we want to go in that direction, though. Alright, what else do we got on EDH Rec? I doubt there's a combo with Be'lakor, right? I guess he deals damage, so there hypothetically could be a combo. Be'lakor. Right of Replication and 1 other prerequisite. What is the other prerequisite? Right of Replication, Be'lakor is on the battlefield. Opponents have a collective life total of 150 or less, or your deck size is equal to or greater than 5 times the number of demons you control. Okay, so you right-click on Be'lakor, and then you get 5 Be'lakors, and all of them trigger for all of the other ones. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, let's do that. Right of Replication. Where do I have that listed under? Is it a combo card? No, it's untagged. In this deck, it's a combo card. So we're going to say for this deck only, it's a combo piece. That's pretty sweet. Ortheon, Hero of Lava Brink. Create a token that's a copy of another creature you control. It gains haste at the beginning, sack at the beginning, extend step, so it's Kiki Jiki. Create 5 tokens that are copies of another... Okay, so it's creature right of replication in red. Create 5 tokens that are copies of another target creature you control. They gain haste, sack them at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. So you're paying the 9 activation here, and you're also paying the 4 cost to cast this. So you're playing a 4 mana 3/3 that does nothing the turn you play it, and then you need 9 mana to activate it and target Be'lakor. We're playing a more casual deck, so sure. Ortheon. Combo. 4 different cards here. We're not doing that. Yeah, 4 plus cards we're not doing. So it's Ortheon on right. Okay, that's good. I'm all for Monkey Tribal. I do have a Ragavan deck, but it's not Monkey Tribal. Is there even a monkey, like a commander that cares about monkeys? Like there are commanders that are monkeys. They're not monkeys in EDH or not Magic, right? They're apes. What creature type is Ragavan? Where's Ragavan? Oh, they are monkeys. Format EDH, Oracle, Monkey. Is a commander. Well, this is only 4 cards anyway. Whenever an artifact... So Kibo would be the only option. Whenever an artifact and opponent controls dies, put a +1 counter on each creature you control that's an ape or monkey. That would be quite the build project. Demon's Horn for the flavor? Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, what else we got on rec? I'm not going to play Herald's Horn. Chaos Defiler, hitting the between first and third best permanent in play, and you don't get to decide which one it is, doesn't sound great to me. Dream Devourer, no. Roaming Throne technically doubles the trigger on Be'lakor, sure. Roaming Throne. And the rest of these demons we already went over. Spark Double, no. I'm not going to play Clone Effects. Thassa's Deep Dwelling. Because you can blink Be'lakor to get more card draw? Yeah, I think we're fine. Blood Speaker. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack Blood Speaker. If you do search your library for a demon, reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle. Whenever a demon comes to play under your control, return it from your graveyard to your hand. So this is 4 mana, and then you have to wait a turn cycle and then sack it, and then you can go search for a demon. No thanks. Nightscape Familiar, but it makes... I think we're primarily black, right? This is basically the same kind of deal as a medallion. All right, spells. These seem mostly like typical just utility cards, except for the flicker effects for Be'lakor. I don't think the flicker effects are what we want to do, though. Fierce Guardianship. You're not playing Fierce Guardianship in a deck where your commander's 6 mana. Like, that's not happening. Put target creature card from the opponent's graveyard on the battlefield tapped under your control and exile that player's graveyard for 5. Nope. Chaos Mutation. We're not doing that. Frantic. We already got that. Shift. That's all fine. They're playing Entomb. They're also playing Patriarch's Bidding. I would play Patriarch's Bidding if we had a way to put a lot of the demons into our graveyard. So, are you just building this for a friend group or hypothetical? I'm building this because one of my supporters asked for this to be built. So right now, our rummaging effects are just, we have Immersturm. Where is he? We have Immersturm Raider, Frantic Search, and Faithless Looting. We could also play Careful Study. Which might be fine. Yeah, Careful Study. But we don't have a way of put like a ton of creatures into the graveyard. So I'm not sure about Patriarch's bidding with that being the case. Oh, do I have Fierce Guardianship in here? Oh, yeah, let's cut that. You know, I don't even think this deck has that many blue cards for Force of Will. How many blue cards are even in this deck? There are 20? Yeah, Force can go. Mandate of Abaddon. Choose target you control to destroy all creatures with power less than it. No. Choose creature type. Destroy all creatures that aren't the chosen type. Pretty expensive. Yeah, Victimize is another one. Victimize works better when you have cheap creatures. We don't have that many cheap creatures. I still have Heartless Summoning. Yeah, I still have Heartless Summoning. And most of our creatures, so there's Bowmasters. But I think that's the only thing that dies, right? All of our other creatures have more than that. Immersturm Raider dies, which is fine. Oh, and Nightmare Shepherd brings things back as 1/1s. So we've got Immersturm, Nightmare Shepherd, Bowmasters, Ragavan. So 4 of the creatures in our deck die as a result of having Heartless Summoning. I think I'm fine with that. Jessica's Will, no. We could also play Wheels, but I'm not going to do that. All right, utility artifacts. Urza's Incubator, that's fine. We can play that. Urza's Incubator. And Panharmonicon. So this doubles the trigger on Be'lakor, right? I'm not going to play Pan just for Be'lakor, though. And I don't think there's that many ETBs on the rest of our guys. There's what? Demon of Dark Schemes, Raider, which I wouldn't even count that. Iron Eater. Lord of Change. Bowmasters, I'm not counting that. Roaming Throne already doubles the trigger. There's Runescar Demon. And I think that's it. Yeah, we're not doing that. Does Heartless Summoning reduce the Warstorm Surge damage on Be'lakor? Yes. So the pinging effect on Be'lakor will be reduced by 1. But I'm fine with that being the trade-off to make all of my demons cost 2 less. Are there decks you just refuse to play against? I once made a deck where all it did was land ramp, then nuke the board over and over every turn, destroying all artifacts, enchantments, and creatures. So I don't know that there's a deck that I would sit down to play against and be like, nope, not doing that. I would give everything a chance. But I could definitely see certain decks being miserable to play against and being like tired of them after a few games. So typical examples of that will be decks that just have a really unfun play pattern. So I remember like playing against Child of Alara being really miserable. There's also hyper-tuned CEDH decks where they just win in the same linear combo every single game. So I remember playing against a guy who had a Hermit Druid deck, and it would just be every single game would be turn 2 Hermit Druid, turn 3 activate, win the game. And it's like, okay, this is just not fun to play against, because the whole game just becomes, do you have a removal or counter spell for Hermit Druid on turn 2? Like, that's not really fun. All right. I think we're pretty close to being done. Jet Medallion, we do have a lot of black spells, right? How many do we have? 40 out of 88? That's still not enough of a reason to play Jet Medallion. I think the medallions are usually in monocolor decks. Molten Echoes, no, we're good there. I don't think I'm going to run any combos in here, because this is more meant to be played casually. So this is for a supporter who asked for a deck for him and his daughter. And I think they skew more towards casual. I actually didn't get like what power level they wanted, but presumably skewing more towards casual. So I'm going to not care about anything that is like if I was just going to max the power of this deck, I'd put Console Oracle in it, but so I'm not doing that. I'm not going to put Dual Caster Molten Duplication in. I think this deck is just going to be about win with just big beater demons, or like even, you know, the combo kill of like Be'lakor plus Rite of Replication still requires that you have your 6 mana Be'lakor, and then you need to pay 9 for Rite of Replication, and it can also be interacted with by removal. So I think that's fine. Had to a guy that made an Urza deck that just locked everyone out the game and would take 20 minutes per turn. People stopped playing with him. Yeah, Urza with Static Orb is also... stacks decks that don't win quickly. That would be another one that a lot of people would probably hate. I know another one is like the Turgrid. Everybody has to discard their hand deck, so no one can do anything. Like, it's the decks that I don't like to play against are basically the decks where the deck does the same hyper-efficient combo win every single game, and so the only thing the game is about is can you stop the combo or not, or the really dragged out games, which tend to be stacks, although they aren't always stacks. Like the Child of Alara deck was an example of just a miserable deck to play against, but even though it wasn't stacks. Winter Orb, Static Orb, all orbs, back to basics, etc. Yeah, that stuff's fine when it's accompanied by a quick win. So the example I would usually bring up is Godo Bandit Warlord, where Godo plays Blood Moon, but it doesn't matter that Godo is playing Blood Moon, because once they Blood Moon you, they're just going to cast Godo and then win the game anyway. So it's not like the game is going to take forever. Child of Alara could be banned and no one would cry about it. I don't think it needs to be banned. Like, it's not so powerful that it needs to be banned, but it's just a miserable card to play against, because it basically says you can never progress on the board because your opponent is just going to cast Child of Alara and blow it up and blow up the whole board. So anytime you're thinking of you playing a creature, playing a mana ramp, like anything that you can play out onto the board just becomes useless. Because it's like, why would I extend into the Child of Alara that's just going to blow the field up again? It's like, there are decks that people have made in the past where it's literally just the whole deck is like, the deck has like 20 sweepers in it. These tend to be white decks, and it's just, the deck is just constant sweepers. And so you can never commit anything to the board because it's always going to get blown up. Those decks are pretty miserable. For me, any deck that monopolizes game time, especially non-deterministic turn decks, I just quit if I see 2 extra turn spells. I mean, okay, so the extra turn spells can be fine if they're in a position where it's like Narset Enlightened Master, where like the Narset player hits 2 extra turn spells and it's like they've got 8 more cards to dig through plus whatever they're drawing and can cast. They're not going to brick. You can just scoop it up, right? But it's the ones where it's like, well, they might brick, so I'll stay in it, but realistically, they're pretty likely not to brick. It's like Turgrid for the board rather than the hands. Had a mate who played a 13 pounds land destruction deck. It was funny, but only played once. We like meme decks at my shop. The most meme deck I've seen is like the, what is it, Marilyn of the Morn song, where it's, you play Marilyn and then like 93 swamps and ad nauseum or something, and you're 1 card that wins the game. Do you think Final Fortune is a fun card? I would, no, but I don't think it's an unfun card either. All right, what else is in here? Oh yeah, Black Market Connection makes shapeshifters, which are demons. So let's add that. Black Market Connections. Anytime now, Moxfield. There we go. Ob Nixilis of the Black Oath is like on the cusp of being good enough. Oh yeah, Urborg. Oh, I don't have Urborg in the mana base, do I? Yeah, the reason I don't have Urborg in the mana base is because I don't put it in any of my packages because it's technically not black. So it'll just show up in every single deck, regardless of whether that deck's black when you add it. But this deck has a lot of black sources, a lot of black pips. There should probably be an Urborg in here. Urborg Tomb. Okay. Ob Nixilis, I'm not going to add to the deck, but I will add it to considering. Ob Nixilis. What is it? The Black Oath? Of the Black Oath. And then we've got our lands, which is fine. I guess if we're playing Urborg, we can play Cabal Coffers, but we don't have a way of finding it. Nah, that's fine. We're not going to play... Well, we do have really expensive cards. All right, Cabal Coffers. You can't count Cabal Coffers towards your land count, though. Wait, why do I only have 31 land? Type and tags. Oh, because it's not counting Lorien and Sink into Stupor in that mix. This deck doesn't need Lorien. So what are we at? 32, including Cabal? So we're at lands, then here's the Mono Rocks, which we're fine on, and then more lands. Okay, yeah, we're good. So that's EDH Rec. We're done with that. All right, so now we can start trimming. Flubs is the epitome of non-deterministic combo that fails so often. I would say so, yeah. Also got the pound sign sign right. Well done. Put Gristlebrand in your your opponents won't notice. Consecrated Sphinx for card draw. We don't need it. We've got... Where's our card draw? We have plenty of card draw. Casual $3,000 deck. We're going to be cutting. Do you think Lake of the Dead is too marginal multicolored deck even with Urborg? I think Lake of the Dead's just not good at all. Wino... I assume that's Deathrite Shaman, DRS, because we can't play it because we don't have green. I got a Flubs deck. I hate it and love it. Flubs to me feels like the kind of... It feels like the kind of deck that would be fun to play like a few times and then would get boring because you're kind of just doing the same thing every single game. But who knows? All right, let's see. What are we getting rid of? Dark Ritual is interesting because there's going to be times where this is really good. But there's also just going to be a lot of times where we would prefer to have a card that actually does something. But we have a lot of cards like, Liliana's Contract, for example, is a card that we're perfectly fine ritualing into because we recoup the cards off of it. So this one's probably fine. So what are we cutting? I can cut... We don't need 3 sweepers. We can cut one of them. But I kind of like all of these. Then there's our tutors, our untagged creatures, stacks cards... Counter spells, which we have some of. Oh, why is Hydroblast here? Let's get rid of that. Let's take those out of the packages because I really don't like those showing up. Where do I have them? I think I have them in removal. Yeah, there's some decks where I'd play the blue blasts in, but like almost none of them actually. Let's cut that. Let's cut the... Where's Hydro? And then cut down. That can go. Are there decks that actually want to play Fatal Push? Maybe. All right, let's go back to Delacour. Underworld Breach. Well, if we were playing Breach, we would need to play Brain Freeze, LED, and possibly Wheel of Fortune, so I don't think so. It also has absolutely nothing to do with our demon theme, like, at all. All right, are we 18 over, or are we less than that? We are 18 over. That's a lot to be over. 32 lands... including Cabal Coffers, so we can possibly cut one of them, although we have a lot of really expensive cards, so lands aren't not really the place I'd be looking to cut from first. We don't have an accidental fetch land that we can't use, do we? I think we're all good on that front. Actually, let's look at the cards based on their price. How do I do that? Sort by... I need to look at these differently. Visual, spoiler, text, text. And then let's sort by price, just to make sure we can get the expensive stuff out of here, because the supporter who I talked to said they didn't want anything like $100+. I think Monovault is actually at that point now, right? Is Mox Opal really 110? That's insane. Oh, yeah. Forgot about these ones. The underworld breach is demonic. The demons are breaching the underworld. Okay, so if I was building this deck on my own, I would have all these cards in here. But they said my philosophy is like, this doesn't matter, just proxy the card. But some people, they just don't want to proxy. So, okay, we'll get rid of Diamond, Grim Monolith, Chrome Mox, Opal, and Monovault. That's going to require us to run more ramp then, I think. So, actually, let's just do this. Let's go. Didn't I already add ramp, actually? We have a lot of ramp in here. So this leaves us with 17 ramp. That's probably good enough still. All right. And then what else is super expensive here? Are we good? Ancient Tomb is 110? Really? Ancient Tomb. Thank you, Windows. Ancient Tomb. Oh, okay, there's cheaper versions of it that aren't that much. I just have it set to... oh, yeah. Okay, let's go more update to cheapest. Where is it now? Okay, well... it just didn't do that. Ancient Tomb, where is switch printing? Why can I not switch printing? Switch printing. Is it Balan's Tomb or whatever? I think Moxfield prices are not correct if this is the case, because there should be... It's the Ultimate Masters one that's cheaper, right? Yeah, okay, so that's not correct. This is not $100. All the other fast mana has jumped up like crazy. I don't really understand why. I don't feel like those cards become better as a result of Mana Crypt being banned. I do think Mana Crypt being banned means that you want to play more ramp, but I don't think that the other ramp becomes like way better as a result. I want the new Urza Artificer art, but it costs 1,000 for my Urza CEDH deck? Oh, is there like a new special Urza printing? LED hasn't gone up any? Because LED isn't really mono ramp. But sometimes Monovault was the 101st card. Monovault needs a specific deck to be in. You can't just throw it in any EDH deck and have it be good. You need a really good... You need a reason why you're playing Monovault. All right, so other than the Ancient Tomb here, which we know this price isn't correct, I guess let's actually look at TCG Player. Let's... Mana Vault. Well, actually, the price... Or not Mana Vault, Ancient Tomb. Yeah, you can get it for under 100. Even the Tempest one isn't 100. Like, I don't know why it's listing it as that. Anyway, the One Ring... Oh, yeah. All right, get rid of the One Ring. We have plenty of other card draw. That's fine. So is anything else in here 100 plus? It doesn't look like it. All right, so we're good. So back to the visual stacks. All right, so we're at 112 cards. What else can we get rid of? Dress Down. That one's a maybe. Tainted Pact is another maybe. Some of like our worst demons. We probably don't need to have 20 demons. Yeah, the Quasit I had in here earlier as, like, we just want cheap demons, but it's not really that good. Let's get rid of the Quasit. Let's get rid of Nightmare Shepherd. I saw someone pulled from Festival in a Box Collector Booster Mana Crypt, which is now the price of a used condom. Hey. It's not that. Mana Crypt. Well, which is the one from the festival? Is it these? It's not these ones, right? Because these are Kaladesh. List, Double Masters, Judge promos. The borderless one. These are from Ixalan, right? Double Masters. This is the media promo. E-Masters. The LCI one? Oh, it's this one. So it's one of these ones. Why are some of these way more expensive than the other ones? Huh. Well, they must be just more rare than the color denotes that, I guess. Huh. They still seem to be pretty freaking expensive. Anyway. All right, we got 10 cards to cut. What are we cutting? I don't really want to cut any of my reanimation package. Lands we have at... Why is this not in alphabetical order anymore? Oh, it's sorted by price. Okay. All right, lands we have, let's say 31, because one of them's Cabal Coffers, so we could cut a land. I don't think we need all 3 basics. We can probably cut the mountain. What's our color breakdown? 22, yeah, okay, let's cut the mountain. They will still be valuable because they're rare and scarce. People say that Jeweled Lotus is now worthless or dreaming. Yeah, like, the cards are still going to have collector value because of rarity. Are you doing the Ooze Asmodeus package since you're doing Reanimator? No. Let me just take a shot at that. Asmode. So Asmodeus is not a demon. That's why. All right, we got 9 cards to cut. So we don't have that many counter spells. That said, I think the counter spells that we do have are fine, and I don't really want to get rid of any of them. This is also a deck that could potentially want to play Mana Drain just because we have so many expensive demons. Yeah, let's actually... How much is Mana Drain anyway? Okay, it's not that bad. All right. Am I only playing Emberstern Raider because it's a demon? Because that's not much of a reason. Like, if I didn't care about the demon synergies, this would be a pretty lousy effect. Well, it's that plus reanimation. It's like, it's reasonable, but it's not great. I'm not going to cut any ramp. I could probably afford to cut some of the demons. All right, let's cut Tainted Pact. Let's cut Dress Down. Sink into Stupor, maybe? It's reasonable. Let's cut... I've got 4 looting effects. Okay, let's cut Raider. Let's keep the counter spells. Let's keep... Be'lakor deals that damage to any target, right? Yeah. I'd say Devil is kind of a demon, but okay, Watsy? Yeah. If they turn cephalids into octopi, they can turn devils into demons. Oh, did they turn cephalids into octopi? Aha! I was not aware of that. Alright, I don't want to cut the reanimation. I don't want to cut the counter spells. Lands are good. We're not cutting any of those. Ramp's good. We're not cutting that. Stacks. We don't, strictly speaking, need Dothy Voidwalker. It isn't particularly doing anything in this deck, so let's get rid of that. Bowmasters is not even really necessary here either. We can cut Bowmasters. By getting rid of Bowmasters, it also means we have fewer creatures that get nerfed by Heartless Summoning. And then what do we got on our tutor front? So some of these cards say non-legend, so unmarked and persist. But I do think we have some non-legendary demons, but it's not like a ton of them. All right, let's sort by type so we can see all of our demons. So what are our worst demons? So Bloodletter is probably not that great because it's just a beatdown card. So we can get rid of that. And then this one cares about instants and sorceries, right? How many of those do we even have? We have 27. And they're reasonable. Although it's at random, but that's fine. You also only get it back on upkeep, so you have to wait. This one's not particularly great. That's on the chopping block. Sovereign, Lord of Change. Also, we've got a lot of demons that draw us cards. This one's one of the more expensive ones. Oppo Agent is fine. Ortheon, we're keeping that. Throne. Balrog of Moria is, like, because the trigger is on death, it means that mostly this is just a big beater, which I don't particularly care about. Yeah, all right, let's cut Balrog of Moria, and then let's cut the Tzeentch. So we got 18 creatures, 16 of which are demons, plus the commander. And we also have the Ritual Chamber, which makes a demon. So we got to cut 2 cards. I don't think we even need, like, 16 demons. We can probably use fewer of them, although it means that the more we go down, the less likely it is that we can loot our demons away and then reanimate them. But that's okay. Bloodthirster sometimes looks like an 18-6 for 6 mana if you're doing more beatdown style. Bloodthirster. Deals combat damage to player untap it. After this combat phase, there's an initial combat phase. Can't attack a player. It is already attacked this turn. So it's not really, because you're attacking different people. Yeah, I considered this one, and I don't think it's that great. All right. 2 cards gotta go. So the cards that I would be looking to cut are probably redundant effects that we don't necessarily need. So, like, the cards that I'm looking at as the most probable cuts are Snuff Out, Dark Ritual, 1 to 2 of the demons, potentially Lord of Change. Careful Study is another consideration. And possibly Fire Covenant. Those would be the things I'm looking at. Because they're mostly like redundant effects that we already have. Why are we doing Citadel if our average mana cost is 23? Because Citadel is just stupidly good. Although, considering... So normally Citadel gets paired with Grey Merchant so that you can recoup. And in this deck, the only life gain we have is, what, Valgavoth? So yeah, the deck probably doesn't want Citadel. You're right about that. Let's get rid of that. Consecrated Sphinx, good at punishing opponent's Rhystic Study. Yeah, but Consecrated Sphinx, we have so much card draw already and so many cards that are expensive already. I think we're good, yeah. So we cut Citadel, and that leaves us with one more thing to cut. Fire Covenant is kind of trash. Oh, it is not, sir. Fire Covenant's great. All right, I don't think I can afford to cut Careful Study because we do rely pretty heavily on this reanimation plan. So with that said, this deck also really, really wants black mana. I'm thinking maybe I want to swap Charcoal Diamond for one of the other ramp spells. Do we have anything that cares about artifacts in this deck? I don't think so. I meant with Citadel, Fire Covenant is great, but with the Citadel, it's not. Intuition? We don't have Intuition, right? Voluntary, yeah, too expensive. All right, I kind of want more. Let's put Charcoal Diamond back in the deck. We got a lot of black pips on stuff, and we kind of want a little bit more ramp. And with that, so let's cut Snuff out. And how many demons are we at? 18 minus 2, 16. I wouldn't want to go less than 15 demons. This is where it starts to get tough, where it's like you got to cut down to the... You got to cut the 101st and 102nd card. How many of our creatures are non-legends, by the way, so I can really examine how valuable Unmarked and Persist are? So of the creatures that we have, so we have 18 of them, how many are legends? And I guess I also have to consider this in the context of reanimation. So like Ragavan, even if it wasn't a legend, I would never reanimate this. So legends are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can only reanimate 8 of our creatures with Persist. Why do we have Liquimetal Torque? Just for ramp. But it is the worst ramp spell in our deck right now. Opposition isn't a demon either. Yeah, but it's a good card. Not all of our creatures have to be demons. Okay, so of the cards that Unmarked and Persist can actually get back, which ones am I really happy to reanimate? Because I'm guessing kind of none of them, right? Herald, I definitely almost never want to reanimate. Infernal Sovereign, I would be fine reanimating. Lord of Change is acceptable. Roaming Throne, maybe. Probably not, though. Runescarred's fine. So, like, 3. Okay, what if we just get rid of Persistent on Markgrave? Where's Persist? And then that means we can bring one thing back. So, bring back Dress Down. All right, so that's 100. All right, that is 100. So we've got our Be'lakor Demon Tribal deck, where we are trying to ramp into our big demons or loot them away and then reanimate them. So we have our 18 ramp spells. We could play more potentially. I think we're going to cap out at like 20 though, because I don't think there's really much more after this that we can play if we wanted to add more back in. We've got our looting spells, Careful, Faithless, Frantic Search. We have our, where's our reanimation? We have our reanimation spells, which is Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, Necromancy, and Reanimate. So we've got 4 reanimation spells. We've got Tutors to find what we need. Entomb to put stuff directly into the graveyard. We have a little package of removal and counter spells in order to be able to interact with opponents, along with 3 sweepers. And then we have all of our demons, most of which are card draw spells, but some of which are also just like big beatdown guys. And then our commander itself can be a card draw spell depending on how many demons we have. And it always will at least draw 1 card because of itself. And then if we play more demons after Be'lakor, we get to Pandemonium stuff. So yeah, the cards that I would put on the, like, not sure how good they actually are in this deck category are Dark Ritual, Necro, Varagoth. I'm kind of dubious on how good it is as a tutor. What else? Some of the ramp spells maybe could be swapped for other ramp spells. And then we've got... yeah, that's pretty much it. Demon of Dark Schemes might also not be that good. So, do we have a Razaketh line in here? Because we have Razaketh in the deck, right? Where is Razaketh? It should be in Tutors, right? Or is it just a combo piece? Yeah. So, Razaketh... I guess technically it's a tutor, but it's more of a combo card. So we've got Razaketh, but I don't think there's a specific creature line that we can tutor for that wins the game. What is the Razaketh combo? I know there's a bunch of them. Razaketh. So the fact that it's multiple cards doesn't matter. So let's see. You need to have Beacon of Tomorrow's, Ophiomancer, Palisage. There's a lot of them. So basically, you want a extra turn spell that goes back into your deck, and then you want 1 creature token per turn that you can keep sacking to go grab the extra turn spell. So that's one of the ways to do it. I assume they're all going to roughly follow the same pattern, or they're going to, like, have a loop where you can just keep sacking things to drain out your opponents. Yeah, I don't particularly feel the need to add in any of these just because we're playing Razaketh, although we could, but I'm not going to. Thoughts on Winter Misanthropic Guide? Winter... might build something with him, seems sweet. Oh yeah, is he the... I looked at him and thought he was kind of crappy, but let me just look at it again just to make sure. Jund, Ward 2, 3, 4. Beginning of your upkeep, each player draws 2 cards. Delirium... each opponent's max hand size is equal to 7 minus the number of those cards. So, 3 or less, basically. I don't like him because the your opponents draw 2 extra cards. I mean, it's not until your upkeep, so technically you see your cards before your opponents do. But if you think about it, you're drawing your opponents 6 cards to your 2, which means you're outpacing your opponents 3 times ahead of where you are. And then by the time you even get Winter down, it's possible that your opponents can just dump every card that they draw down to whatever the hand size limit is. And that's if you get Delirium online in the first place. He's just Turgid at home? Yeah. So he doesn't look that good to me, and even if he is good, he also looks kind of miserable to play against. Like, if this commander is actually functioning the way it's intended to and you have Delirium online, I think he's either bad or not fun to play against. All right. So yeah, that's Be'lakor. So we've got basically, it seems like the number one plan is to loot a giant demon into the graveyard and then reanimate it to try to win the game, preferably a demon that draws cards. Or you can just take the long route of playing ramp spells and then eventually just playing a bunch of huge demons or playing Be'lakor and just beating down your opponents until you win. Are there any demons where playing a dress down would be like a significant negative? Obviously, it would strip the abilities off of... So presumably you're doing this during an opponent's turn. Like they play a thing in response, you dress down, and then your demon abilities are shut off. The only demons that I think that matters for are there's Valgavoth, Unshackled. I guess Valgavoth's stacks ability kind of matters, but not really. It's like those two, Kothafed... But, like, it's not that big of a deal. I think it's probably fine. It also shuts off your own Oppo agent, I guess. All right, I think that, yeah, that's going to do it. That's Be'lakor. So we can add this to our EDH decks. All right. And now moving on, we have, for the daughter of the supporter, Xolatoyac, the Smiling Flood. There's a Simic commander. It's a 6-mana creature. And it's whenever Xolatoyac, the Smiling Flood, enters the battlefield or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. That land is an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. At the beginning of your end step, untap each permanent you control with a counter on it. So a couple of things going on here. So there's obviously two directions you can take this. One is the island matters for some reason, and the other one is you want to untap all of your permanents that have counters on them, which the easiest thing to do is find lands or mana rocks that start with counters, so you can just keep untapping them every turn. You could also do things like, because you can make your opponent's lands islands, it's not spreading seas, they still retain their other types, but you can, like, give your stuff island walk, I guess, which doesn't sound great, but that is a direction you can take this in. Or you make your own lands islands, and then you play High Tide or something. Like, I doubt that's the direction you take it in, but that's, like, another option. Probably the more efficient thing to do is the counters untaps your stuff part. One Ring is goated in this deck. It is, and it's not going to be in it because they have that price limit. So the same restrictions that apply to the previous deck are going to apply to this one, which is anything goes, but no card can be like $100+. Also, specifically, the supporter who asked me to build this, he asked me to build it for his daughter, and he said he wanted the deck to skew towards like cutesy creatures. So that is going to be one of the things that we're going to try to do. We're going to try to find more powerful cutesy creatures to add into the deck. So to begin with, you can run all the Dice Factory cards. Yeah. So let us go ahead and just right off the bat, let's start with the EDH starter kit. Let's start with 2-color mana bases. And then after that, I don't think we're adding anything. Potentially we want protection so that Xolatoyac doesn't die, which can take the form of protection or counter spells. So let's add all of that to the deck. And then I think that's all that matters. So sort by type and tags. All right, let's cut all the stuff that doesn't fit. So there's obviously fetch lands that are off color that we don't want to play. So Mesa, Bloodstained, and what's the last one? Black and white, so Marsh Flats. The Cradle is obviously too expensive, so let's get rid of that. Certain kinds of protection we don't care about, so let's get rid of Xantid, Turn Aside. Let's see, Intervene. Yeah, Intervene can go. We're a blue deck ourselves, so let's get rid of Dosan and City of Solitude and Defense Grid. We'll come back to this. I'm probably not going to play all these cards. Let's get rid of Fierce Guardianship. Yeah. And let's see. Force of Negation, that can go. Flare of Denial, that can go. Pact, that's going. We're not going to be a super combo out deck. Run Ring's too expensive, so that's going. I'm going to move this into the considering pile, just in case they decide to play One Ring. Lightning Greaves, that's okay. Moldrifter's a cute fish. It is a cute fish. Get the man Bill in there. The man Bill. I do not know who you're referring to. Force of Will's not 100, right? Yeah, okay, it's not. Muddle the Mixture. We're not going to run this. This deck also seems like it's going to be going for a while. We need to hit our 6 mana commander, and then on top of that, it needs to stick around and, like, generate value by untapping things. So probably the taxing counter spells are not going to be good in this deck, so we're not going to want Spell Pierce or Miscast. So those can go. We're probably going to have enough blue sources that if we wanted to run Negate, we can just run Counterspell instead. I'm not sure that we even want to, though. So that's possibly going to get cut. What else do we have? Rift. We have a lot of ramp. Monovault's going. Mox Diamond's going. Mox Opal's going. And then we're left with all of this, which is fine. If we cut down on the number of artifacts we have, we can run Collect Roof as a stacks piece. That could be interesting. Grizzly Bill. He's actually just okay. Misread the Fernland is dropping a land. Is this a Nadu deck? Oh, wait. Okay. All right. Is this all? I don't think there's anything that's above budget here, right? So let's look at text. Force of Will 75, but that's, oh yeah, Ancient Tomb. This is not correct. It's not, Ancient Tomb is not 110. I don't know why it says it is. Tropical Island. Okay, yeah, that goes. Forgot about that. And then there's nothing else, right? Yeah, okay. So we're priced. We're good on price. Back to stacks. And then we're not at 95 cards. We're way under that, right? Yeah, 75. Okay. Stacks isn't cute. Chrome Mox is over. Oh, it is? Yeah, Chrome Mox is over, right? Yeah, okay, let's get rid of Chrome Mox. Yeah. So before we get to... The cute critters is going to be the last thing we add to the deck. So, let's look for... Type each permanent you control with a counter on it. Okay, so let's look for lands that have counters on them. So EDH format, ID is Simic, type land, and contains counter in the text. So I know some of them is like what? There's Graft lands, Blast Zone. We also need something to do with our lands, right? So we're going to want like flash speed threats or other things that we can do at instant speed. But yeah, let's just add to that. So Blast Zone. There's a whole cycle of the counter lands. Oh yeah, so there's like the Vivid lands we can't run except the green and blue one, and they enter tapped. So that's not great, but we can try for that. Let's see. We want lands that enter with counters. So we don't want to have to pay to put counters on them. Like, I guess technically. Crucible's a Spirit Dragon. Yeah, there's like all the storage lands. There's the depletion lands. I don't think we want to run those. Enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. Move a shield counter from Diamond City onto target creature. Activate only if 2 or more creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Sure. Diamond City. Depletions would be good, except they suck because they go away. Well... We could be a proliferate deck. The wheels are turning. Put a plus 1 counter on it. Gemstone Mine, I guess, kind of also falls into that category, but I don't think we can proliferate Gemstone Mine enough for that not to be a problem. The Fallout Proliferate Storm card. Mycosynth Lattice plus Power Conduit equals Big Brain. Radstorm. Gemstone Caverns technically has a counter on it if you start the game with it. Add 1 mana of any color. If that mana is spent on a multicolored creature spell, the creature enters the battlefield with a +1 counter. Yeah, I'm not psyched about that one. Put a +1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery and only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. These do not seem great. Hickory Woodlot, on the other hand. So if we were going to play the depletion lands, we would need a ton of proliferate cards because we cannot afford to run lands that die after 2 activations if we don't have an absolute gargantuan amount of proliferate cards. And while I think proliferate could be a theme that we add to the deck, I don't think we could possibly add enough proliferate cards to justify that. Storage counter lands. They're not great though. I don't think full dive into proliferate is worth it with the commander. Yeah, I don't think so either. I also really don't want to run lands that enter tapped just because they have counters on them. You may have Mariposa Military Base enter the battlefield tapped. If you do, you get 2 rad counters. What do the rad counters even do again? I don't remember. At the beginning of your pre-combat main, if you have any rad counters, mill that many cards. For each non-land card milled this way, you lose 1 life on a rad counter. What? Yeah, okay. We get the rad counters, the land doesn't. So yeah, we're not doing that. Mirrodin's Core is decent. It's a land that can tap immediately and we can put a counter on it, so sure. Mirrodin's Core. Nesting Grounds, move a counter from target permanent you control into another target permanent. That's interesting. Nesting Grounds. This is a lot of colorless lands, though. Oh, another thing is if we're not playing Tropical Island, then the amount of our lands that can actually be found off of 3 Visits and Nature's Lore and Farseek are pretty minimal. We can what? We can find Breeding Pool and then the basic forest / island if it's Farseek. So that's 2. We'd have to run like a Surveil land or something to play those. I think we're better off just not playing those. So let's cut 3 Visits, Nature's Lore, and Farseek. And then we still have 17 ramp sources. Oh, Simic Signet isn't in here. Simic Signet. There we go. Anyway, did I add that? It's Nesting Grounds, right? Yeah, I did. Novagen, no. But it puts one counter on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel. Our commander's a salamander, right? Yeah. Opal Palace, no. Horn Reef, no. Storage counter land. I don't want my lands entering tapped even if I could put counters on them. Tendo Icebridge enters with a counter. Tendo Icebridge. And then... yes, let's cut Vista and Reflecting Pool can stay, and then these all have to be tagged as lands. So, land, 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 land. And you know what? We should probably tag everything with counters on them too. So, counters. And then, what was the other ones? Core. Nesting Grounds. This one technically doesn't have a counter on it. It just moves counters, but I guess we'll tag it with counters anyway. And then Tendo. Oh, Urza Saga also has counters on it. Nothing else does, right? Let's see. I think we're kind of overkill on the protection here. We can cut Misdirect, slip out the back. Spellskite can go. Destiny Spinner can go. Yeah, alright. So we're decent on that front. Let's get rid of Quick Reflexes as well. And then back to our land search. Enters with 2 oil counters. Remove an oil counter, put an oil counter on target artifact or creature. The Monumental Facade. Land counters. Seed Core. Add 1 amount of the color, spend this only to cast Phyrexian creature spell. Corrupted. Okay, that's not what we want. Put a charge counter on the Throne of McKindy. Remove a charge counter at 2 only for kicked spells. I don't know. How many colorless lands are we playing? Because it's going to be a lot when we're all said and done here. And we also got to cut some of our lands so we're not playing this many lands. Check lands are garbage. We can remove that. We can also remove... How many lands can we fetch with our fetches? Breeding Pool. A basic. That's it. Oh, let's add Yavimaya because we are playing a bunch of colorless lands. So let's at least have a way to make them not colorless. 36 lands. That's quite a lot. Sink into Stupor can maybe go... Nah, I'm not getting rid of that. Alright, it's fine. And then, what else do we have? Did I add Throne of McKindy? Throne of McKindy. It's kind of bad, though, because we have to pay to put the counter on it. Whereas, like, the other ones just come in with counters, right? Where's our counters? Enters with a counter. You put a counter on it, but you don't have to pay for it. This one moves a counter. This one enters with a counter. This one enters with counters. There's a Saga enters with counters. I'll add that to considering. So, Throne of McKindy. Considering. Alright, what else we got? Add blue, put a time counter on Trenzalore. Trenzalore. Remove 12 time counters and exile it. Shelf your graveyard and hand in your library. Draw 7. Activate only if you control Time Lord. Well, we don't care about this part. We care about a land that adds a color that has a counter on it. Alright, so Trenzalore. Trenzalore. And then this is a land and has counters. Turn Timber does not. Tyrite puts counters on other things. Puts counters on things. Kind of interesting. Vastwood Fort. Probably not playing that, but I'll at least add it to considering. And then there's the Vivid lands, which are not great. I don't want my lands entering tap, but I'll just say Vivid Creek and Vivid Grove. And we will add those to the considering pile. So add to considering, add to considering. All right. So that's all the lands. Now we want cards that have counters that also have tap abilities. So is not a land, says counter, also has tap in the ability. We're probably going to get a lot of results here. 249. That's not too bad. Bounce land, so you get double mana on untap, but we need a way to put the counter on the bounce land. Like, that's the issue. So we're mainly looking for things that already have counters and that also then, like, do other stuff. Okay, so somebody mentioned Power Conduit earlier. Remove a counter from permanent control, put a charge counter on target artifact, put some counter on target creature. From a permanent. Yeah, that's probably worth having. So Power Conduit. And we'll add that to the counters list. So we need ways, potentially, of moving counters around, but we also want... Okay, so we can move counters like onto our lands or our mana dorks is like the obvious place to go, so that we can, or mana rocks, so that we can keep untapping them. But then we still need flash speed because we still need something to actually do with all that mana. So like, it's the Seedborn Muse effect where like Seedborn Muse is good, but you actually need like flash stuff to actually play out. You can't just say, well, my land's untapped. You have to then be able to do stuff with that. But right now, let's just focus on the enablers. So we've got 249. All right, so in order to differentiate the counters from counter spells, let's exclude the phrase counter target. And that ought to, okay, reduce some of it. Soul Cauldron seems like a good add. So it puts the counters on creatures, which is decent. So yeah. All right, so Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Where did that add it to? A combo piece, yeah. And then say counters. Alondo, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand, and put a number of time counters on the card that you're exiling, right? Okay, so that doesn't matter. Aether Vial is way too slow. This doesn't matter. Animation Module, whenever one or more +1 counters are put on a permanent and 3 mana to add. No, we're not doing that. Remove all +1 counters and put +1 counters. There's also like Forgotten Ancient that moves counters around, right? So there's Forgotten Ancient. So this doesn't specifically tap, but what it does do is it moves counters to all of our other creatures. So we can go like play Forgotten Ancient, bunch of spells get cast, it gets a bunch of counters. Upkeep, move the counters onto as many creatures as we can, and then we get to untap them. So counters. And then, yeah, instead of our traditional 2 mana ramp, what we could do is play ramp like mana dork creatures that have counters on them. So Armed Scrap Gorger. We remove the counters, right? Whenever it becomes tapped, exile. As long as 3 more counters. We're going to put an oil counter on it. So it gets the counter a turn slower than I'd like, but it's still fine. So Armored Scrap Gorger. I don't want to play 3 mana rocks. Baku Altar. No 3 mana rocks. Biophagus. Add 1 mana. If this mana is meant to cast a creature, the creature enters with a +1 counter on it. Not really for that one. Can run Core Tapper, but it doesn't do much without something that needs charge counters. Yeah, that's... Core Tapper is tap, add a charge counter, right? Like, that's fine, but we need to have artifacts. It'll probably be further along in here. Bow of Nylea, we don't care about that. Cathedral Acolyte. Each creature you control with a counter on it has Ward 1. Put a +1 counter on target creature that entered the battlefield this turn. That's not good. Channeler Initiate has counters on it, but it removes the counters. And then once you remove all the counters, it can't activate anymore. Although, it is part of infinite combos with Devoted Druid, so there's potential there. Do we have Devoted Druid in here already? We don't. Devoted Druid does also put counters on itself, right? Yeah, Devoted Druid. And this has counters. And then Channeler Initiate. Where did that go? Down here. Ramp and counters. And that creates a combo with Soul Cauldron where you can put the counter on Devoted Druid. Oh, wait, no, because then... Yeah, right? Because you go... Because the counters are going to cancel each other. So you go, Channeler Initiate's in your graveyard, exile it with Soul Cauldron. put a +1 counter on Devoted Druid. And then you would have to... You're never going to be in a position where you can remove counters, right? Because then... Yeah, that's a problem. You can never have both counters on it at the same time. So you go Devoted Druid using the Chandler Initiate ability. Well, you don't have a -1 counter on it if you've used Soul Cauldron. So it has a +1 counter on it. Then you go activate the -1 ability. You immediately put the -1 counter on it. It cancels the +1 counter. Devoted Druid untaps, but then you can't activate it again. I could have sworn there was a combo that involved combining Devoted Druid with Chandler Initiate. We'll look that up in a bit when we're done with this part. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack a token if you do put an acorn counter. Squirrels you control get +1. Create a squirrel token. This is good if we have untapping, but Xolatoyac only untaps our things once, right? Whenever it enters or attacks, put the counter on it at the beginning of your end step untap. So you don't, it's not Seedborn. You don't get to keep doing it. Although considering that we're already going down this path, we probably do want to play Seedborn. And then, since we're doing that, we do need flash stuff. So let's add Alchemist's Refuge to the mana base. This is a land. All right. Next up, what else do we got here? All the Clockwork cards suck. We can skip past all of that. Coalition Relic technically jumps us, and then we can keep putting the charge counters on it. So that might be the 1/3 mana rock that's actually worth it. So, Coalition Relic. And that automatically get dumps into here. Let's add the counters to that. Move the counters. Contagion class puts the counters on the creature. Not on it. Alright, there's Core Tapper. I don't think I really want it. Crystalline Crawler. Enters the battlefield +1 counter for each color spent to cast it. Remove a +1 counter, add 1. Tap to put a +1 counter on it. So it's entering with 2. Potentially more if you have rainbow lands like City of Brass. And then you go remove put. So you can remove and put 1 per turn with the untap trigger off Xolatoyac. Probably not that great. Trilobite is part of combos. I don't think we want that either, though. This requires collecting evidence, so we're going to run out of it. What else do we have? Cytoplast Manipulator is interesting, but you need to protect it, and that's a dubious proposition. Dragon Horde. This requires a dragon to trigger it in the first place, though, which we don't have. All right, moving on. Elemental's Palette. Whenever you cast a spell with X, no. Chalice. Yeah, okay, so let's add Chalice to our list. Chalice has counters. Ever-flowing Chalice. Enters. Add X of any color where X is the number of counters on it. So we spend 4 mana. It enters tapped. We can't do anything with it. Next turn, we can tap to add counters. That just strikes me as way too slow. Kraj technically can go in this deck, but I don't think we want that either. Add 1 mana, put an Omen counter on it. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 3 Omens, transform it into a... Beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add 1 mana of any color. It's alright. Ghost Vacuum does not put the counter on itself, so that doesn't count. Glistening Sphere also does not get the counter on itself. Move an oil, scry one. No, we don't care about that. Goldberry. Move a counter of each kind not on Goldberry from another target, from another permanent you control onto Goldberry. Move one or more counters from Goldberry and another target permanent you control if you do draw a card. Okay, so we play this 2-mana creature. It enters, it does nothing. We wait a turn. It's back to our turn. We have a counter on something else. We go tap, move the counter onto Goldberry, end step Xolotyac, untaps Goldberry, tap it. We need to move multiple counters onto it for this to be useful, because then we tap it again, we move one counter from it to something else to draw a card, and then we can keep untapping it. So this is a really, really slow draw engine that also requires our commander to be in play. That doesn't seem very good. Gorman's Talent. During your turn, artifacts you control are foods. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn. So not this one, but Innkeeper's Talent might be worthwhile, since it just puts the counter on our guy at the beginning of combat. Gwenna. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, put a +1. Okay, so this is perfect for our deck. It adds 2 mana that we need for Xolotyac, and then by casting Xolotyac, we get a counter on it. So, Gwenna. Ramp counters. Gyre Sage requires that we evolve it. And it doesn't tap for anything before we do, so I don't really want it. Hangerback is also super, super slow. I don't really care about that. Grafted Growth requires that we have something else that matters. When it dies, blah, blah, blah. We're not doing that. Whenever another creature dies, no, we don't care about that. Whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on this. Add X where X is its power. But it specifically requires us to be playing a bunch of humans. So no. Oh yeah, Ice Cauldron. I don't think, as funny as that is, that there's anything we can do with that. Create a 1/1 or a 0/1 whenever another Eldrazi you control dies. No, put a +1 counter on each elf. Incubation Druid is probably the kind of thing that we want. It's a land, right? Not basic. Okay. Incubation Druid. Counters. Add 1, exile. You may cast dinosaur creatures from among cards you exiled with it. If you cast a spell this way, it enters with a finality counter. No. Enters with a number of suspect counters on it equal to the greatest number of creatures. Remove a suspect counter, draw. So it's 4 to draw the first card. No. When you spend this mana to cast a dragon, that's also a no. Jeweled Amulet. I mean, by the time you cast Xolotyac, it's not even good anymore. So no. Jiong. Kami. We want the cards to already have the counters. So we don't care about any of that. Jugon defends the temple, gives us a ramp card, and then puts counters on stuff. And then what does it turn into? Exile and return it as flying. Whenever another creature enters, you may pay X. When you do put X counters on it, as long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, it gets +5/+5. This one's all right. No. Jugon defends. Ramp and counters. Exile the top card. If it's a land, put it in your hand. Otherwise, put a study counter on. You gotta pay 5. What's the blue side do? No. It doesn't transform, right? It just is double-sided. Yeah. Next. Beginning of your upkeep, you may put a petal counter on Lotus Blossom. Sack at X, where X is the number of petal counters on it. No. Magistrate's Scepter. So we only get to untap it once, which means that we're never in a position where we can activate 3 times to keep taking infinite turns, which means we automatically have to combo it with something else, so I don't think that's worth it. Marwyn, we do run a number of elves. It's not all of our creatures, though. We can ignore Marwyn. Lux Cannon is got the same problem as Magistrate Scepter. Xolatoyac only puts the counter on lands, right? Put a flood counter on target land. Yeah, okay. Midnight Clock. It's 3 to put a counter on it. Beginning of each upkeep, put a counter on it. Okay, so it automatically puts the counter on it. When the 12th hour is put on it, wheel. And you have to do it. Yeah, that's fine. Midnight Clock. Ramp counters. Put a music counter. Oh, cumulative upkeep. That's interesting. Put a music counter on target creature. If it doesn't have, at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy this creature unless you pay 1 for each music counter on it against that ability. No. Add blue for each counter on it. Spend this mana only to cast non-creature spells, and it has Undying, so it doesn't inherently put counters on itself, so we're going to ignore that. Enters with counters, then you got to remove the counters, so no. Arachi Hatchery, too expensive for what it's trying to do. Ozolith. I don't think we really want to go the Hardened Scales route. Tap land. Choose target battle. No. We already added Power Conduit. Prize Pig. Whenever you gain life, put that many ribbons on it. We don't have anything that gains life, or if we do, it's not enough for the deck to justify this. I guess if we have even one thing that gains life, it makes it better than other 2 mana ramp cards. But blue and green, I don't think we have a single thing in here that gains us life. So let's move on from that. All right. Enters with counters on it. We don't care. Ratchet Bomb, definitely don't care. Reckoner, Bankbuster. Also pretty darn slow. Turn target creature with a counter on it to its owner's hand. When you give your upkeep, put a night counter on Ring. Then it has 8 or more night counters on it. Remove all of them and create basically 8 copies of this. Okay. Replicating Ring. That's definitely on the worst end of the cards we can play, but it's all right. Riptide, Rishkar is basically, what was the one that we added that was a green card that put counters on things? Jugon. Rishkar is essentially that. Rishkar. Pima Renegade. Ramp counters. All right. Fireplace. Enters tapped with a time counter on it. Add an amount of colors equal to the time counters and 4 tap time travel. So it's also a ramp card that has a counter on it, which is all right. For each suspended card, each permanent with a time counter on it, you may add or remove. Rotating Fireplace. We're probably going to wind up cutting a lot of this stuff, but let's just go ahead and add it all for now. Runati. Whenever you cast a creature spell 5 or greater, that creature enters with an additional X counters on it, where X is its mana value. Creatures control 3 or more counters on them have a haste, but this itself doesn't have the counters. All right. Skola, Seance Board. Discard creature with mana value X from a graveyard. Shriekhorn, all the shrines. There's all the graft creatures. Hey, yeah, why wasn't... shouldn't Llanowar Reborn have been on the list of lands with counters on them? Or did that not appear because the +1 counter appears in the reminder text of the graft? So I don't forget. Graft. Song of Frailes, Spell Satchel. This runs out of counters, so not that one. Put a point counter on Strixhaven. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, remove a point counter. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, put a point counter on Strixhaven. Then if it has 10 or more point counters on it, remove them all, and that player loses the game. The player that you hit. Okay. Sure. Strixhaven Stadium. Ramp and counters. We're not using those. We're not using any of that. Put an oil counter on it. Tap, activate only if it has 2 or more oil counters on it. So you go play this. It's not a ramp spell and requires the Zhulodock and play. Draw a card only. Activate this if it has 5 or more oil counters on it. That's not very good. The problem is that we need Zhulodock in play to make this actually good. Landfall, whenever land enters, you may get 2 rads. Put target land in a graveyard that was milled this turn onto the battlefield? No. Tender Wild Guide. Add 1 mana and tap, put a +1 counter on this dude. Sure. Tender Wild. Is ramp counters. Now it's just taken the Animus. You round step exile to one target legendary card from a graveyard with a memory counter on it. Tap until your next turn target legendary control becomes a copy of target creature in exile with a memory counter on it. Activate as a sorcery. Nah. Great Henge. We need high power creatures, which I don't think we're going to have enough of for this to work, so we can ignore that. Whenever you untap 1 or more permanents during your untap step, put that many time counters on it. 2-tap, double the number of time counters on it. So what's the math on this? It needs 1,000 counters. So we have this, and then we need to untap. If we have Zhulodock in play, we get to use it twice, right? Twice a turn. It's also a saga target, indeed. So let me work our way backwards. So 1,000. So 500 is the first activation. 250. Then it would be 125. Then 60. What is that? 62 and a half. So not exactly. So like 63. Then 30 something. Then 15. 7 or 8. 8, let's say. And when we untap this, whenever you untap 1 or more permanents, so we're going to have enough that we can probably get to like 4 and then activate it once. So we need probably somewhere around 7 or 8 activations before this actually wins the game. When does it trigger? Just when it gets the counters. Okay. 7 or 8 activations, which gets cut in half with Zhulodock. This seems like exactly the kind of card the deck wants. The Millennium Calendar. So it's a counters card, and it's... I mean, it's not a combo card. It's more like a win condition, but... Yeah, okay, I'll just say it's a counters card, so save that. That's a great ad for the deck. The Moment. Beginning, time counter, untap target creature. No. Obviously the One Ring, but it runs into their budget issue. Enters the battlefield with a page counter on it. Whenever your commander enters or attacks, put a page counter on it. Remove a page counter. Tome of Legends is exactly what we want. Tome of Legends. We already have it under card draw, so let's just add counters to that. Transmog Wand, don't care. Trigons, we don't care. Twitching Doll adds counters to itself, so let's do that. Twitching Doll. Ramp counters. You never end step if a face-down creature entered under your control. No. No. Whenever Player casts a spell with no mono spent counter. That's... Okay, yeah, so that's just winding up here because of the way we worded it. I guess Yisan technically, but I don't really want to do that either. And I don't think Yisan's particularly good. All right, so that's all the counters that don't say counter target that are also not lands that have tap abilities in them. But what if we get rid of the tap abilities? We're going to get like a million more results, right? Yeah, way too many to go through. Tap and untapped. Okay. I think we've basically exhausted that line of mining. We've mined that out for all it's worth. What about the graft cards? Because technically the +1 counters appear in the reminder text and therefore don't show up when you tell it to search for counters in the text. I don't think this is going to have anything of relevance either. There's Llanowar Reborn, but it enters tapped. So I'll just say Llanowar Reborn. And I'm just going to move that to considering. Yeah, all right. I don't want any of the graft cards. All right, so what is else? There's like Born Upon a Wind. To give our stuff flash. This is way too much ramp. So let's cut all the ramp that we don't really need. Because we added a ton of ramp that has counters on them. So let's get rid of Cold Steel. Let's get rid of... I'm not getting rid of Arcane Signet. Let's get rid of... Sanctum Weaver? We probably have enough enchantments to where that's still good. Oh, this is just 10 bajillion ramp cards, eh? I would cut Channeler Initiate if it winds up that we don't have a combo with it, so let's just look that up really quick. Channeler Initiate. It's Necro, Devoted Druid, and Channeler. Why does this work? Oh, because the Necrotic Ooze has the counter? So... Alright, so how does the steps of the combo work exactly? Tap, add green, untap, give it a -1 counter. Tap and remove... Okay, so the reason it works with Necrotic is because it just has the abilities, whereas Agatha's Soul Cauldron, it doesn't work. Because it needs to have the counter on it in the first place. Soul Cauldron is... Is it any counters, or does it have to be +1? Creatures you control with +1 counters on them have all activated abilities. Yeah, so that doesn't work. Are all of the... So you need Experiment Crotch for this one. What about Marvin? Wouldn't Marvin work for this? But you need... So you would need in play Marvin, Channeler, and Devoted Druid. That doesn't seem very good. Alright, so let's get rid of Channeler Initiate. Boy, this is a lot of ramp. Talisman of Curiosity. Simic Signet. I feel like those are still just going to be better than the 3 mana ones, even if the 3 mana ones have counters on them. But I don't know, we're playing to a theme here. How many blue permanents do we even have in this deck? Not many. We also have too many lands. We have too many lands and too many ramp cards. Now let's add these back. And let's get rid of some of the ones that are like not so great. Strixhaven can win the game, so let's keep that one. The Fireplace, on the other hand, is pretty bad. It enters tapped, and its ability in this deck is only relevant for itself. take that out. Coalition Relic is not great either. Let's take that out. Replicating Ring's interesting. Are there enough forests to run the Arbor Elf Utopia Sprawl? That is a good question. We have Forest Yavimaya, 7 fetches. So, breeding pool. So 10 of our lands are forests, technically. We may not. Yeah, all right, so let's get rid of Arbor Elf. Let's get rid of Utopia Sprawl. Let's also go ahead and get rid of Reflecting Pool because we need to cut lands already, and a number of our lands are colorless. So let's just get rid of that. All right, 37 lands. What can go? What are our worst lands? We do need, like, the fact that we have all these colorless lands also means we need dual lands more than ever. Lorien revealed, that can go. Let's see. Sink into Stupor. We can cut that, I guess. Eh, it's fine. We'll keep that. Rejuvenating, Delta. Right, we're down to 36. And this is just way, way too much ramp. Arcane, Armored Scrap Gorger. So we have to wait a turn. That's fine. Carpet, Devoted Druid, Elf. Chalice, Felwar. Jugon's Defense of the Temple is basically Rishkar. Let's move on from here. I might want to... Simic and Talisman just for the room. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So let's leave that as is. And then we've got a lot of things with counters on them. Actually, it's so many to the point where I don't even think I want these labeled with this anymore. I thought I would want this labeled because, like, you need to see all the cards that have counters on them that care, but there's so many of them that I don't even think it matters. So let's just take this off of all of them. I wish there was a way you could do this in bulk, like, that you didn't have to do this one at a time, but oh well, what can you do? Oh, so I guess this just will not have any tags on it, that's fine. You know what? The nesting grounds might be a thing that we don't want because it doesn't inherently have a counter on it. It just lets us move a counter from one thing to another thing. Let's add that to just the considering pile. Power Conduit might be the same way. Like, it feels like most of the time the stuff that has the counters also has the tap ability. And that we don't need stuff to move counters around. No, that's not true. I would want to move counters onto lands. If something had multiple counters on it, I would want to move one of the counters to a land. But it seems like also most of the things we have a counter. Some have two, but not all of them. Actually, it lets us keep Saga going forever. Yeah, okay. Let's add Nesting Grounds back. Anything where it eventually runs out of counters and then stops doing the thing makes the Nesting Grounds and Power Conduits better. did we go? All right. So I'm kind of at a loss as to what to add next. So this is the point where we move to EDH Rec. So Xolatoyac. And let's see what the Hive Mind has put together. So yeah, Polywog Prodigy is a thing I thought about. The fact that you untap it doesn't really matter, though. Although the fact that you can move counters to it matters. So let's do that. So Polywog Pro. Let's see what else. Yeah, Innkeeper's Talent. I don't know why that one got overlooked, because it doesn't have a tap ability. That's why. That one's close, but I don't think we want it. Flood of Mars. Island Walk. Whenever the Flood of Mars attacks, put a flood counter on another target creature or land. If its creature becomes a copy of Flood of Mars, if it's land, it becomes an island in addition. No. Island Walk with Cold-Eyed Selkie. Not particularly. Oh, Erixmathes. And then you remove the counters from it with each spell. So it goes from 4 to 6 mana and then eventually runs out. Nah. Skulker, doesn't matter. Voral, we're not doing that one. Kami would require us to play more counter movement than we have right now. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put on creature you control, put that many growths on Simic Ascendancy at the beginning of your upkeep. If it has 20 counters on it, you win. Not going to run that. Return each creature. So bounce everything without a +1 counter on it. No. Can't be blocked. Enter with counters. Proliferate, then choose any number of permanents you control that had a counter put on them. Those permanents phase out. No. Dreamtide Whale, on the other hand. I don't think we really want that either, though. I don't think Proliferate is the direction we want to go in. So mostly right now... Well, okay, let me think about this. We have a lot of cards that have counters on them. Not all of those counters are +1 counters, though. A lot of them are like oil counters. Let's look at our creatures. How many of them actually get the +1 counters on them, right? So there is not Devoted Druid. There's Ancient, Gwenna, Incubation Druid, Polywog, Rishkar, Twitching Doll, sort of, Tender Wild Guide, and Jugon. So that's only 8. And then Power Conduit and Nesting Grounds can move counters. It's pretty weak. Fathom Mage, Gyre, yeah. Whenever one or more counters are put on this creature for the first time each turn, draw a card. I know that goes with some of our cards, but how many of them does it actually go with? For the first time each turn. Ancient, Tender Wild Guide, Scrap Gorger, Devoted Druid. Like, how many of them can keep doing it? It's creatures only, right? Yeah. Again, just not a lot. Oh, do I have Sylvan Caryatid in here? We can get rid of that. Basically, what direction am I taking this in? Am I taking this in a proliferate direction? Am I taking it in a harden scales? We want all of our guys to get counters and then beat down the opponent direction. Because that could be nice, but we just don't have enough things that do that. Coma doesn't have counters on it, right? Yeah, okay. So it's just in here because... Whenever one or more counters are put on Evolution Witness, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. And the fact that we have Nesting Grounds and Power Conduit means we can move counters off of it and then keep putting more counters on it and then keep recurring things. It's kind of interesting. Evolution Witness. It's only permanents though, right? Yeah. How many times are we having permanents to go to the graveyard and then getting them back? Not many. Crisis, AC, Plax Caster. Canis is real expensive. Hexproof indestructible, prevent all the damage, proliferate. No. Counters on the creature. No, don't want to do that. So Xolatoyac was always going to be challenging because there's not a good direction to take it in terms of the power level of the card. And that's kind of the issue that we're running into. I think if I don't find a lot of cards to add here, I'm going to have to probably take it in the keep adding +1 counters to your stuff direction. Storm, proliferate. We're not being able to storm that. Slip out the back is actually an interesting protection spell because we can use it on things. Because we can protect our guy and then have it add the counter. All right, slip out the back. Where's our protection? Right here. Sylvan Safekeeper. Let's get rid of that. Do we even have removal in this deck? We've got Psych Rift, Sink, Otawara, Beseiju, Blast Zone, kind of. Force of Vigor. We need to add some removal. And then... what's a good one for hitting creatures? Kenrith's Transformation? Okay. So technically, Hullbreaker Horror would be a good add to this deck. It's a big threat with Flash that can combo to give us infinite mana, although there's nothing to do with that mana right now. Hullbreaker Horror. So normally you do the Soul Ring bounce trick, but without Mana Crypt and without the other Moxen, because we have fewer cards that can do that, but we still do have cards that can do that. What do we do once we have infinite mana? We can... If we've got Tome of Legends, we can draw our whole deck. If we have... what else? Is there any way we can use that to combo with the Millennium Calendar? It's whenever you untap one or more. So you can tap things, but you won't be able to untap them unless they specifically have an untap effect. Devoted Druid, if we're bouncing and replaying it, can't untap immediately. Walking Ballista works, also works with the Cauldron. It's also a card that has counters on it. Although untapping it doesn't matter. But that's interesting. Oh, if we have infinite spells, we can put infinite counters on Forgotten Ancient. Although we can't move them immediately. And then we can get tricksy, like, with Power Conduit, because then if that's there, we can go Power Conduit, move a counter, bounce the Conduit, play the Conduit again, bounce something else, move the counter, play that, bounce the Conduit back to our hand. So there's ways of doing it. It's just convoluted. Walking Ballista. We have the Mystical Tutor, which right now doesn't fetch that much, right? What does it fetch? It fetches all of our counter spells. It fetches Force of Vigor. It fetches... do we have 0 sorceries in this deck? Wow. Yeah, it's not great. Okay. Return. So let's do the creature tutor. So worldly tutor is the obvious one. I don't think we're going to Eldritch Evolution our way into anything. Actually, if we can infinite bounce, we can also put infinite counters on Gwenna. That only works if we have colored mana, but we can filter the colored mana. Arcane Signet makes colored, and then Felwar makes colored. Talisman and Signet make colored. Okay, so yeah, that works too. Whenever creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it counters on it, put the counters on Ozolith. Combat, do the thing. I still don't think we want that. If we're ever in a position... Well, if we have Ballista, we just cast it and for infinite and then kill them. So we don't need Ancient as part of that combo. Alright, Whenever a creature attacks, put +1 counter on each creature you control. If you have the city... So we're paying 5 to put a counter on each of our guys. I feel like we can do that for cheaper. Scales, Evolution. Inexorable Tide. Freyalise wins, really? Comes tap, put a win counter. Permanents with on it. Whenever permanents with win counters on them, don't untap. Instead, remove all the win counters from the permanents. So, basically, anytime you tap any of your permanents, they get a counter. And then Xolatoyac untaps them. And it's kind of a stacks piece, because while your guy untaps your stuff, your opponent's things don't untap. That's pretty interesting. Freyalise's... what is it? Wins. So it's kind of a stacks card, right? So it's basically like... It's basically like a static orb for your opponents that goes off every other turn, and for you is negated by having your commander out. But also, because it puts the counters on your stuff, it makes things that didn't have counters on them get counters. So that's kind of interesting. I guess I would classify this as a stacks card. It's Winter Moon-esque. Whenever a creature or land becomes tapped, put an hourglass counter on it. Permanents with an hourglass counter on them don't untap during their controllers and tap steps. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, remove all the hourglass counters from the permanents. It's creature or land. So it's the same thing, but it's not all permanents. It's creatures or lands only. Temporal Distortion. This is so interesting. Helix Pinnacle, that would be another way like the Millennium Calendar to win the game. So the Millennium Calendar requires 7 to 8 taps, which is 2 mana per tap. So it requires between 14 to 16 mana put into it in order to win the game, presumably, on average. Whereas Helix Pinnacle requires 100 mana and also doesn't go off until your upkeep. But if you're untapping all of your stuff, Millennium Calendar is like just the better version of it then. And then here's the lands. Karn's Bastion. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, and then they got Tenzalore. Facade. Novagen. Oh, Mosswort Bridge. Creatures you control have power 10 or greater. That one's more compelling. Because you can get a free spell out of it. You need 10 or more power. Xolatoyac contributes to 6 of that. I feel like most of the time it's just going to be kind of a crappy enters the battlefield tap land, though. But let's at least put it in the considering pile. So it's Mosswort Bridge. And then the blue one is not worth considering. Mosswort Bridge. Considering. Dark Depths, no. Restless Finestock, no. And then here's all the mono rocks. So we've got the Midnight Clock, the Ring. Yeah, there's the auto generator, which we opted not to use. These ones. Oh, yeah, Puzzle Box. Every roll one or more dice, put a number of charge counters, add 1 mana of any color, roll d20, remove 100, search your library for an artifact, put it onto the battlefield. Vexing, Puzzle Box. So this is a ramp card. So it's a mono rock that we untap with Xolatoyac, and then after we activate it, not 100 times because it depends on what we hit. So average, you're hitting 10. So after we activate it, an average of 10 times, we get to, what's the best, War of Invention into play. Which can't be Ballista because it dies. And we don't care about finding a mono rock. Let's cut Lightning Greaves for space. So we don't care about finding a mono rock. We care about Tome of Legends is okay. I guess it goes and finds the calendar. That's reasonable. And then here's all the lands. Yeah. Rejuvenating, Vivids. Anything that we missed while we were going through our lands. Mirrodin's, Tendo. This one doesn't have counters on it, right? Yeah. All right. So that's everything there. What's our current deck count? We are at 95 cards in the main. I feel like we're going to want to cut a bunch of things, and we also want to add cutesy animals to the deck. So, what are the best cutesy animals that we can add? Somebody had mentioned Moldrifter. We probably do want that witness card, actually. Especially gets better if we have Moldrifter now. What are other, like, cutesy animals that we can play? Let's see. We have to stay in EDH. We have to stay in Simic colors. I know Bloomborough had a bunch of them. Type creature. Oh yeah, squirrel. So I want creature types. So there's like what? Squirrels, otters, frogs. So let's say type is, well, it has to be a creature. Type is a raccoon or a squirrel or otter or frog or I guess rabbit, although I think probably all of them are not going to be in our colors, or mouse or what else? Fish? Fish, we're going to get a lot of nasty deep sea fish, though. But we'll probably also get some cute fish. What else do we have here? Otter, raccoon, squirrel. Birds. Birds are sometimes cute. Cats. Dogs. Let's go with that. How many results are we going to get? A lot. So let's sort this by EDH rec rank. Birds of Paradise we must have that already, right? In our ramp? Yes, we do. Toski? Is Toski cute? Toski. Displacer Kitten is more evil, but it's sort of cute. What are the Displacer combos? Displacer Kitten, because I know one's with Teferi, but we don't have Teferi. Eternal Witness, Pedal, Snap, ugh. Reality Chip, Top. Yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, what combos do we have already? I assume Xolatoyac doesn't have anything. Xolatoyac. Nothing. There's also Agatha's Soul Cauldron. And we need to be Simic colors. Ballista, Strangleroot Geist? Oh, because then it's all abilities, not just activated abilities. All activated abilities. Why is this a combo? Regardless, I'm not going to add Strangleroot Geist to the deck. Sleep Cursed. Oh yeah, fairies. Fairies are cute. Or type magic fairies are this, right? Yeah. Now let's give up on Soul Cauldron. Oh, Devoted Druid, Immaculate Magistrate. Put a +1 counter on each creature for each, on target creature for each elf you control. About Devoted Druid. Swift Recon, in our colors. Machine God's Effigy. End of the battlefield is a copy of any creature on the battlefield, except it's an artifact and has tap, add blue. Oh, so you make infinite blue. That's alright. Luxior. Anything else that we want to potentially have combos with? Ballista, Hullbreaker, we got that already. White, black, white, green, Vigor, Scales, Vigor. Yeah, so we're going to get all the Scales combos. Emery, Intruder Alarm. Nah. Also, it doesn't specifically have to be a creature. It just can be anything with cute art. Sabretooth, we're not doing that. Gilded Goose is not good. Ledger Shredder. I don't care about untapping this, so that's whatever. Glenolendra. Something like Spore Frog's cute. We want things of that kind of cuteness. Oh yeah, isn't there a frog that gives your stuff flash, or an otter from Bloomborough? I guess we'll get to that. Poison Dart Frog. No, we're not going to play that. The card still has to actually be good, though. It can't just be... Create X half of food tokens whenever... Okay. X counters on it. Enters. Create half X food whenever it attacks me. Sack a food if you do draw a card. No. As long as it's untapped, other legendary creatures have ward 1. Target legendary can't be blocked. Don't care. You may have Malleable Imposter. Enters a copy of any creature except it's fairy with flying. And it's got flash, which we do need, but I don't want just a random clone for no reason. Plexcaster Frogling is kind of interesting in that it can grant Shroud to things, but having to hold 2 mana up to do it is not great. Like, if you want this effect, you're better off just playing Spellskite or Sylvan Safekeeper. Mockingbird is more interesting, but also doesn't have counters or do anything else that we're really trying to do. Beginning of your end step, target opponent creates a rat. Whenever a rat dies, put a +1 counter on each cat you control. What do we have in the cute creature front? Chalkum Retriever, I know, was not really cute. Like, it doesn't look cute. 20-toed Toad. Hand size is 20. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, put a +1 counter on it and draw. Whenever it attacks, you win the game if there are 20 or more counters on it, or you have 20 or more cards in hand. That sounds hard to pull off. Tanukis are not dogs, right? Like, that's dubious. Zhulodock +1 counters among any number of target creatures, but then the creature itself is not very good. Valley Floodcaller, that's what it is. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, types of things get +1 and untap them. Sure. Valley Floodcaller. What gives our creatures flash now that the Prophet is banned? EDH, ID, green. As though they had flash. Creature or permanent. Spirits, sorceries, dinosaurs. This guy is even. You may cast non-creatures as though they had flash. If it's odd, you may cast creatures as though they had flash. Whenever you draw, put a +1 counter on it. Vivian? Any player may play creatures and enchantments at instant speed. Alright, let's do Vivian. Yeah, Vivian. Alright, more cute critters. Whatever one or more other creatures you control leave without dying, draw. And then 2 tap, bounce one of your own guys. I don't see what we can do with that. Mowu, if one or more counters will be put on Mowu, gets more. Forage, add 2 mon any combination. Search your library for a squirrel. Myriad. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. So it attacks, and then it makes, if you're in a 4-player pod, 6 copies of itself going in 3 different directions. And then someone's going to be able to block. And so you'll hit with 3 to 4 creatures. Sure. Scurry of squirrels. Let's go ahead and add innkeepers. And then we're already at our card limit, right? Yeah. We're already over our card limit, actually. There's got to be lands and ramp cards that I can cut. So happy about this. These are my requests. Yes, they're odd. They're suboptimal and over enthusiastically appreciated at home. Thanks. No problem, sir. Yeah, I think so. The deck is basically done. The main issue that I'm having right now with finishing the Xolatoyac deck is mainly in just figuring out. Basically, the deck has too much land and ramp, so I'm trying to figure out which one of them I can cut. And then the other thing is just figuring out cutesy creatures to add that are still good, that aren't just like random nonsense cards that are only there because they have cutesy animal art. Let's finish adding all the cutesy animals first and then figure out how many things we need to cut. Also, let's make sure that we look up Bloomburrow or Bloomburrow Commander, but not creatures, because there's going to be tons of cutesy art in the spells as well. Oh, is reprint. All right, we'll get back to that. Right now, we're just looking at the creatures. Tusky's going to be very liked. Daughter pulled one in the Bloomburrow draft. I'm trying to like gauge which ones are actually cute, because like Honor Dray Leader, for example, is a squirrel, but it's definitely not cute. Rampant Frogantua gets +10/+10 for each player's lost the yeah, okay, we can skip that. Clifftop Lookout is a ramp spell that's also a frog, but it's not particularly cute. It's also not particularly a good ramp spell. And Courier, choose a counter on a permanent you control. Put a counter of that kind on target permanent you control if it doesn't have a counter of that kind on it. So it's like really, really limited proliferate. Sort of. Add 1. Whenever you expend 8, return up to 1 target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. No. Toxic enters new target opponent to create a treasure. We don't want that. Kitsa is not a good card in this deck. Equal the number of islands. Whenever it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on a land. It's an island in addition to its types. The first instance costs. You cast each turn costs blue or 1 less to cast for each land you control. Okay, so this also adds flood counters. I'm not sure that it's actually good, though. It's also a weird giant fish shark monster whale. Millendor. The Catgeist is cute, but not particularly good. You know what? I should probably also add to this, or is Lorwyn? It's LRW? Yeah, okay. Oh, and what's Morningtide? Is it MRN? Which one is Morningtide? Morning. MOR. Octomancer, Cats, enters the battlefield, draw a card. When a creature enters, return up to one target creature control lesser mana value to hand. Frogs have this. Don't care. If you cast an adventure spell, draw a card. Pawn Profit. Okay. Tap up to one target creature, put 3 stuns on it. If you control that creature, draw 2. And then the fact that it has the counters on it means Xolatoyac tries to untap it, removes the stun counter. But the stun counters go away, so it's not really comboing with Xolatoyac. Okay. Turn the creature you control to understand if you do put a +1 counter on Mist Breath. We're pretty far down on the EDH rec ranks at this point. I'm not sure we're going to find too much stuff that's actually any good here. Enduring Curiosity is basically Toski. And it has Flash, which is things that we want. Enduring Curious. Works exactly the way we want in our deck. We want cards with Flash so that we can use our extra mana. And we want Toski effects because we've got a bunch of creature mana ramp guys. Baker's Bane, Keen-Eyed, Surveil. We're going to want flash threats, aren't we? Yeah, all right. I think we're basically out of anything good at this point. So let's also look up flash. And then just in case there's any spells that have flash in their text, let's just get rid of this. There's going to be a lot with flash. 290. Let's restrict it to only the rares. And we already did lands. Let's get lands out of here. Let's see. Not going to use Snapcaster. I already added that. Dress down, I guess, technically. And we don't have that much removal. I don't think I want to play Dress Down in this deck, though. So let's move on from there. Yiva only counts green creatures, which is not everything. Enters the battlefield, put a hexproof counter on target creature, then move any number of counters from among creatures you control onto that creature. It's one time. You need 4 mana open to protect your guy. That's not great. If you use some cute alt artwork for some card, is it fine too? Yes. We care. Right now we're caring about the art. So if you've got some cute alt artwork. Sea Dasher Octopus, that's interesting. I think it's too expensive, though. I don't want to pay 3 for my Magpie effects. But yeah, if you've got any suggestions for cutesy art, I am game. Tidebinder, no. Keep for each creature you control. That's a wolf or werewolf. No. Also, so Scryfall has a lot of search terms that you can use. I wonder if it has a like cute art search term. All right, we're probably done here. Is cute. Good Luck High Five's cutest card in a set. Indeed it did. Are any of these actually good, though? Not really. Is adorable. Not a valid search term. Colors, card types, mana, face, extra, and funny. Amelia on holiday. Funny cards? That could be an interesting one. Is funny. Huh. Well then. Tagger tags. You can use art to find things in a card's illustration. Art squirrel. Ooh. That would be a very slow way of doing it. So I can be like, not a creature because we've already searched for them, but art has squirrel. Aha. And what else can we do here? Rarity, sets blocks, format, artist flavor, watermark. Art for artists, flavor in the keywords, or in the flavor text, watermarks. Okay, don't care about that. Year, reprints, languages, shortcuts and nicknames, don't care. Regular expressions, names, nesting conditions. All right, so what if I go to advanced search and I go to criteria? Is there anything I can use here that's going to help me find that stuff? Word list. Cute. Probably not. No funny cards for us, indeed. One other thing I can search for is cub. Bear cub, owlbear cub, long tusk cub. Yeah, I didn't think that would have much, and it didn't. Art squirrel. Cute art is a go. Thanks for the suggestion. Secret Lair is also reasonable within cost. We have some of the D&D cards, for example. That's a good point. Secret Lairs would be a good way to find that. What is the set symbol for Secret Lair? What's a card that's from a Secret Lair that I know of off the hand? Goblin something. It's unhinged. Sets. Or let's say advanced. Would it be in sets or criteria? Sets. Secret Lair. SLD. And then EDH. ID Simic. We're probably going to have to see all the art, though, right? Type creature. That narrows it down. And then all prints. Wait, really? Okay. Oh, so there's only one version of slime from Secret Lair. Gotcha. All right, we'll come back to that. So here's all the cutesy sets. Probably, let's sort by EDH rec. Probably not anything spectacular here if I'm sorting out all the creatures. Copies of tokens. Choose the same mode. Put 2+1 counters. Create a token that's a copy. No. All right, I didn't search for creatures that were specifically in Lorwyn and Morningtide, so let's do that. Yeah, so that's where I would have put Moldrifter. What else do we have? Whenever it becomes tapped, draw a card. Oh, that's another thing I haven't searched for. Whenever X becomes untapped. Oh, the Jelly Moose. Whenever becomes untapped. It is well rested. Whenever this creature becomes untapped, you... Enchanted creature has that. Put 2/1 counters on it, then you gain 2 life and draw cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. But it doesn't get the counters until you untap it. That's still decent, but not great. Arbiter, Wake Thrash. Whenever permanent becomes untapped, it gets +1. We don't care about that. Okay, instead of becomes untapped, whenever you untap, a player untaps. Okay. Secret layers. What do we got? That is just horrifying in an uncanny valley kind of way. Beast Whisperer? If this was actually cute, I might actually consider that. Oh, yeah, Birds of Paradise. Well, I think probably any art for Birds of Paradise is probably fine. Craterhoof. Yeah, Craterhoof's probably a way of actually killing your opponent. How many creatures are in the deck right now? 26, and a lot of them are like cheapo ramp guys. Maybe. Miku, yikes, yeah. She likes the owlbear from D&D. It's just like, it's just not good is the problem. Owlbear. So this one's not, it's like the owlbear cub is just blech. Whenever it attacks a player, it controls 8 or more lands, so like way, way later in the game. Look at the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them on the battlefield tapped and attacking that player. Put the rest on the bottom of your library. And this one's just ETB draw a card. It's a 5 mana 4/4 trample. What else do we got here? Doric? Enters the battlefield, search your library for forest, put it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle. Whenever Doric attacks, may pay 2 to transform into... Oh, this one. This creature transforms. Other legends you control get +2 and trample. At the beginning of your upkeep, transform. Not particularly good either. It's 4 mana for a rampant growth. Or for a, yeah, basically a rampant growth. Not even a rampant growth. You can't get islands with it. You can get breeding pool, though. Oh yeah, Fibblethup. Fibblethup has no relevance in this deck. Alright, moving on. Frill, da-da-da. Some of this art is just really, really awkward. Hex Drinker. Wait, what now? Well, we're not an artifact deck, unfortunately, so. That is a cuter Muldrift. Cuter or horrifying? Not sure. Huh. Peregrine Drake, Petitioners. I think we're mostly going to be a bust on this front. Simon, Solemn. Squirrel Mob, we don't need that. Wrangler. That is a very cute Terastodon. If only Terastodon was good. A very cute Tireless Tracker, but we're not ramping on lands. Vengevine. Yeah, I think we're done on the secret layers, and that just leaves non-creatures that have creature types in the artwork. So things that have squirrels in the art but are not actually creatures. Chitter Splitter was one that was kind of close, but I still think it doesn't make the cut. All right, cat. That's a lot more things. What is this cat soul ring from? Secret layer or something or other. All right, well, hang on. Switch it up. Secret layer, offer you can't refuse, cat. What does witness protection has a cat in it? Since when? Where? Oh, this dude in the background? Okay. All right, that's probably all there is for good cats. All right, let's look at dogs, which are going to be pretty limited in Simic colors. Okay, what am I missing? Otters. Mouse. What else? Frogs. All right, how about birds? That's going to be a ton of cards, right? Like a gargantuan amount of cards. All right, I think we're kind of out of options here. So let's go back to the deck, and we're at 103 cards. 103 cards. We need to cut 3 cards. And also replace any art with cuter art if possible. I know there's a lot of printings of Mystic Remora. Would just the original one do? Probably, yeah. Heuristic study. That is quite expensive. Is this one cuter? It's hard to tell without seeing the art zoomed in. Debatable. This one definitely is, but holy crap, it's expensive. Secret lair, jumpstart. Alright, that's fine. Sylvan Library. Alright, that one. I don't think there's multiple printings of this, right? Yeah, okay. Toski is fine enough as it is. Although, is there another printing of Toski? Hang on. Whoa, what is going on with these tags all of a sudden? Okay. There is a cuter Toski. So let's pick this one. Is that cuter? I don't know. Debatable. Debatable. What about this one? They're kind of all the same. All right. Back over here. Swan Song, I feel like there's probably many... Yeah. All right. Goose Swan Song. Negate has 10 bajillion printings. Are we even going to keep Negate? Let's take that out. No, actually, I don't want to take that out. I want to take out Ramp and Lands because we have too many of them. All right, so Negate, switch. No cute arts for Negate, eh? All right, pick that one. Force. Yeah, all right, that can just stay the same. What? Let's look at just the ones that are probably going to have cuter art. Lands are probably not. All right, what can I cut from the lands? That's a bigger question. So I can't really cut any of the lands that have counters on them because that's directly competing with what we're trying to do. I also can't cut any duels. Can't cut Beseiju because we absolutely, like, that should be in the deck. Cavern, we're not cutting. We're not cutting our rainbow lands. So we just kind of can't cut anything. Sink into Stupor, maybe we can cut. Yeah, all right, let's... It's just such a good land spot that acts as removal / counters. All right, let's leave the lands alone. What about ramp spells? Signet stays, this stays. All the 1 mana ramp stays. Bloom Tender, how many actually blue permanents are in our deck? That are like cheap enough that we could have them by the time Bloom Tender comes around. 1, 2, 3, hardly 4, 5, 5. Hardly any. So most of the time, it's only going to tap for 1 mana. All right, so we can cut Bloom Tender. And then Sanctum Weaver's another one. How many enchantments do we have? Enchantments that are cheap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's better. We'll keep Sanctum Weaver. Don't sweat too much on the art. We'll get what we're able to get with our usual store sources. We don't have them and really much appreciated all the work. Yeah, I'm not sweating too much. I'm just trying to cut it down to 100 cards at this point. There's got to be 10 million arts for Elvish Mystic. I mean, the Miku one, is it cuter or is it horrifying? Because it kind of looks horrifying. The Mika one has Cursed Doll energy, indeed. I really think these 3-mana ones, like Replicating Ring, are just not that good, but they tie directly into the whole, like, theme of the deck of having counters on stuff. So... oh, obviously for the Simic Signet, we need the soap. How are we not going to use the soap? Switching Doll is a showcase version, right? Is the showcase version cuter? I guess kind of. I mean, it's made of spiders, so maybe not. All right, let's cut the Simic Signet, and one more thing needs to go. Probably Born Upon a Wind. This deck is not looking like to directly combo in one turn, which means being able to flash your stuff for just one turn is really not that good. At the same time, I just feel like we have too many lands, too much ramp, but what can you do? What can you do? All right, let's just move that to the Considering tab. All right, so there's a lot in the Considering tab. The biggest card that this deck is missing is One Ring, but I cut it for budget reasons. The rest of this is probably fine. Like, you probably don't need any of the rest of the stuff. So, the Xolatoyac deck. So, you are primarily trying to just ramp a whole bunch, and then you can do a number of things. You have a bunch of creatures, not all of which can actually attack, but some can. So, you can combine those with Toski or Enduring Curiosity to just attack your opponent and draw cards. You can also combine Xolatoyac's ability to untap your stuff that has counters on it, along with Seedborn Muse down here. And then play flash threats, so you can play things that either literally have flash, like Enduring Curiosity, or you can give your stuff flash with cards like Alchemist's Refuge or Vivian, cards like that. And then you can win in a number of ways. You can either just outvalue your opponent, or... the Millennium Calendar works really well with all the untapping, so that can be a way to win. You can also do a ton of combos with Hullbreaker Horror. So the easiest thing is to pair Soul Ring with something else that's cheap and then just keep bouncing and playing Soul Ring and tapping over and over. Because of budget reasons, again, so the deck doesn't have Mox Diamond in it anymore. It doesn't have... well, actually, Mox Diamond wouldn't work. It doesn't have Chrome Mox in it anymore. But you can still combo it with, like, Everflowing Chalice, for example, and you can just bounce and repeat them back and forth to make infinite colorless mana, and then you can win with Ballista. But there's also other ways that you can win, so... there's, like, Soul Cauldron as well, which can move counters onto things, which means if Ballista's in your graveyard, you can Soul Cauldron that. You can also move counters on Evolution Witness to get your permanence back, and then you have Nesting Grounds and Power Conduit, which is over here somewhere. Power Conduit, and those can take counters off of things. So you can, like, put a counter on Evolution Witness, then remove the counter, keep getting your permanence back. You can do the same thing with Urza's Saga. So you can have the Saga counters on it, make Constructs, then remove the counter, keep making Constructs. Works really, really well with Xolatoyac, Seedborn Muse, because the Urza Saga will keep untapping, and then you can keep making more and more Constructs. That's another way to win. Valley Flood Caller is another way to give your stuff flash. You also have Forgotten Ancient. So a bunch of spells obviously equals counters, and then you can move those counters. You can also, if you have Hullbreaker and you can have the infinite bounce, then you can put infinite counters on Forgotten Ancient. This will not allow you to win until you go back to your upkeep, obviously, because you then need to move those counters, unless you can just, like, attack with the Forgotten Ancient. But you can also, if you have a Power Conduit, So if you've got the Hullbreaker and then you've got a loop that can just keep bouncing things for infinite mana, you can have the Forgotten Ancient and then you can have the Power Conduit. And so you can have the Forgotten Ancient with infinite counters. You can go Power Conduit, remove a counter from Forgotten Ancient, put it on something else, cast a spell, bounce Power Conduit back to your hand, cast Power Conduit, bounce the cheap thing back to your hand, move the counter, and then you can just put infinite counters on all of your guys and attack your opponents to death. Other options to win. You do have, if you've got the Hullbreaker Horror Loop, you can draw your whole deck with either Tome of Legends or Mole Drifter. You've also got the Polywog Prodigy, which if you've got Nesting Grounds or Power Conduit, you can move the counters onto it and then make it so that all of the opponent's non-creature spells cause you to draw cards. You've got Innkeeper's Talent, which you can max level up and then start doubling seasoning stuff, so that's another way you can win. You've also got Temporal Distortion and Freyalise's wins here as pseudo stacks pieces that also untap your own things when you have Xolatoyac in play. What else? I don't think there's too much stuff you can do with the lands. Most of the things that with the lands is either Nesting Grounds, Alchemist's Refuge to give your stuff flash, or Urza Saga. But you also do have a bunch of lands that have counters on them that can be untapped. Blast Zone's another pretty good one. What else? I think that's it. It's possible that we want Haste in this deck, because Haste would let us play our Mana Dorks and then activate them immediately. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. How much is Concordant? I doubt it's 100. It is 23. Yeah, so let's put Concordant in the deck and cut... Not a land. It's going to be one of the ramp cards. Carpet of Flowers? Okay. So, this leads to more Hullbreaker lines where you can have creatures that are entering and tapping immediately and then bouncing. Oh, other things to point out. Maybe I should just go through it card by card because there's a lot to talk about. Let's go visual spoiler. We kind of talked about all of that already. Soul Cauldron. There should be Devoted Druid lines, although I haven't figured out what they are. So I know there's Chandler Initiate, but unfortunately it doesn't work with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. It would work with Marvin if we wanted to add Marvin to the deck, but I don't think we do. If we've got enough mana, I guess technically we can combine... we can have Ballista in the graveyard, exile it with Agatha's, and then we'll need 2+1 counters on Devoted Druid at a time and then untapping it, but that doesn't let us put infinite counters with Ballista, unless we have another infinite outlet. We've got our counter spells. This is fine. Lands are pretty straightforward. Most of the counter lands that we're using, because they have counters on them, don't really do anything else. I mean, like, they do a little, but it's not really worth talking about. Alice Shore Shepherd can be a payoff if you've got enough mana, because there's plenty of mana elves in the deck. There's not like a ton of them, but a lot of our mana dorks are also elves. Incubation Druid and Gwenna are examples of cards that tap for more mana than just one. Gwenna in particular works really well with Xolatoyac because casting Xolatoyac basically it adds 2 mana for Xolatoyac, and then casting Xolatoyac puts a counter on it and untaps it. And Incubation Druid can get a counter and then keep untapping. What else? Sanctum Weaver can also potentially tap for more than one if you've got sufficient enchantments in play. The deck has some enchantments, not a ton, but some. And then what else? There's some just removal so that you have things to do with the deck. I think the main win con's probably Millennium Calendar. Yeah, the main win con is probably going to be Millennium Calendar. And I think that'll do it. Chrome Mox is not out of the question completely. Some use in other formats for that. The idea for the restrictions was mostly to avoid EDH staples. Sure, yeah, then in that case, you can go ahead and add Chrome Mox and, like, take out something else. You could add Saga targets over extra ramp or something. What are our Saga targets right now? They are Chalice, which is not a target because it doesn't do anything. It's Soul Ring if you just want to ramp. Millennium Calendar if you want to win the game. Those are the Saga targets right now. We have a 1 ring, no problem there. Okay, well, if that's the case, then we're going to add this back. Add Chrome Mox back. What are we cutting? Oh, if 1 ring's in the deck, Manamo should be in the deck. Manamo, School. Man, we just have too many lands. I guess Bark Channel Pathway is potentially... Nah, that's got to be fine. Maybe maybe Dreamroot Cascade. Oh, the one thing I didn't search for. What does Xolatoyac say? It's with a counter. I never searched for with a counter. Welcome, Tentative Orc. Oh, there's really not a lot of with a counter. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1 counter at the beginning of your end step. Untap each creature you control with a counter on it. Yes. The 13th. I knew I was forgetting something. The 13th Doctor. Who is a... where did she go? Untagged creatures. 13th Doctor is an untapper. We just gotta cut ramp. Like, we got too much. Armored Scrap Gorger. Chalice, Felwar Stone. Maybe I'll cut Jugon. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as Rishkar. Like, I feel like these 3 mana rocks that have counters on them are just not very good. So what if I cut Ring? Like, a lot of them are just, like, not good. Ring, was it Vexing Puzzle Box? Strixhaven, I like that can win the game. Midnight Clock also adds blue instead of colorless. Let's cut Jugon and let's cut Rishkar. Yeah. So what's this deck? This is a deck requested by one of my supporters, Rod Diaz, is in the chat, for his daughter. It is Xolatoyac, the Smiling Flood, which has a number of abilities. The main thing we're looking at is things that have counters on them, because Xolatoyac untaps things with counters on them. Let's also open the... Be'lakor deck will be easier to fix. Be'lakor. Chrome Mox. Because he said Chrome Mox and One Ring are not out of the question. So Chrome Mox. And did I put the One Ring over here? No, I just cut it. The One Ring. And if that's the case, what did I say I was interested in cutting? Potentially Dark Ritual. Let's move that. And Dress Down? Tutor, Stacks, Sweepers. Not the looters. Let's cut one of the ramp spells. Let's cut Torque. Did you stop streaming on Twitch? I wanted to see how things would go if I streamed on YouTube, because I've never streamed on YouTube before. Oh yeah, okay, that fixes Be'lakor, and then back to this, we have to cut one card. Forgotten, Squirry. One card. Maybe Sylvan Library. Especially now that One Ring is in the deck. There's that. No, actually, I want to get rid of Rampant Lands. Yeah. What's a land I can cut? What about Tendo? Because if you ever use it for the color, you lose the charge counter. Although some of the other ones can't even tap for colored at all, right? Facade can't tap for colored at all, so it's kind of the same in that regard. Diamond City can't tap for colored at all. So there's not really a difference there. I guess the question is Ancient Tomb good in this deck? Let's sort by mana value. So all the ones don't count. The twos mostly don't count. It's obviously good when you immediately cast Arcane Signet or like Felwar Stone, but there's not a ton of that. Then there's Midnight Gwenna, Evolution. That's enough things for it to be good. I don't think having too many counter lands is that important considering the commander can add them. Yes, there is the advantage, though, of the turn you cast Xolatoyac having as many counterlands as you can so you can untap them immediately. So let's say you have, like, 4 lands and 2 lands with counters on them, right? And then you cast Xolatoyac, it puts a counter on one of your other lands, and then you get to untap 3 lands as opposed to only 1. I think that's a pretty, like, that's a much better turn. The part that I draw the line at is I don't want the counterlands that enter tapped. One card to cut. One card to cut. There's just no way we need 37 lands, but I can't think of any of these lands that I actually don't want to have in the deck. And if you consider that some of them are colorless, then it's sort of, they like kind of don't count in a sense, because there's times when you need like turn 1 green, for example. So if you consider that you don't count Refuge, Blast Zone, Diamond City, Core, Nesting Grounds, and Facade, and Urza Saga. Let's say Urza Saga would be in the deck anyway, so let's say like those 6. Tendo Ice Bridge, sort of, but that can tap for colored if you want. Then it's kind of like you have 6 less, which is 37, which would be 31. Because a lot of times you're going to need that colored mana. Like, you can't count these towards your color count. So in that regard, it's probably fine. Let's cut the puzzle box. It's not that great. It takes a lot of time to get all the way up to the 100 counters, and then even when you get them, it's not like there's anything great to even get with it. Yeah, let's cut the puzzle box. All right, and then we're at 100. All right. So I already went over, you know, how you win with the deck, like what are the things you actually win with. But yeah, I think that'll do it. And then the big money items in the deck are the One Ring and the Chrome Mox that Rod Diaz said he had already. I don't know why it says Ancient Tomb is 110, because it isn't. It is still expensive, but it's not over 100. And then Let's go text. So then after that, like Rhystic, well, this is this particular version of Rhystic Study. Let's see, Soul Cauldron's kind of expensive. Force of Will. How many blue cards are in this deck anyway? I would imagine enough. How many blue cards are in here? It is 29 symbols. 23 cards are blue. That's probably still enough to have Force of Will. So then what are the other expensive stuff? A lot of them just add up, right? Mana Drain. Is Flusterstorm really $21? Jeez. Swan Song. This particular version of Swan Song, rather. Crossroads. Yeah, a lot of it just kind of adds up. Urza Saga. Worldly Tutor. Oh, we're not done yet, right? We're not done yet. I forgot about this. Each creature controls a counter on it. Yeah, I already looked at that one. Choose one or more. Put plus one counter on the turn creature. Draw a card if you control enchanted creature. Create a 1/1. Reach kind of counter on blue. Return. Yeah, okay, we're good here. All right. And then we don't need to look at combos, so we're good on... Oh, wait, no, I do need to look at stuff. Because somebody else in the chat a long while ago asked to potentially build something else. So we actually do need these tabs open. But that's Xolatoyac. And now we can add this to our EDH decks. Cool. Zhulodock crashed in price? What is Zhulodock? How do you spell this? Zhulodock Voidgorger. Well, this version did at least. All right, now who was it that asked earlier for a specific commander? Let me see if I can find that. I do not know how, but I apparently have missed it because I don't see anywhere in here where the person was asking for it. I could have sworn that somebody had asked me to build a specific deck earlier. I guess not. Curious about Alila, the 3-color one. Okay. Is it absolutely vital that the mic covers the most expressive part of your face? I don't have a good... Well, I can move it. I don't know how the audio is going to come through. Let me see. So I can put it to the side. How's the audio if I'm speaking right now and I'm not speaking directly into the mic? It's good? Sounds fine? All right. This is good. That's good. All right, let's do it this way then. So Alila. I have seen Alila before. I just think she's not very good, but let me look her up again. The 3-color Alila, right? Yeah. Flying Death Touch Lifelink. Other creatures you control flying get +1/0. Whenever you cast an artifact or enchantment spell, create a 1/1. So the problem is that commanders have just gotten really good, and you're basically looking for your commander to do one of 3 things. So, is a combo piece in the command zone. So, like, wins the game just by having it, and just by casting it, or it entering, or whatever. Godo is, like, probably the best example of that, but it's obviously not the only one. Then there is ramps and draws cards. And if you choose to build around a commander that doesn't do at least one of those 3 things, I guess Stacks would be the other one. I'm trying to think of a Stacks commander that's really good, and I can't think of one. I would kind of group Stacks in with, like, wins the game by casting it, though. So the thing is, if you're not doing one of those things, then you're basically saying, I am deliberately choosing to play a commander that's worse, accepting that the commander isn't as powerful because I like the card. Like, I like the art, or like the play style, or the theme of the card. So I guess we can build a Leela. What am I doing with her? I'm trying to cast as many cheap artifacts / enchantments as possible so that I can flood the board with 1/1s, right? That's what I'm trying to do. All right, so let's do that. New deck. Alila. Artful, right? Artful. Add this to the things. Okay, starter kit. Types and tags. And then, no matter what we're doing, this commander's not going to be good. The deck's not going to be good if the commander's not out. So, we're going to want counters / protection. I don't think we want stack. Well, no, actually, we're trying to win by beating our opponents down with 1/1s. We probably do want stacks. So let's add stacks. And then, how much ramp do we have in the deck right now? 14. Let's add ramp. Could you critique my Eldrazi deck sometime? Go ahead and link it in the chat, and I'll get to that one next. My ideal is an artifact strat deck, so if you have any other commander ideas, bring to me. So you just want a artifact deck, and you don't particularly care who the commander is? Or you want specifically an artifact deck in Esper colors, but it doesn't have to be a Leela. I think we can build a Leela super fast, though. So, sort by name, types and tags. All right, so we're going to cut a bunch of the stacks pieces. This deck is absolutely not going to want rule of law effects. I love Esper colors. I just like the colors. All right, so I'll do a Leela, and then we'll get to Torque's Eldrazi deck, and then we'll come back and we'll do Esper artifacts. Arcane, so yeah, all the rule of laws are out. We're not going to want those. Armageddon we actually might want. Mind Sensor gone. Back to basics. Not in this deck. Cataclysm out. Chains. We might want it. Usually when you're in blue, you don't want it, though. But maybe. That out. Cursed Totem's probably going to be fine. Dothy. I don't think we want Dothy. We're not going to want Teferi. Shieldred can go. Deafening. Doorkeeper Thrall is a maybe. Drana and Linvala, possible. Drannith, good. Get rid of Eidolon. Ellistorn's fine. Get rid of Energy Flux. This one. We don't want any taxing effects. Get rid of that. Harbinger of the Seas out. Hushbringer. We already have Dullkeeper Throw. That's fine. Infernal Darkness, Karn, Kataki. Lavinia can go. Linvala can go. Mono Breach, Vortex, Narset. Null Rod definitely going. Oppo stays. Overburden, Censor, Void. Ravages of War can stay. Rip, Rule of Law, Sphere gone, Spirit gone, Stasis gone, Static Orb. We want to be able to untap our creatures and attack with them, so that's going. Stony has to go. Thalia, Tabernacle obviously has to go. Thorn, Torpor Orb can stay. Trinisphere out. Vryn out. Winter Moon out. Winter Orb in. Next up, counterspells. This is too many, obviously. What color are the fairies? They are blue fairies, so we can keep Flare of Denial. We can keep Fierce. Let's get rid of Aven Interrupter. Let's get rid of Force Negation, Pact, Muddle, and Mana Drain and Reprieve. And then all the other ones I think are fine. Lands, we have to get rid of Wooded Foothills, and then all the other fetches can find anything that we need, right? Yeah, so Wooded Foothills out, all the other ones are in. And then that leaves us with 29 lands, all of which are fine. We don't need Urborg. We're good there. Chains you have to explain to people. It basically means you can't draw more than one card a turn. Like, it doesn't exactly say that. It says a bunch of things. But it's essentially nobody can draw more than one card a turn. All right, let's see. Ramp. I probably don't want the diamonds. If I do want the diamonds, I don't want charcoal diamonds. So let's cut the diamonds. Let's cut the colorless ones. Obviously, Heartless Summoning has to go. Lotho. Monavault. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Marble Diamond. Mox Amber is fine. Ornithopter can go. 21 ramp spells. We don't need that many. Orzhov Signet is the worst Signet. We can get rid of that. And then I don't want Grim Monolith either. That can go. All right, and then protection spells. This is way too much. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Spell. Each creature target player controls phases out. We want that to keep our fairy army alive against sweepers. So we're keeping that. Getting rid of Giver. We're not comboing in one turn, so we don't need Grand Abolisher. That's gone. That's gone. Lightning Reeves we want for Alila. Misdirection can go. Mother can go. Ranger Captain. That can go. I'll keep Silence. We'll cut Skrelv. We'll cut Slip Out. I'm not using Null Rod effects, so Spell Sight can stay in. And then let's get rid of Surge and Turn Aside. And then Dark Ritual lets us cast Alila one turn earlier, but that's basically it. Let's get rid of Dark Ritual. And then here's all of our card draw spells. All of those are fine. Our tutors are fine. I'm going to deliberately omit Console Oracle as a win condition. Console Oracle is so good that it's basically anytime you have a Dimir deck, you should just have it. And if you don't have it, you're making a deliberate decision to play a deck that's worse on power level just because it's such a boring combo. In my case, that's what I'm doing. All right, so what is our actual card count at this point? 93? Really? That's a lot more than I thought it would be. All right, so what's the white one that bounces over and over? Shimmering Wings. So this is the one, so for 2 mana, we can play and bounce this enchantment over and over. We don't have green, and then what is the white one called? I don't remember. Format EDH, ID is Esper, white, blue, black. Type, enchantment, CMC equals 1. Return card name. Flickering Ward, that's what it is. Alright, Flickering Ward. Yeah. I don't know that we need both of them, though. The white one's sort of better in that it can give protection to a Leela, but the blue one pitches to Force of Will. If I was only going to play one, I would probably just keep Shimmering Wings, because we're only playing this for the bounce effect anyway. So let's see. We've got anti-activation stacks and anti-ETB stacks. The anti-ETB stacks only applies to Bowmasters. The activation one applies to Spellskite. But otherwise, we don't have any creatures, right? Where's our creatures? Doorkeeper doesn't have any activations. ETBs and... I guess Norn isn't as good in our deck because we don't have ETBs, so we can cut Norn. Oppo, Bowmasters. Yeah, that's fine. Flare says non-token. Oh, does it? Never mind. Get rid of Flare. Drown Island Vol is opponents, and then Curse Totem's everybody. We can't play Humility because we still need Alila to trigger. Toxic Deluge is also kind of the opposite of what we're trying to do. Although, obviously, you can use it when you're behind, but let's just not bother with that. 29 lands. We're good there. I might not want as much ramp, and specifically the ramp that produces colorless. So that means Thought Vessel, Mind Stone, Torque, Chalice, which would mean we would go down to 15 ramp spells. Of those, the worst one is probably Chalice. Let's cut Chalice, and let's cut... Torque. I don't know what removal I'm going to wind up running. We have swords. Okay, let's add removal. Obviously, that's way too much, so... Blast Zone. Let's get this. Deadly Rollock. If our commander's not out, we're not winning anyway, so sure. Dismember. Dress Down's fine. Let's get rid of this. This. Gilded Drake's good. Get rid of that. I don't particularly want to play Loran. Gilded Drake doesn't work with our stacks effects, so let's cut Gilded Drake. Path, Pongify, Portable Hold. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Snap can go. Snuff Out. Maybe. I doubt it. No, I'm not going to play that. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of Teferi, get rid of these ones, and this one, and this one. And then Stroke of Midnight, I also don't particularly want, so let's... Chain of Vapor is worse when you're running stacks pieces that people can bounce, so let's get rid of that and let's play Geist Wave instead. And then let's cut... We do need ways of getting rid of opponents' permanents that aren't creatures. Alright, I'll leave Stroke of Midnight in. What card count are we at? 96. So I kind of want a way... I guess if something is an artifact or an enchantment, it's automatically better than it normally would be because it triggers a Leela. Which means I might want to move over to the enchantment removal instead. So that means Witness Protection and Unable to Scream. And that means Swords goes away. And yeah, let's just add the removal back. Hang on. Removal, add back. Go, get rid of this. Darksteel Mutation goes away. Portable Hole is an artifact, but I don't want it. So get rid of that. Let's get rid of Deadly Rollick. And then this is not an Imperial Seal deck. Let's cut that. I feel like I don't need more than one of these. Let's remove Flickering Ward. And then Chains, how badly is it hurting us? It's hurting our own Ring and Remoras and Rhystic Studies. All right, let's cut Chains. All right, so we've got 2 Armageddon effects. We've got 2 creatures can't activate their abilities effects. We've got 2 anti-ETB effects. We've got Dranith, we've got Oppo Agent, and we've got Winter Orb. That feels good enough to me. We're at 93 cards in the main. So I want, like, Coat of Arms effects, but I don't know if I specifically want Coat of Arms, but maybe that's fine. Coat of Arms. So I want cards that care about tokens or having a wide board or specifically that they are fairies. All right. What does EDH recommend as far as Alila? Oh yeah, Caretaker's talent. That does everything I want. Draws cards and buffs our tokens. Caretaker's talent. Mainly this is a card draw spell, so. What a perfect card to add. Enduring Curiosity. Drawing cards based on all of the tokens we're creating is also pretty good. So let's have that. Is there an Alila combo? I doubt it. Okay, there is, but it's 4 cards. So they're all bad. All right. Sheltered, I don't care about that. Giving our guys +1 is also pretty bad. Whenever another fairy you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1. And it pumps our fairies, but they have to die. I'm going to say no to that one. Each opponent loses 1 life whenever a fairy enters. I mean, it's not making our fairies bigger, but it's kind of. It's each opponent loses 1, so it's like +3 on each fairy, sort of. All right, Obira. And that's essentially a beatdown card. Etchings. Target creature. No. It's for each fairy. No. Oh, Skull Clamp. Duh. Do we have to cast it, or is it when it enters? Whenever you cast it. Okay. Safara, no. Strix, no. Spell Stutter Sprite only works after we already have Alila out. I want my counter spells to work even before then. Lenalendra, no. Roaming Throne. I don't particularly care about doubling this. So what's the combo? It's Reality Chip, top, Ashnods. Oh, one of them has Flickering Ward in it? Alter Anointed Procession. I still feel like I don't really want these combo cards. Yeah, alright. Let's not bother with that. What else do we have? Enters, fairies. Mondrak. Nah. Recreate or sack a token. Each opponent loses one. No. One more token to enter under your opponent's control. One more tokens under the battlefield under your control. Each opponent loses one. You gain one. Attack with one more fairies. Draw, then discard. When you discard, put a +1 counter on target fairy. Oh yeah, I guess I can play Void Rend over Stroke of Midnight. I should fix some of my packages. There's just a lot of cards that have become outdated that I never play. Like, I guess a lot of Void Render removal. Sensei Bolus and Aether Flux is more consistent. It is. I was thinking about adding that. I just kind of don't want to just add that combo to everything. Because, like, if I'm adding that combo, why am I not just adding Console Oracle? Because that's the best one. I'm trying to design this deck so that you win with Fairy Beatdown. Anguished Unmaking. Also, I really don't like that much consistency in EDH. Yeah. I feel like... See, like, Console Oracle is just so boring. It's just such a boring combo. You don't even have to build up to it or do anything. It can just go in every single blue-black deck, regardless of whatever else the deck is doing. You can win on turn 3 or sometimes even faster. It's really hard to interact with. Deny the Witch. Counter target spell, activated ability, triggered abilities. Control loses control equal number of creatures you control. Absolutely not. And we're not playing Distant Melody. You need to already be significantly ahead on board for cards like this to even work. Which means they're kind of win more cards. Unless, like, usually. Sometimes I'll play them if the token generator is good enough. Tagwell, Scouring, as though is flashed by tapping 3 untapped creatures with flying. Destroy all creatures. Create 3 1/1s? No. Fairy Slumber Party. Return all creatures to their owner's hand. For each opponent you control the creature returned this way, you create 2 1/1s with flying and this and high flying. Here's a creature type, bounce all the non-types. Don't really want that. I kind of just want to win by beatdown. And I don't really care about what's going on my opponent's side of the board. Let's see. Not cranial plating. There's got to be a Coat of Arms effect that's cheaper than Coat of Arms. In red, it's Shared Animosity. In green, it's kind of Beast Call Ascension. I don't know that there's one in Esper. The fairies are not also artifacts or enchantments, right? Okay, no, they're not. Divine Visitation, you say? I don't really want that either. All right, it looks like that's the end of that. So let's look up creatures you control get plus. And we want it to be more than one. So let's say X first, just to see where we get from there. I don't want it to be a one-off effect either. So I don't want it to be an instant, and I don't want it to be a sorcery. Creatures you control get plus X, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. So it's always at least one, and then if you've drawn more cards, it's more than that. It's sort of interesting. What about plus 5? I doubt that's going to have any results. Plus 4, plus 3, plus 2. Plus 2 will have a lot of results. Welcome, Alexander. Let's just go ahead and add knowledge as power. Knowledge is power. This is a beatdown card. Enchanted creatures. Norn, Flowering the White Tree. Colorless. Commanders, artifact creatures. Other artifact creatures. Other legendary creatures. This is 5 mana. Actually, let's... 3 or less. Yeah, so there's just nothing. +1/+1 for each blessing, and it gets blessed whenever an enchantment enters. Oh, there's also Cathar's Crusade. Cathar's. Is it? The apostrophe is afterwards, right? Yeah. So that's 3 5 mana beatdown permanents, which is probably fine. And then, wow, we're at exactly 100? Are we good? All right. So the idea here being get a Leela into play, protect her, and then stacks your opponents out of the game, and then just win with beatdown, either staxing them and slowly whittling them down by just beating them with 1/1s, or play one of your big beatdown permanents, make your guys huge, and then kill them. And then we've also like Caretaker's Talent can also pump our team, and is a draw spell. We've got a lot of draw spells, actually. A lot of ramp. Some removal. So that works out pretty well. We've also got Shimmering Wings, which basically just says when our commander's in play, for every 2 blue mana we have, we can just bounce Shimmering Wings. Now that I think about it, it might actually be worse than Flickering Ward, and specifically because if we're in a position where we're bouncing and replaying Flickering Ward, we can keep blue open to hold up counter magic, whereas if we're bouncing Shimmering Wings over and over, we probably can't do that. So I'm actually going to remove the Shimmering Wings and bring Flickering Ward back. All right, and then tentative orc. You wanted an Eldrazi deck. Do you have a link to it? If you've got a link to it, post it. And then for Kitsune, you wanted Esper. You posted the link up above. I don't see a link. Can you just repost it? YouTube might not allow links in the chat. I don't know. Try posting it again and see if that works. And then Kitsune, you wanted Esper artifacts. I think I probably have that already. Decks. All right, let's look at Esper colors. What commanders do I already have built in Esper? Oh, I need to sort this by commander. So I just built the Leela. Amanatu. Amanatu, Rafine, Sidar, Tivit, Varina, Zur. So Zur's obviously enchantments. Varina's zombies. Tivit is just CEDH slop. Sidar's Night Tribal. Rafine is, I think, just more good stuff. Yeah, Rafine's just more good stuff. And Amanatu is blinking. So I don't actually have an Esper artifact deck. YouTube chat might hate the link. If you tell me what website it is and if you have like and what your username on that website is, I can probably look it up. Or I'm trying to think if there's another way you can send me that link. It's on Moxfield. What's your username on Moxfield? Let's see. Explore. Brewers. Tentative orc. Dex. Kozilek the Great Distortion. All right. I actually have a Kozilek deck. Where is it? Kozilek the Great Distortion. Bada bump. Okay, let's look at this price difference. 6,500. I can see we've built our decks differently. I'm assuming yours is an Eldrazi theme deck. All right, so I'm going to search this by type and tags. I assume there's going to be a lot of things that are not... Oh, you do have these all tagged. Okay. I'm assuming the majority of that is very specific cards like Mox Diamond. What are the other big ticket items in here? Text. Do I have to go to advanced to include price? Yeah. Big money items. Ring, Grim Monolith, LED. Tomb. Oh, Mishra's Workshop. That's more than half right there. Actually, no. Is that more than half? That's half right there. Yeah, Monolith, Metalworker, Opal, Diamond. So that's why it's so much more. Okay. Let's get off of this. So I'm assuming that this is Eldrazi themed. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go back to type. How many lands are in your deck? You have 35 lands, reasonable. No wastes in the deck, which... How are cards like Field of Ruin worded? Field of Ruin. Not Field of Ruin. What's a card people actually play in EDH? Beseiju, which you can't get wastes from. And Path to Exile, maybe? Because wastes are basic, but they don't have a basic type. So Beseiju doesn't work for them, but cards like Path do. Okay. Let me just look at the deck first of all. So, a whole bajillion creatures, not that many spells, which is pretty straightforward. Obviously a bunch of artifacts, and then a bunch of lands. And the land, it doesn't matter too much what the lands do. Okay. So, let's look at your tags here. You've got your artifact untappers, creature cheaters, LD, Lords, spot/board removal, ramp lands, breaker of army, attack support, creature spawners, land tutors, monorocks/dorks, unique, untagged artifacts, beaters, creature tutors, planeswalker, protection, life gain. Are there any Eldrazi decks using swarmy Scion tactics like WotC intended? I don't think so. And that's because aggro strategies in EDH are just not good. It's always more efficient to combo people to death. Or at least to have like one big, Craterhoof Behemoth turn. Like one big win con that's going to win you the game as opposed to lots of aggressive creatures. So when you say, can I critique your deck? It really depends on what you mean, right? So it depends on what your intention is with the deck. So is your intention, I want this deck to be the maximum power level possible? Do you have budget restrictions? Like, I don't want a proxy and I don't want this deck to cost more than X amount, or I don't want any card in the deck to cost more than X amount. Are you... And, like, what is the theme of the deck? Like, are you saying, oh, I want to build this deck as ramp into Kozilek. I want Eldrazi theme, like, with lots of aggressive creatures. Because, yes, I do have budget restrictions. What are they? Apparently, it's not 1,200. What's the most expensive card in this deck? Text. Ancient Tomb. So Ancient Tomb, and you've got a Mana Vault. Ancient Tomb is not really $100. I don't know why Moxfield says it is. Mana Vault is now $100. No more than 100 for a single card. It seems like most people feel that way. Okay. There's a lot of cards in here that I feel like are just subpar. So I guess... Or cards that are missing, although that would take a deeper dive into figuring out exactly what it is that you're trying to do. How many of these creatures are actually Eldrazi? Because it seems like you have cards like Wormcoil Engine that aren't. Let's go to types. So you've got 30 creatures, and of those, how many are not Eldrazi? 1, 2... Crashing Drawbridge doesn't really count, but let's just... But it's also not an Eldrazi, so... 1, 2... 3... 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 of your creatures are not Eldrazi, so you have 20 Eldrazi, which I think is enough to say that it's an Eldrazi deck. I got that Ancient Tomb for like 60 because it's damaged. Is it good for just ramping into big dumb things? Is it good for just ramping into big dumb things that I turn sideways? The Brothers War card that gives colorless cards flash, I feel is good in every colorless deck. The Liberator. Okay, so I guess a few things, like it's hard to break this down because there's a lot going on here. Let me sort by type. So you have 35 lands. Here's my general rule of thumb with EDH. I feel like it seems like casual players feel like 35 is the correct number of lands. I feel like that is incorrect. I feel like the correct amount is around 30 lands and around 20 ramp spells. 20 cards that cost 2 or less that ramp you. Secondly, you don't have a single wastes in your deck, which, although it wouldn't be that useful most of the time, because there's not that many cards that your opponents are playing that would realistically cause you to go fetch a basic land, because Boseiju isn't one of those. So the only ones that really see play are Path to Exile and Assassin's Trophy. Like, those are the only ones that I can actually think of that let you go grab a basic. However, the thing is, these colorless decks, most of the colorless lands suck, and you're not actually playing them for their, like, whatever other ability they have besides tapping for colorless. You're only not playing waste, like, you're only playing them over wastes, because wastes literally don't do anything else, so you may as well have the utility of the land. Like, even if that utility is marginal, you may as well have it over the wastes. But you should still play one wastes, just to hedge against the times when your opponents are going to have a thing that makes you go and search for a basic. Secondly, I feel like if the plan is that you want to ramp into like big Eldrazi beaters and kill your opponent that way, Kozilek is the wrong commander for that. You think I have a waste somewhere? You don't. Not in this list. You have waste land, but not wastes. So the thing about Kozilek is either Kozilek, this one or the other one. I guess there's 3 now. The 2 original Kozileks, the ones that draw cards. The thing about them is because they draw cards, it doesn't matter how many resources you put into ramping into them, because you're going to recoup all of those resources, which means that for the Kozilek decks, you can just go totally ham on ramp spells, and you can just play way more ramp spells than you normally would because you're going to get all the cards back. Which means that the decks are geared towards playing a crap load of ramp spells, and then just like all the biggest threats, combo pieces, draw engines, etc. If what you're actually trying to go for is like beatdown, I feel like there's probably a better Eldrazi commander that's going to enable that. Then you have cards like, I guess just for individual things, let me put this back on your types and tags. So, let's see. So when you go cheats, like cheat cards, I don't consider any card that costs more than 5 to be a legitimate cheat card, because by the time you're getting beyond that amount of mana, you're not really cheating stuff in anymore. So when you get to like Planar Bridge, Darksteel Monolith, and Artisan of Kozilek, these aren't really cheats anymore because they're so expensive. The cards that I would consider cheats are the ones that are 5 and under. So Geode Golem is one of them. Other ones, if you were going to run cheat cards, it would be stuff like Quicksilver Amulet, Cryptic Gateway, those kinds of cards. What else? LD, I think, is not really too necessary in EDH normally, but because this is a colorless deck, you can afford to run those cards because who cares? Although Strip Mine should be in here. I don't know why it's not. Also, you're running a Field of Ruin, and you don't even have a basic wastes to go fetch with it. So it's literally putting you down a card. So take that out, put in Strip Mine. Or take Ghost Quarter out and put in Strip Mine. You don't own Strip Mine? Is Strip Mine really that expensive? Or is it just Like, you're not looking to buy a bunch, you're looking to just build with whatever you have. Strip mine. Strip mine is $9? No, that's Pro Tour bullshit. What is the cheapest strip mine? It's got to be, what, white border? How much is this one? 4th edition? Okay, yeah, so it's like $9. I typically build with whatever I have. Okay. Well, that's going to counter a lot of the critiques then that I have. Because I can say, like, well, you should be playing this and not this. But if it's like you're building with whatever you have, then it's kind of like, well, but I built with what I have. I'm not exactly sure which lands you have in here. I'm sure there's a ton that are, like, better utility lands than what you're running. Let me see. Let me just see what you have here. If the One Ring is not in this deck, okay, it is in this deck. Apart from these ones, there's also Sonic Screwdriver from Doctor Who, which is also a ramp spell that... It's a ramp spell that also untaps things. And you can use that to untap the One Ring, or, you know, your Grim Monoliths and your Mono Vaults, your other cards like that. Then there is... Let's see. I'm probably not a fan of a lot of these Eldrazi. Like, that heralds the end. You're giving your other colorless creatures +1/+1 isn't very good, and making your colorless spells that cost 7 or more cost 1 less is also not very good. Like, you may as well just be playing a Mono Rock in that slot. Also, this is way too few Mono Rocks. You basically should be playing, like, every single 2 Mono Rock that you can. Which is not as many, because you can't have any colored pips, but... And Arcane Signet is also a card that you can't use in colorless decks. But there's an absolute ton of 2 Mono Rocks, even ones that, like, literally don't do anything else but just tap for a colorless, that you could run in here. I really am not a fan of Titan's Presence. I don't like conditional spells where it's like, this doesn't do anything unless you have another card. Karn Silex is just a crappy sweeper. I wouldn't bother with that. Never even heard of Sonic Screwdriver. It is Sonic Screwdriver. It's from Doctor Who. It's 27 cents. Tap 3 mana. Tap, add 1. 1 tap, untap another target artifact. It also does other things, but these are the main 2 abilities that you're looking at. I think there might be other untap effects. So if it's format, EDH, ID, colorless, CMC is 3 or less, and says untap artifact. There might be another one. I'm not sure. Network Terminal, sort of, but it's not... No, not Network Terminal. Yeah, I guess it's those 3. It's Manifold Key, Voltaic Key, Sonic Screwdriver. And Voltaic Servant also sort of does that, although it doesn't do it immediately. But you can also play Voltaic Servant in that slot if you're looking to do something like that. Yeah, Cemetery, that's fine. Forge Master. Obviously, you're running the Artifact Tutors. If you're running Karn, are you also running Lattice? Because I don't think there's much of a reason to run Karn if you're not also running Lattice. I guess it's okay, even if you're not. And then we got Ramp, Chromatic Orrery. Oh, that's my deck. That is my deck. I have just owned myself. All right. Back to yours. Land Tutors. Yeah, that's fine. Mono Rocks, Dorks, Monument. Do you have Basalt Monolith in here? Where's Ramp? Yes, you do. Echoes, Endbringer. Zhulodock. Platinum Angel's no good. Get rid of that. Platinum Angel doesn't do anything. Also, Glacial Chasm sucks. Maze of Ith's not good either. Like, the days of those cards being playable in EDH are long gone. Spians, Vesuva. Basilisk Collar, Breaker, Radiant, that's fine. Pathrazor. I also don't like a lot of these just big beaters, but I guess they're fine if you're trying to do like Eldrazi big times deck. Twins of Discord, Swiftfoot. I really don't like Swiftfoot boots. I would only run Swiftfoot boots if you're like a deck where you absolutely need your commander to not be dead and you just don't have a lot of options for other hexproof stuff. Anyway, so let's... so here's mine. You can see there's a ton of combo cards. There's also... so let's see. I have 34 lands, 35 ramp spells. It's also fine in decks where your commander has to have haste as redundancy. Yeah, so like you really, really need haste or hexproof, and you don't have a lot of other options for those. Don't have a lot of removal in here. And there's 2 sweepers, Ugin and Dust. So most of this deck is built around ramp like crazy, get Kozilek out, find a combo piece. There's a bajillion combos in here. I don't remember every single permutation. So let's compare... Because obviously I'm trying to do something different than what you're doing. I'm trying to ramp combo. You're trying to make Eldrazi beats. But we can still compare. So more compare Kozilek. Oh, do I have to grab the URL? Okay. Compare. So whose is what? Okay, so these are mine. So these are the ones in my deck, and these are the ones that you don't have? Or, yeah. Oh, I do have Lattice. I just didn't have it listed as stacks. Oh, I have it listed as a combo piece. Yeah, so I do have Lattice in my deck. Okay, so... So these are mine. These are yours. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of these are going to be ramp cards and combo cards that you're not playing. What else? Gemstone Caverns. Gemstone Caverns is, to me, it's an auto-win in every single EDH deck. What else? Yeah, there's a bunch of 2-mana ramp that you're not running. I would run that. Gilded Lotus. You don't have Untied, so let's see. Some of the lands that... Wait, really? Don't you have Ominous Cemetery? I thought you did. I guess you don't. Inventor's Fair, Karn's Bastion, Untied, it's 2 mana for Legends. Emergent Zone. What else? Fomori Vault is fairly new. This is another one that's fine to have. War Room. Cryptic Caves, Ugin's Labyrinth. Conduit Pylons. There's some Surveil / Scry lands. You can run those. Sanctum of Eternity. Return target commander you own from the battlefield to your hand. Activate only during your turn, so you can bounce Kozilek and then recast it and draw the cards again. Everflowing Chalice. Sandstone Oracle is a pretty good... It's basically Kozilek, but just on another creature. So that's a good one to have as well. KCI, that's for combos. And then here's the ones unique to your deck. I don't think you need haste if your creatures are so powerful that you can just attack with them for 1 turn. A lot of good pickups. So yeah, I would say this. I think the primary thing, since you're not trying to do the combo route, I'd say the primary thing that you're missing is some of the better utility lands to swap over and a bunch of the ramp spells. So like this list right here. Which ones do we share in common? We share 39 cards. All right. Since we're doing different things, let me go ahead and build Eldrazi Tribal. So, Is commander and is either an Eldrazi type creature or says Eldrazi in the text. Because Kozilek is not specifically an Eldrazi commander. Neither is Ulamog or Emrakul. Is Zhulodock, like, actually an Eldrazi commander? Colorless spells you cast from your hand with mana value 7 or greater have Cascade. That seems like an Eldrazi commander. We got our Ulamogs. When you cast a spell, target opponent exiles half their library, rounded up. Sacrifice 2 permanent. Yeah, so all the other cards, they're kind of doing, like, generically powerful things. Zhulodock is not specifically an Eldrazi command. Like, it is an Eldrazi and a commander, but it's not, like, nothing in the text says you're playing Eldrazi, but it says it more than any of these other cards. There's a commander, master's face commander for a reason. Yeah, okay, so we're going to do Zhulodock. So that's what I'm going to build. So, new deck. Anytime now, Moxfield. It is ZH, right? Yeah, ZHU. Oh, I just couldn't find it without more things. Okay. Zhulodock, Voidgorger, Eldrazi, Tribal. Because there's other Eldrazi that are in colors, right? I guess, before I commit to this, they don't necessarily have to be colorless, right? So, Wooburg. Because there's Azlask, or another colorless creature you control dies, you get an experience counter. Wooburg, creatures you control plus X, where X is the number of experience counters you have. Scions and Spawns you control gain Indestructible and Annihilator 1 until end of turn. Haragast is technically red. Ulalek is another one. Whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, you may pay colorless. If you do copy all spells you control, then copy all other activated trigger abilities you control, you may choose new targets for the copies. Yeah, Ulalek is probably more of an Eldrazi tribal commander than Zhulodock is. I guess there's no reason we couldn't have 2 Eldrazi tribal decks. Let's build Zhulodock, but with a closer bent towards... I guess the way you're building it, you want 7-drop cascade stuff. You want 7-drop stuff that you can cascade into, right? So... Alright, let's make Zhulodock. Let's just make Zhulodock. Types and tags. Let's starter kit this. Add in the colorless lands. So obviously all the fetch lands are going because we can't do anything with that. Cavern stays. The rainbow lands go. Do we want City of Traders? I don't think so. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that, that. This one, and this one. Okay. And then... card draw. And this is probably not going to be a Skull Clamp deck, so let's get rid of that. We're going to want as much ramp as possible. Arcane Signet doesn't actually make any mana in colorless decks. Let's get rid of that. We're going to want all the untaps, so Voltaic Key, Manifold Key, Sonic Screwdriver, and Voltaic Construct. Is there a commander where Infernal Contract and Cruel Bargain are good? Probably. It would have to be a commander where, like, you are just trying to combo as fast as possible. Maybe Crick. I don't know if Crick plays Cruel Tutor or not. All right, so Advanced Search. We are going to want Color Identity colorless, and we're going to want land. How many results do we get? Probably a lot. 319. Cool. All right. What are we adding? Is this a Basalt Monolith, Mystic Forge, Paradox Engine deck? Oh, wait. Yeah. All right, so we just want the utility. So, let's see. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. We don't want fetch lands. Ash Barrens is irrelevant. The gates are mostly irrelevant. Panorama is irrelevant. This is the number of gates you control. We're not doing that. Blasted Landscape, that's fine. We have Blast Zone already. Tap target non-creature artifact. Don't care. Draw card activated only if you control a creature power 4 or greater. That's fine. Which one is this? Enters the battlefield tapped. Pay 2 life, add colorless. If that mana is spent on instant or sorcery... Oh, it's Beseiju. Okay. No, no, no. Buried Ruin. Add that. Cavern we have. So Cloud Post, Glimmer Post, Vesuva. There's more locuses, right? I'll tentatively add that. Sacrifice, put your commander in your hand from the command zone. Conduit Pylons. Don't need any of that. Don't need that. Cryptic Caves. Crystal Grotto, fine. Crystal Vein. Darksteel Citadel we want because we want artifact lands for Opal. So, Citadel, I don't care about Demolition. Deserted Temple's probably going to have combos with it, so we'll do that. Diamond City. That is such an awkward activated ability. We'll not do that. Human Creature. Drown Yard is relevant. Dust Bowl. There's a Locust that mills, and you can play Planar Nexus with Locust lands. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so Eldrazi Temple, that's in. Echoing Deeps, no. Emergent Zone, yes. No, 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 no. Ayavugan, depends on how many Eldrazi we're running. I don't think we're going to be running enough for Ayavugan to matter. So no Ayavugan. Field of the Dead, we're not land ramping, so not Field of the Dead. Fomori Vault, yeah. Forge, no. Forgotten Monument, no, obviously. Fountain Port, we can add that. Gyre Reach, Gemstone, Ghost Quarter, I don't care about that. This is a Surveil land, that's fine. Ghost Town, we don't have landfall that matters. Okay, Glimmer Post for the Locusts. No, I'm not playing a bounce land. Create a tapped Power Stone. That's pretty weak. If I'm ever in a position where I'm paying 4, 5 to make it Power Stone, I think we're losing. So, no. Haven of the Spirit Dragon. You get energy, pay X, sacrifice, destroy target non-land permanent with mana value X. That's pretty bad, but I guess technically it does something. Grotto. I don't know if we're going to have another gate, but sure, I'll tentatively add that. Homeward Path, that's fine. Day 1, you put a land from your hand on the battlefield. Sure, that's fine. Inkmoth, Interplanar. Vendor Sphere's in the deck. Tower. Bastion, am I proliferating anything? No. No. Majoring. Enter tapped. If you do, you get rad counters. No. Neck hanger. We're not going to run vehicles. I'm not going to play Mikakoro. The only possible thing that Mikakoro does is it says, if I have Mikakoro open, nobody can Oracle win. That's basically it. Mirror Pool enters tapped. We're not going to do that. Foundry. Okay, Workshop is in. Next 144. Ronom, we don't have snow, so that's irrelevant. Nixos is also relevant. Okay, Cemetery, even though that's really expensive as an ability, it's fine. We can run that. Enters, exile up to 3 target cards from graveyards, but it enters tap, so I'm not going to run it. Planar Nexus. Yes. Plaza of Heroes, yes. Power Depot, no. Sacrifice, search your library for basic, no. Reliquary Tower, no. Port, also probably not. Sacrifice, draw a card if you control an artifact, draw a card if you control an enchantment, sure. Sanctum of Eternity, yeah. Sanctum of Ugin. Scavenger Grounds. It's tapped. So Scorched Ruins has a combo with Deserted Temple and Rings of Bright Hearth. So that's why you run Scorched Ruins. Seagate Wreckage. Super basic. Okay, Shrine. Oh yeah, the snow-covered wastes exist now. I'm still not going to use it. Strip Mine. Don't care, don't care. Swarm Yard. Talon Gates is good. This enters tap, so I'm not going to run it. Terrain Generator is only for basics, so we're not running that. Look at the top. If it's an instant or sorcery, reveal it, put it in your hand. If you don't, we're not going to run enough instants and sorceries for that to be relevant. We have Gardens already. This one's Scries, sure. Thespian Stage. Thran Portal's a gate. We don't care. Throne of the High City, sure. Tower of the Magistrate. Treasure Vault. Target player mills a card for each locus you control. Don't care about that at all. Ugin's Labyrinth, yes. Charted Haven. Underdark Rift. Untiedake is fine. We're also going to run Urborg because we want lands like Untiedake to be able to tap for other things. Cave. All right, so then we're going to add all the Urza lands. And Workshop. Vesuva. War Room. I guess Wasteland. A basic Wastes. Winding Canyons. Witch's Clinic. And Zalfiran Void, and that's everything. And then Yavimaya, I guess. Okay. Back to the deck list. That was a lot of lands. How many did we get to? 54. That's way too much. Way, way, way too much. So let's cut all of the worst ones. So probably all of the ones that all they do is Scry or Surveil can go. Or have like extremely fringe utility. Inkmoth can be a really bad slow win con. It can. We're not going to run it. So let's get rid of Gallifrey, Crystal Grotto, Pylons. That's fine. Heap Gate. We're not playing any other gates anyway. That's gone. We don't probably need more than one of this. Control artifact. Okay, that's fine. I don't know why this is showing up as this. Because it's probably the cheapest one, right? Grey Havens, that's gone. Alright, so Ominous Cemetery is worse than Underdark Rift, although they're both not good. Let's see. I don't need more than one Yavimaya effect. Is there a situation where I'm going to steal something from somebody and then the color of mana that I have matters? And if so, does green or black matter? I can't think of anything specific. I feel like black matters more. So let's cut this. Let's cut this. I highly doubt we're going to be flashing in creatures, but it's fine. All right, let's get rid of Wasteland and Strip Mine. We don't really need those effects. Lifelink is pretty weak. This can only tap for legendaries, and we don't need our commander in this deck as much as Kozilek, so let's get rid of Untidock. I find that Plaza is like really hard to actually ever have the mana to activate it, but at the same time, it's probably still better than a number of our other lands. Homeward Path, we don't need Homeward Path, that can go. Gyro Reach Sanitarium, also pretty weak, that can go. So there's this and Underdark Rift. I'll just get rid of this one. Down to 40 lands, that's pretty good. We can still get rid of a lot. I don't want to sack my lands to do this, so let's cut Command Beacon. That's pretty... This deck is not going to have any enchantments in it, right? Because I think sacking this to draw a card is still okay. If it's much later in the game, we don't need the mana anymore. And this casts colorless spells for double colorless. 40's a lot. 40's too much. The top X for X's number of artifacts. Put one of them in your hand, the rest in the bottom. 4 more revolt's fine. I guess we don't need like a million of these. All right, let's get rid of this one. This is kind of in the same vein as Plaza, where it's really hard to have the mana open for it, but it's fine. Urborg. Okay, so now that I don't have Untidock, Urborg doesn't matter like anywhere near as much. Or like at all. We can get rid of that. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I also have a bajillion untagged lands. I didn't even see that. These are probably also all like the worst ones. Okay, so this one's actually good. And wastes. I guess if I'm having to cut stuff, I don't care that much about wastes. And I probably don't care about the Cloud Post package, so all that can go. Tower of the Magistrates barely matters. Seagate, that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go, and Bonder's Enclave can go. Alright, we're at 39 lands. I'm pretty sure a bunch of these can still get gone. This can copy like Urza's stuff, so it's fine. War Room has never been very good. This is just 3-tap draw a card. That's fine. When are we ever flashing stuff in? We're trying to like combo kill people. Oh. This doesn't have a cast or ETB trigger. So we can get rid of Sanctum of Eternity. Yeah, okay. Sanctum of Eternity, that can go. This is probably fine. Okay, so then we're going to want Rings of Bright Hearth for the combo. We're going to want... What is the other one? It's Forsaken Monument. Assault Monolith. What pairs with Voltaic Construct? Nothing yet, but what we do is we turn artifacts into creatures, and then we use this to untap them. So we're also going to want Thran Dynamo, Gilded Lotus. Let me open the Kozilek deck. What are the combo pieces that I'm missing? Oh, this is not the other one. Where's the other one? Okay. Thank you very much, Moxfield. Is it backwards? Yeah, here it is. Kozilek. Salt, Clock of Omens. Which is the one that turns your stuff into creatures? Is it Toymaker? Yeah, Toymaker. That's what it is. What other ones do I want? Staff of Domination for the payoff. I honestly don't remember which ones of these combo with what. Heartstone, KCI. That requires that you use Scrap Trawler loops. I don't particularly care about that. Lithiform Engine. There's a lot of looping things around. All activated abilities, all cards exiled with it. This is... You combo this with tap and untap effects, where you exile... Is it like exile Basalt and then... It's something like that. Lithiform Engine, that's fine. I think we're probably good on the combos. I assume a lot of these cards are going to be the same in both decks, so... I guess let's compare them. Compare this to this one. Unique to Kozilek. Okay, can I just add these in from here? Because that would be very helpful. Ugin. There we go. Palladium Myrrh. Let's add that. Let's add... for each opponent... What does Zhulodock say exactly? Colorless spells you cast from your hand with mana value 7 or greater. So any colorless spell, doesn't matter what type of card it is. I feel like there's got to be some crazy shenanigans that we can do with Spine of Ishsaw if that's the case. Anyway. For each opponent, exile up to one target permanent player controls with an even mana value. If at least 3 colorless mana was spent to cast this, return permanent with an odd mana value. Okay, yeah, let's add that. Let's add... Dust. Geode Golem. We're not really saving much when Zhulodock is 6 mana, so that's irrelevant. Mightstone, Weakstone, don't care. Worn Power Stone, add that. Add Lens, add... Just a bunch of these. This is with a mana ability, right? For an artifact card with a mana ability or a basic land. Key. Sandstone Oracle. Metalworker goes off with Staff of Domination. Temple of the False God. Let's see what else. Map. Fly. Fractured Power Stone. Guardian Idol. Is that all of them? Alright, back to deck. Yeah, the ramp isn't as important. Alright, get rid of Temple. Oh, why is Mox Amber here? Get rid of that. What is all of our ramp? Chrome Mox. We have to exile a non-artifact and then add so Chrome Mox does nothing, so get rid of that. No. Firestone, Guild Lotus. Am I missing any? Format, EDH, ID, colorless. CMC equals 2 has tap, contains colorless. Hedron Crawler. It's a creature. I actually don't even want Ornithopter. Idol, Torque, Monacan. Definitely have Mind Stone, right? Yeah. Obelisk, Planar Atlas. Is that in here? It is not. Planar Atlas. Lens is in here. This is limited. Limited. The Iron Crag. The Iron Crag. And then Thought Vessel. Alright, so we have 27 ramp spells, 6 tutors, card draw, 1 ring, sandstone. How many cards in our deck are actually artifacts? 32. Oh, it's not counting the creatures among those, so 32, 37. Okay, so 37. That's actually not even that good for Mystic Forge, but it's acceptable. Alright. So now, there's got to be a Spine of Ishsaw combo. But we have to keep casting it, right? So we need infinite mana. Spine of Ishsaw. Foundry, Sculpting Steel, and KCI. So you basically need... You need KCI and Foundry to make Sculpting Steel net neutral on mana, and then have Sculpting Steel copy Spine so that it comes in, blows itself up, goes to the graveyard, comes in, blows itself up, brings itself back from the graveyard. Except that when you're casting it, in this case, the mana value is still 3 before it copies the Spine, which means you're never triggering Zhulodock. So that isn't actually a combo in this deck. So not Spine. So Spine doesn't work. Alright, what is the things we want to do? So of our big Eldrazi creatures, I am perfectly happy to cast Void Winnower. I am also happy to cast either Kozilek. But not the other one. And Ulamog, the Defiler, only hits one opponent instead of all of them. I don't particularly want Ulamog or Emrakul. Maybe this Emrakul's fine. How do I discard it? I'd have to put Underworld Cookbook in my deck. Alright, so... Colorless cost 7 or more because that's what we need to cascade. How many of those can there even be? Apparently a lot, but not too many that we can't go through them. Probably don't want most of this stuff. I would accept Cityscape Leveler. It's not great, though. Cityscape Leveler. What does Orrery do? It's just a really big mono rock. Okay. Non-legendary artifact creatures of Myriad. Not what we're trying to do. Monolith, don't care. Deceiver of Form. Also don't really care. We already have this one. What does the Devour of Destinies do? It's the opening hand thing, and then when you cast this, target permanents one or more colors. That's fine. Devourer of Destiny. And let's see, none of those. The Emrakul's are all right. Flare of Loyalties. When you cast the spell, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it, and it becomes a giant Eldrazi creature. Don't care about that. Don't care about Karn or Kaldra. That Betrays is interesting, but I don't really want it. Maelstrom Colossus has a Cascade. Don't care. Metalwork, Battlesphere. Portal of Phyrexia is pretty good. Let's do that. Did I ever add stacks to this deck? I didn't, did I? Alright, stacks. So, that's not true. I was going to say none of our creatures have activated abilities, but that's not true. Palladiumer does. But that's the only one. Oh, and Voltaic Construct, which you need to combo. You can still just play it differently. All right. We obviously can't run Null Rod or Sphere. Tabernacle. Let's get rid of this. Torpor Orb. Do we have anything with an ETB trigger? We have stuff with cast triggers. I don't think we have anything with an ETB trigger. Winter Moon and Orb. Those can go. Trinisphere can go. And Karn can go. All right. Well, that's not much, but it's something. We have Ugin. What does this guy do? Whenever you attack, choose odd or even creatures with mono value. Can't block. Sacrifice a permanent with mono value 1 or greater as the ward. And tap, create a 10/10. I guess this guy is a little bit more useful in that you can target the combo player. So like the player that you know has like breach lines or whatever and needs specific cards in their deck. You can just go, yeah, you're exiling, what is it? Half their library? Ulamog the Defiler. I think that's pretty much it. Anything else to add here? I might add the Emrakul's just... Oh, we're actually way under. We're way under our amount. I did not realize that. Okay, what can we add in the card draw section? Apparently 1 card. What was the 1 card that got added? Oh. I'm not sure. Oh, Skull Clamp. It was Skull Clamp, right? Which we're not going to use. All right, let's add the Emrakul's. And what else? The deck is the Capitolini Triad. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each historic card in your graveyard. Exile any number of historic cards from your graveyard with total mana value 30 or greater. You get an emblem with creatures you control of base power and toughness 9/9. I guess the other Ulamogs were kind of... Ulamog. Ceaseless. Ulamog. The Infinite. Okay, how about... without paying, and we specifically want to cast them. Add 1 mana of any color, craft with 2 cards that share a card type, and it flips into... choose a card type shared among 2 exiled cards. The next spell you cast this turn of the chosen type can be cast without paying its mana cost. So since the giant Eldrazi are not artifacts, we would have to exile creatures, which is not going to be easy. Sakron, Knowledge Pool. None of this stuff cheats on things the way we want them to. You can step mill 2 cards and exile an online card at random from your graveyard. Copy it. May cast a copy. No. Well, how many do we have left? 8 more cards, and we even have too many lands. We have a bajillion ramp spells. I'm not sure what else to add. Lightning Greaves? Just protection stuff. Fence Grid. We don't have any of our instants anyway, although... I don't actually think I want Defense Grid, so let's get rid of that. What other packages do I even have? Card draw, counter spells, evasive stuff, extra turns, fast mana, haste, protection, ramp, reanimation, removal, and bounce. And colorless? Sweepers, tribal, tutors, untappers. What about tutors? We already had all of them. Okay. So I suppose a lot of these big Eldrazi can still just be gigantic beaters even if you don't cast them, technically. But I don't think this is the deck for Cryptic Gateway. What else can we use? I guess let's go ahead and look. Zhulodock on EDH Rec. What are people playing? Just other big Eldrazi creatures? Sure, Oblivion Sower. Is Oblivion Sower technically ramp? It's 6 mana, though. I'm not going to count it. Counter target spell ability that targets a permanent you control. The spell costs 7 less to cast if it targets a spell ability that targets a creature you control with power 7 or greater. How much is Zhulodock? Indeed. Not of this world. Protection. Exile, reveal a colorless creature from your hand. Exile each creature and planeswalker with mana value less than the revealed card's mana value. How many do I have in my deck? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Did that already. I'm not playing that. Oh, we don't have... I didn't put Ugin in here. Ugin. The Ineffable. Get out of here, Japanese Ugin. Rise of the Eldrazi, sure. Rise of the Eldrazi. Endbringer doesn't trigger Zhulodock. Whenever another colorless creature enters, deal 1. Activated or triggered ability you control from a colorless source. So it would copy one of the cascades, but not both of them. Up to 2 target players each manifest 2 cards. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card. Sure. Kozilek, the Broken Reality. Also a card draw spell. And the Ulamogs are removal, so let's do that. Removal. Okay. And then I guess these are just beaters. Number of counters on it. I guess I'll count this as a beater. 2 more. Meteor Golem. Meteor Golem. Triggers the cascade, blows something up. Alright. Meteor Golem. I guess I could run the Spine because... So that puts us at 100, right? Yeah. Anything else we want to look at? Spawn Bird Protector. Beginning of end step, return up to 1 target Eldrazi creature from your graveyard to your hand. Create 2 Scions. Oh yeah, Liberator. You may cast colorless spells and artifacts as if they had flash. Forgot about Liberator. I guess we'll get rid of Spine. Roaming Throne. Get rid of... one of our lands. Our lands, we have way too many lands. I'll get rid of this one. You want 1 life for each colorless. Hexproof from each color. Drawbridge, Deceiver. That one, don't care. Artifacts cost less. Probably should do that. Foundry Inspector. Let's cut. We have Mox Opal, right? Yeah. Let's cut. Let's cut Winding Canyons. Can target multi-spell, destroy target multi-spell. Don't care about that. Target creature you control gains protection from each color until end of turn. Don't care about that. Target player creates X spawn or scry draw. Or exile target creature's mana value X or less, or exile X cards from graveyards. Nope. Choose 3. Target creature +3/-3. Exile target non-land permanent that returns to battle. So blink 1. Create a Scion. I imagine the enchantment section's got to be pretty brief, right? Oh yeah, this one. If triggered to believe a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, ability triggers in time. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it, may choose new token. Oh, yeah, so definitely that one. Echoes of Eternity. Let's cut... Plaza of Heroes? Sure, Plaza of Heroes. You cast a colorless spell, manifest the top. Whatever you attack. Got Ugin already, and then here's all the lands. We're good on the lands. Okay. That ought to be the end of that. Whew. Super long. Alright, before I get to the 5-color Eldrazi deck, let's make the Esper artifact deck for Kitsune. So, what commander do we want? So, we want... It has to be a commander. It has to be in the Esper colors. And it has to say artifact somewhere in its text box so that it's an artifact-relevant commander. Oh, ID, no, it specifically needs to be color is Esper. Okay. Shroom's the old school one. What does Nivaneral do? Hexproof from artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Okay, it's got nothing to do with that. Soundwave. Whenever one or more creature tokens you control deal combat damage to a player, exile target instant or sorcery. Copy it. If you do, convert it. Seedry also cares about artifacts. Target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature with power and toughness each equal to its converted mana cost until end of turn. Target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature. So that just screams combo city all over the place. Urza Chief Artificer. Affinity for artifact creatures. Artifact creatures you control have menace. At the beginning of your end step, create a construct token. So it's basically between Seedry and Shroom. So Shroom has the clone combos where you play like Sculpting Steel and you have it enter as a copy of Shroom, then you Legend Rule Shroom out, and then the Sculpting Steel trigger goes on the stack and brings Shroom back, and then you Legend Rule out Sculpting Steel, and you just swap them over and over and over. And Seedry has the same combos that go with Toymaker, where you can turn your non-creature artifacts into creatures, which means that they can be affected by things that untap creatures. I'm going to say let's go with Shroom. Seedry also has a really fun combo with Caltrops, but let's not worry about that. Let's do Shroom. So, Shroom. Copy. All right. So we're going to add starter kit. We're going to add stacks. Let's get some removal into the deck. Let's card draw into the deck. Counter spells into the deck. And I think, and then ramp into the deck. And that should be it. So type and tag. Let's get rid of the fetch land that's in the wrong colors, which is Wooded Foothills. And then all of our other lands are good. Yeah, all of our other lands are good. Then we don't need all the counter spells, so we can get rid of this. I do not want Fierce Guardianship or Flare or Force or... I do want Pact, though, because we're going to combo. Muddle the Mixture also gets combos. Let's get Reprieve out of the deck, and then all the other counterspells I'm good with. I don't particularly care about Shieldred. Is there any commander you won't make a deck for? I'd be curious how you would build a Stang deck. I made a whole video on commanders I won't make decks for. And they are basically commanders where the strategy or the commanders I won't make decks for are basically awful. Like, the card just completely sucks. Doesn't even send you down particular themes or like wanting to build your deck in a particular way. So the classic example is the vanilla legends from Legends, where they are creatures that their stats are not good for their cost. They have no abilities. There's nothing about them that makes you want to build them. They don't send you down any particular path. Other commanders are CEDH slop, so you can have, you have your Tymna, Thrasios, Rograk decks. You've got your just whatever the best good stuff commanders are in those colors. So if I have a good stuff commander it's not doing anything unique and it's not as good as the best CEDH commanders, then why am I building it? There's also commanders that are not legal, so like silver borders. I do have one silver border deck built, but other than that, basically, like, what's the point in building that deck if you're not even going to get to play it anyway? Decks that are just completely miserable. And then there's commanders where they are just blatantly worse than another commander. Like, the commanders are both doing the same thing, but one's pretty much just strictly better. Why would you ever build the other one? All right, so we don't want the land kill spells. We don't want the rule of law effects. Or these. Let's get rid of this. Cursed Totem is a maybe. Get rid of Yawgmoth. Chains, no. Dothy, no. Obviously, we can't run anti-ETB cards. Elishnorn's fine. Flux, Canonist, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. This, this. This one. Let's see. Damn, I don't care about that. That can go. Removal. A lot of this is going to go. Get rid of that one. Get rid of Blast Zone. Dismember. Maybe not Dismember. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. Push. Fragmentize. Geist Wave I might keep. Gilded Drake's fine. This one can go. Lauren can stay. Planar Void. Ravages. Rip absolutely has to go. We can't run that. This one. Okay. So most of the stacks has to go. Mox Amber, that's gone. This is too much ramp. We don't need this much ramp. I don't care about Marble Diamond. And Ornithopter of Paradise. Probably just all the diamonds. I'm not sure. Maybe some of the colorless ones. Chalice. And maybe not Chalice. Grim, Heartless Summoning. If it's for Shroom, then yeah, that doesn't matter. Heartless Summoning's fine. Lotho. Let's get rid of Torque. No, let's keep Torque. Okay, let's get rid of Sky Diamond. Let's get rid of Charcoal Diamond. I feel like I want to cut one more. Let's get rid of Thought Vessel. Actually, you know what? Not Thought Vessel. Let's get rid of one of the Signets, probably. Or Cold Steel Heart. Let's get rid of Cold Steel Heart. Okay, this is way too much card draw. We're not an Ad Naus deck. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of Altar, Archivist, Archmage. Sphinx is fine. I'm going to get rid of this one. Fairy, Gix, Grazilax. We're not a deck that attacks people, so that stuff can go. Polywog can go. Skull Clamp, we're not going to do that. Stinging Study, that can go. Chip. That can go. This one. Trouble in pairs. I'm good with cutting. Let's cut Timna. Let's cut Windfall. Okay. Is Manamo in my lands? Let's add Manamo. Basically, if you're running the One Ring, you also run Manamo. Ledger Shredder. Get rid of that. Oh, that reminds me. I didn't put Ledger Shredder in the Be'lakor deck, did I? That would absolutely be a great looting effect, wouldn't it? Yeah, let's add Ledger Shredder here. And then cut... something. Oh yeah, do I really want Deflecting Swat? I guess not. We can get that. All right. Back to Shroom. There's a lot of removal and most of it sucks, so let's cut most of this. That's fine. Cut Dismember. And does this deck need Dark Ritual? Maybe. We are an Imperial Seal deck, so that'll stay. Although we do have ETBs, we don't have that many of them, so I think Norn can go. We have what? Drake, Skyclave, Lauren, Bowmasters is irrelevant. And then Shroom itself, which is fine, but nothing amazing. So the fact that we have Shroom, and it actually we can get rid of Black Market Connections, that's not relevant. So the fact that we have Shroom makes me more inclined to want artifacts that sack themselves or things that sacrifice artifacts for an effect. So problem is that, you know, there's like KCI Scrap Trawler combos, but they're so convoluted and they require so many pieces that I don't think we care about that. What we do care about is Shroom combos. So we care about Sculpting Steel and Phantasmal Image and Phyrexian Metamorph. There's also, what's the Doctor Who clone? What's it called? Flesh something? ID is Woober, is Esper, and it's a CMC2 creature that copies Flesh Duplicate. Any creature on the battlefield except it has Vanishing 3, which is irrelevant when we have Shroom combos, so Flesh Dupe. So all of these are combo pieces in this deck, so combo, combo, combo. And then we need something that triggers when stuff goes to our graveyard or when they die. So whenever, and then it has to say artifact or creature or permanent, and then it has to say dies or put into your graveyard. Okay, too many results. We can cut it down by mana value. So I wouldn't pay more than 3 for this effect. And The way that this can kill our opponent is it either has to damage them, make them lose life, or mill them. So, loses or deals or mill. Whenever creature you control dies, it can't be sacrificed because legend ruling technically is not sacrificing. Is there any command? Yeah, okay, so let's see. So Blood Artist, Zulaport Cutthroat, whatever. Blood Artist can be one of those. I would prefer to have the card be an artifact if possible. So let's add Blood Artist. I'll replace this if a better thing comes along. So Blood Artist kills them. Let's see. Ellis Ilkor. Whenever another creature is not for control, gain one. Whenever another creature you control dies, each opponent loses one. Jinxed Ring. Whenever any card is put in your graveyard from play, Jinxed Ring deals 1 damage to you. Okay, obviously we don't want that. Opponent controls is also not something we want. Meat Hook Massacre, you say? That'll work. The Meat Hook. It's a sweeper and a combo card in this deck. Is there really nothing else? It's just Zulaport, Blood Artist, Meat Hook, and then all of the other ones? Huh. Alright, what's our card count? We're at 99. We probably need a bunch of tutors, though. This is a combo piece. Alright, let's add tutors to the deck. So, we're going to get rid of most of these. Entomb technically works, because we can entomb the other piece and then shroom that thing back in, as long as it's Metamorph or Sculpting Seal, both of which are fine. So Entomb's good. Unmarked Grave would also work. Intuition is probably lines that we want. Inventor's Fair, Limdual's Vault. Merchant Scroll, I don't care about. Moonsilver Key, I also don't care about. Oswald, I don't feel like this is a deck that we're going to be able to chain up very much. I can also tell I'm going to need to make room for things. So let's cut Lauren and Volatile Drake. All right, Plunge goes, Profane goes, this goes, Reshape. So it's 5 mana to go to the thing that I need to win. That's okay. Oh, yeah. I am going to put Thoracle in this deck. Demonic Consult. Tezzeret is basically the same thing as Reshape in that scenario. Transmute Artifact. So Tribute Mage, not relevant. Trinket Mage, not relevant. Trophy Mage, relevant. I guess this deck can also win with Dramatic Scepter, right? I don't need Urza's Cave. Wayfarer, Wishclaw. Actually, Wishclaw's fine. War of Invention is also fine. This is a lot of tutors, though. We're going to have to cut some of this down. Let's cut down Reshape. Let's cut off... Map. What's our intuition line? I don't think this deck has one, because you usually have Breach, or you go Intuition. There's the... What is the white card? The 3 mana, get back a 3-drop. There's that thing. And then you grab 2 things that you want. What's our line here? I need an intuition line in Esper. Intuition. Really? It doesn't list that? So Vin's Reclamation. I need an Esper. I need one that works in Esper. None of them for Esper? Okay. Let's get rid of Void Rend and there's way too many tutors. Trophy Mage. Limduals puts it on top, right? Yeah, Limduals, that can go. Fabricate's pretty good. All right, where are we at? 108. I also feel like there's definitely things I'm missing. So our land count's fine. We could cut a land. Ramp, let's cut. I'm going to say Orzhov Signet. Let's cut Veto. Does this deck want Bowmasters? Not particularly. I also don't even think it particularly wants Heartless Summoning, although obviously you want to get Shroom out. Let's go Bowmasters. Let's cut. We also, this is possibly too many clones. Like, Phantasmal's probably enough. We don't also need Flesh Duplicate, so let's cut that. So then our kill conditions are Blood Artist, Meat Hook. Oh, there should also... Hullbreaker should definitely be in this deck. Hullbreaker, Horror. We just have too many cards in each category, right? Like, that's the problem. Combo cards are probably fine. Do I actually have a combo with either of the monoliths? I have Grim. I don't have Basalt. I could run Power Artifact or Rings. I don't think I care about either one of those. Although it's good to have the combo be artifact based, because right now we've got Console Oracle, neither of which are artifacts. We've got Dramatic Scepter. Dramatic's not an artifact. So the only actual combo we have is... Oh, I know what I'm missing. Alter the Brood. And we can run that instead of... Because it doesn't have to... The card doesn't have to die. It can just enter. Whenever an artifact enters. Grinding Station. You can't use it before they legend rule out, so that doesn't work. Whenever another artifact enters. Whenever a permanent enters. Whenever another permanent enters. Whenever a creature enters. Blasting Station? Well, Alter the Brood already does it. Okay. So if I have Alter, I don't then also need Blood Artist and Meat Hook. I probably just need one or the other. I think Blood Artist is probably worse. Oh, Lotho doesn't work with Heartless in play. Okay, let's cut that. Or I can just do it the other way. We don't have that many creatures, and there's plenty of ramp that's not Shroom. All right, let's do that. Let's cut Heartless and put Lotho back in. And then this has just got to be too many tutors, right? We've got 2 graveyard tutors. We've got Whir, Transmute, Tezzeret. Tezzeret might be too expensive. You're paying 5. Oh, I don't have an Intuition line. Let's get rid of Intuition. Let's... I guess Intuition can technically just put like 3 different clones in the graveyard. Never mind you then. Yeah, this is probably fine. And I just got to cut from somewhere else. We have 31 lands. We can cut a land. It's definitely going to be an Orzhov land. Are we just cutting Vault of Champions? Probably. All right, cut Vault of Champions. All that's good, all that's good. We only have good stuff. Now is where it gets really tricky to cut things. We only have 6 removal spells and 3 sweepers. Okay, I guess since Meat Hook counts as one of our sweepers, maybe we can cut Deluge. And I potentially don't need all 6 removal spells, so we've got... Oh, we have 2 different bounce spells as well. All right, let's cut... Geist Wave. And then one more thing has to go. I guess, do I need 3 different clones? Because the answer is not really. All right, we're at 100. Did I miss anything really obvious? Shroom. Oh, I missed the artifact lands. Although I don't think I particularly care about those. The only reason I would want them is to make Mox Opal turn on, and like maybe occasionally you can like transmute artifact one of your lands or something. So Seed of the Synod. I don't think I care about any of the other ones. And let's cut... Not Shocklands. Oh, do I have 0 basics in this deck as well? I guess that's fine. So we've got 3 shocks, 3 duels, so that's 6 fetchables and 9 fetches. That's fine. Yeah, I don't really care about Seed of the Synod. What else is in these decks? Mass Transmuter, Ethereum Sculptor. I mean, sure, we have a lot of artifacts, but it's not, like, enough. 25 plus... that's already only 1 mana. Yeah, it's just 25 plus Sharoom. No, don't care about any of that. Emery... not really. Disciple of the Vault. Okay, so Disciple of the Vault is another one that combos, and it's cheaper than Meat Hook. And I do love meat cards being cheaper. So, Disciple of the Vault. That's fine. I'm not going to run any of that. Oh yeah, Marionette Apprentice. But I still, Disciple just does the same thing for 1 mana. So, don't care. Don't care about most of this. We can pretty much ignore most of these cards. That's probably going to do it. I think that's all there is. It's possible Tezzeret is like too expensive and you just don't want to pay 5 for this. Yeah, I guess I'll take that out and put Limdals back in. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Alrighty then, that is Sharoom. So that's for Esper. So you can take this a number of ways. Combos are obviously Console Oracle, also Dramatic Scepter. So you get Imprint Dramatic Reversal under Isochron Scepter, and then as long as you have Mana Rocks that produce a minimum of 3, you have infinite mana. You then need a way to win, but presumably you can find one. You also have Hullbreaker Horror with its ability to loop Mana Rocks to generate infinite mana. Again, you still need a way to win, but presumably you should have one of those. And then the other combos are, you need Sharoom, you need a clone, so Phantasmal Sculpting Steel, something that clones it, and you need something that triggers on creature, artifact, or permanent entering or dying. So that's Altar of the Brood, which conveniently is both an artifact and 1 mana, so you can saga it, and triggers on permanents entering, so you mill all of your opponents, or Disciple of the Vault to drain all of your opponents. And then that is it for the combos, and that's mainly what you're trying to do. And then you've got just like a bajillion tutors to try to find these combos, and then a little bit of interaction with like some stacks, some removal, and then obviously a bunch of counter spells which can, 1, interact with your opponent, and 2, protect your own combo. It's possible we want silence in this deck too, isn't it? What can I cut for silence? Oh, we have the fast lands in here. Well, let's move that back and cut out Concealed Courtyard. 1 card must go. delay. Negate. It's got negate. All right, that ought to do it. Yeah, so basically 3 combo paths. Console Oracle, infinite mana with Dramatic Scepter or Hullbreaker into some way to win the game. Or Disciple or Brood kills with the Shroom copy combo. Is there an artifact that we can tutor for once we have infinite mana that just wins, right? So presumably that would be like Ballista. Is anything in our deck like that right now? Because like, let's say we have infinite mana and then I have like a Fabricate. Is there any artifact in the deck that I can go grab and be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's going to allow me to win? Because I don't think currently there is. If it's infinite mana with Hullbreaker, you can go get 1 ring and then just draw your whole deck. If you don't have the ability to bounce, then what you instead have is... So let's say you have Dramatic Scepter, right? I guess if you have 1 ring, you win the game there as well, right? Because then you just keep on tapping the 1 ring, and you also just draw your whole deck, and then you just win with a different combo. So the 1 ring solves all of our infinite mana problems. It's an artifact that we can tutor for that when we have either of our infinite mana combos, we will win the game. All right, that works. And then finally, we've got our Zhulodock Eldrazi tribal deck. So, is this in our... Yeah, okay. So, new deck. Zhulodock. Eldrazi tribal. So, types and tags, EDH starter kit. Let's add the tribal cards to the deck. We do have access to blue, so that is going to be counter spells. But that might be it. What does Zhulodock actually do? Whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, you may pay 2 colorless. If you do copy all spells you control, then copy all other activated and trigger abilities you control, you may choose new target. So whenever you cast your Eldrazi, you get a copy of that Eldrazi. You basically kick or 2, you get a copy of that Eldrazi and any cast triggers you had with it. Okay, let's see. What do we immediately not want? Wow. How did we get to 60 lands? Alright, Patriarch's Bidding, I'm probably not going to care about. Reflections of Litjara. Also, I don't care. Kindred Summons, that can go. Swords can go. Way too much ramp. Let's get rid of every Signet except Arcane Signet. And Cold Steel. Mana Vault? Possibly. So I imagine the deck is going to primarily be the Sultai colors with splashes into the other colors. So therefore, I don't need talismans that are in color pairs that I don't care about. So Conviction, Creativity, Hierarchy, Impulse, Indulgence, Progress, Resilience? Yeah, Resilience, Unity. Urza's Incubator's a maybe. It depends on what Eldrazi we wind up playing. Never enters the battlefield attacks. You may draw a card for each other creature you control. It shows a creature type with it. If you do, discard a card. Trouble in Pairs can go. Species Specialist can go. Realm Walker. I doubt we're going to have enough Eldrazi creatures for that to be relevant, but we'll see. Choose a creature type, look at the top 6. Yeah, definitely that goes. Distant Melody. So many counters. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Muddle, negate, pact, force, flare, fear, Stoven's veto, burnout, interrupter, mana drain. I actually do want. Gaia's Cradle, but depends on the creatures. I think we're probably not going to wind up using it, but let's just see for now. All right, the command lands that are outside the multicolors, those are going, as are the fast lands. So let's get rid of this. Training Center. We also don't need redundant shock lands that are outside of the colors that we care about the most. So Stomping Ground, Vents, Spire Bluff goes, this goes, this goes, this goes, this goes. Thicket. Overgrown Tomb's fine. Morphic Pool is fine. Luxury Suite, that goes, as does Vantage, Hallowed, Godless, Copperline, Concealed, Dark Slick. Bountiful, Botanical, Blooming Marsh, Blood Crypt, that's out of here. 39 lands, we still got to cut more. 5-color deck, we probably can't afford to run Otawara, and potentially we can't afford to run Boseiju. At least I'm going to cut Otawara. Sacred Foundry, that's out. Temple Garden, that's out. Undergrowth Stadium. The command lands that aren't Morphic Pool are probably going. I'm not sure, though. Or Rejuvenating Spring. Let's get rid of Stadium. We probably don't have the forest density for Arbor Elf to work. Let's see, we have 10 fetches, all of which... I was going to say all of which can fetch forests, but that's not true. No, that is true. All of them can fetch forests, and then there are 4 forest dual lands and 2 shocks, so that's 16. So if we go down to 30, half our mana base will be able to tap for Arbor Utopia. That's pretty good. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the ones that search up lands. So Nature's Lore, 3 visits. Considering how much space we're going to need and how much ramp we already have, I doubt Urza's Incubator is going to stick, but I'll keep it for now. So let's see, Finhorn, that's gone. Lanor, that's gone. Elves of Deep Shadow and Pilgrim can both go. Bloom Tender is really dependent on what you've got. I think that's going. Crippling Fear, that's out. Titan of Littjara can go. Realm Walker's out of here. Choose a creature type. Target player draws X, loses X, for X's number of creatures. Let's get rid of that. Shared Animosity is gone, as is Coat of Arms. Molten Echoes I'll keep if there's a combo with it. Or Mana Echoes, rather. Okay, let's get rid of Molten and Mana. And we'll figure out later from there. Deflecting Swat is fine. Fierce. Like, I don't need my commander in play. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Steely Resolve. Creatures are hexproof. Nah, that's irrelevant. Get rid of that. Get rid of Pyre. I'm deliberately not going to play Thoracle. Let's cut Bowmasters. In this deck, Mana Drain's probably going to be really hard to cast. But we also have got a bunch of expensive colorless cards. All right, let's get rid of Ritual. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may sack one of them. If you do reveal cards until you reveal a creature that shows a creature type, put the sack creature, put the card on the battlefield, the rest on the bottom. Depends on how many Eldrazi we're running, but that sounds good. Oh, everything comes to dust. Get rid of that. How much ramp do we have? 20. That's fine. We still have too many lands. Oh, Blackcleave Cliffs. I didn't see that. Let's get rid of that. Cradle. This is not a Cradle deck. Let's get rid of Cradle. Ancient Tomb might even... No, it's not, because we're going to run colorless stuff. So all the fetches are in. All the duels are in. We have 3 of our Shocklands, which is the Sultai combos, and 3 of our command land or Battle Bond lands, which are also the Sultai combos. And then all of the rainbow stuff. Cavern of Souls. I may not even need that. But considering we're going to be an Eldrazi tribal deck, it feels weird not to have it. 33 lands. We can probably cut Boseiju, but that one kind of hurts to leave. I guess we're going to cut Boseiju. There's just no room. So we have 86 cards. Let's get rid of Oppo Agent. We don't need all these sweepers. Let's get rid of... We have a bunch of creatures that are Monodorks, and we're going to have a bunch of Eldrazi, so Toxic Deluge feels worse than Fire Covenant, so let's get rid of that. I'm not sure how many blue cards I'm going to wind up with. The Eldrazi are probably going to be all over the place, and probably not much blue in them, so... How much blue do we currently have? We have 14 cards in the deck are blue. Yeah, that means we probably can't run Force of Will. So let's get rid of Force of Will. Let's get rid of Dispel. Do we have any removal? I guess the removal will be in the form of the Eldrazi creatures. Okay. And then, boy, it feels weird not to have, like, Eldrazi Temple and whatnot, but if we're going to be all these colors, we just can't afford to run those. So... that would mean changing the mana base to have... What would I have to cut in order to play them? I'd have to cut the command and shock lands in order to play Eldrazi Temple, Ugin's Labyrinth. That just feels like it's just not worth it. And the Cryptic Gateway we need 2, right? Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. You may put a creature card from your hand that shows a creature type with each creature tapped this way onto the battlefield, which obviously bypasses any cast triggers that you might have had, but sometimes it can be good just to put a giant one into play. What does this one do? Put that card on the battle. So both of them just put them directly onto the battlefield instead of casting them. I also need specifically colorless mana to pay for this, right? And the only things that produce colorless mana are Vault, Sol Ring, and the Talismans. And none of our lands except Cavern of Souls, Ancient Tomb, and Gemstone Caverns if we didn't luck it into play. Wooburg or colorless. Like, you don't technically have to be all 5 colors, but since you have access to the 5 colors, you may as well play all the best cards in them. I feel like I have to shift a bunch of my mana ramp. Okay, so first of all, let's get rid of Mana Vault, because we don't have any way of untapping it. And then we're not going to have an artifact count high enough for Opal, so we can get rid of that. And then Wild Growth is basically the equivalent of running like Llanowar Elves and whatnot. So let's get rid of that one. Urza's Incubator's fine. We need more colorless adding stuff. So instead of these, let's add the Pain lands. Where's the last one? It's Rejuvenating, Morphic, and Undergrowth Stadium, which I already cut. So let's add Yavimaya Coast and Underground River. And then let's cut Overgrown Tomb and play Llanowar Wastes. Sure, all the Painlands were included in the precon. Yeah, I imagine so. There's also, aren't there Painlands that, like, there's other Painlands besides those ones? Which ones are they? So, I don't need the ID because it's in all the colors. So it's got to be a land, and it's got to say color, and has to have colorless in it, and it's type land. Does not say enters the battlefield tapped, period. What? Really? Not a single one? Okay. I don't want them to be one-offs like Aether Hubs, so, and I don't want them to be filters. Are there any other ones besides the Painlands that do that? That tap for a colorless and also tap for a color? Only cast a spell with Devoid. No. Other caves, so that's not good. Enters. Sacrifice, add one. Murex only does it for one turn. I doubt we're going to have enough Eldrazi for Three Tree City to be viable. Because we're going to have a combination of some of the cheaper Eldrazi that have like the best utility effects, and then the big ones. The ones that are pay one to filter technically count. Yeah, I think they suck though. So, yeah, I'm not going to play any of those. I guess it's just the Painlands then. Is there a combo with Zhulodock? Zhulodock. You need Echoes of Eternity and this other thing. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4, 5, or 6, create 2 spawn. Whenever you cast a creature spell with value 7 or greater, draw. And then Echoes is, if a triggered ability of a colorless spell you control or another colorless permanent you control triggers, that ability triggers additional time. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, copy it, may choose new copy. Why is this infinite? So you cast the spell, so you have all of these, and you have whatever's triggering them, right? You cast the spell, it triggers the unsealing, the Echoes copies it, you make 4 spawns, and Zhulodock triggers twice, and you can use all the spawns. Oh, and then Zhulodock copies the triggered ability of Echoes. Okay, gotcha. So it's Echoes of Eternity. Triple colorless is going to be pretty tough. And Kozilek's Unsealing. There's also Writhing Chrysalis. All of these require combos with Echoes. Spawn Gang Commander. Which one's this one? When you cast this, create 3. Yeah, okay. Strionic Resonator is another one that goes infinite with them. Strionic Resonator. Lithoform engine, but it's more expensive, so there's no point in using that one. Okay. Won't most displacer combos work? Aren't most of these on cast? Writhing Chrysalis is on cast. Spawn Gang is on cast, so no, it won't. Although, if you're referring to... So there's Displacer with... Displacer is a 3+ card combo. It's you need Displacer, you need Displacer, and then you either need Brood Monitor, or you need one of the other Scion/Spawn ones that triggers on enter, and you need a activation cost reducer. So you need, like, Displacer, Training Grounds, and the Eyeless Watcher, right? Okay, so those are the combos. They require a whole bunch of different cards. Triple colorless in the Echoes is really daunting. So that tells me I need to shift some of the ramp into... We're just not going to have enough room for Incubator, so let's take that out. And then let's put in ramp that produces multiple colorless. So Worn Power Stone is one of them. There's also Thran Dynamo. I think that's kind of it, though, right? Palladiumer would be another one. We can add Talisman of Resilience back to the deck. These are some expensive combo pieces. Anyway. Alright, so what are the best Eldrazi? So there's Void Winnower, obviously, is great. There's the Kozileks. All the Kozileks are great. And then what would be... Let's advanced search. Card type Eldrazi. Search. Alright, we can't really afford to play the All Is Dust type stuff because we have permanents that are actually colored. As the last one that creature you control dies, you get an experience counter. Or X is the number of experience counters you have. Don't care about that one. Brood Scale, I know combos with stuff. What does Brood Scale combo with? It's Brood Scale and it's some kind of death trigger card. Rosy Cotton, Cathar Crusade. Blade of the Blood Chief. Rosy Cotton's not an Eldrazi, unfortunately. Alright, so many Eldrazi to choose from. So yeah, I don't think we want to do Displacer stuff, although Displacer itself is pretty cool. We can have our own Craterhoof type card, maybe. Ooh, if we copy Craterhoof, that's pretty nice. So that one, Devourer, blows something up for cheaper than Ulamog. Does this work off combos that copy stuff? I don't think it does. Displacer is just a cool card. Let's play it anyway. Brood Monitor. Where's Brood Monitor? Okay. Actually, that's not infinite, right? It's just infinite blinking, but you're not actually going up tokens, so it's only... It only works if you have some other card that's triggering off of death enters. Yeah, so Brood Monitor doesn't work in that case. We'll figure it out. The Emrakuls, let's play that one. Zhulodock only triggers on casting things, right? Not entering. So we can't combo it with Displacer. And what else do we have? You cast a spell, you may exile your hand if you draw 3. Each spell you cast has a merge. The merge cost is equal to its mana. Sure. I'm not going to play the Matter Reshapers and Thought-Knot Seers because they're not good in multiplayer. Not of this world. Doesn't matter. Null Drifter. I guess it's cool to blink it with Displace. No, it actually doesn't work blinking it. Channel of Evolve. Create things. No. Whenever this deals combat damage, no. This is an infinite mana outlet. So if you have infinite mana, you can draw your whole deck with Profit. Although I believe all the other combos that generate infinite mana already win the game, right? Because you just make infinite boards full of huge stuff. So I don't think we actually need it. Oh yeah, Sire of Stagnation, the Eldrazi Consecrated Sphinx. We'll play that. Does a creature from your river to your hand, create 2 spawn scions. No. When you cast this, exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-land permanent, opponent controls mana value or less. If you do, this creature leaves, target opponent draws a card. And it's when you cast it. Okay, sure. Run that. Don't care about this one. So this one's tapped to make a 10-10, which would be great if we had a bunch of, like, untapping, but we don't. Ulamog, Ulamog. Where's the one that taps for mana? It's Channeler, right? Kozilek's Channeler. All right, what are we up to now that we have all that in the deck? 102. And what's our Eldrazi count? Oh, we also need Rosy Cotton to combo with Brood Scale. So so we have 29 creatures, and our Eldrazi count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's decent enough. This is a removal spell. This is a card draw spell. This is a ramp spell, sort of. This is a card draw spell. This is a beatdown spell. Combo. And combo. I cut the shocks, right? So that makes it even less likely that I have forests. So let's cut Arbor and Utopia Sprawl. And then... how do we actually win with Brood Monitor Displacer? We have infinite blinking of a creature, but it entering doesn't matter, and the tokens dying don't matter. So Zhulodock copies activated abilities, so we can copy Displacer's ability, but it doesn't matter because we have to target. All right, let's think about this hypothetically. So I have Zhulodock in play, I have Displacer in play, and I cast Brood Monitor. So this triggers Zhulodock, and let's say I have the mana left over. I pay for Zhulodock, and I get a copy of Brood Monitor. So actually, the Brood Monitor entering trigger, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's say I cast... no, because I have to pay for it when it's on the stack, right? So Brood Monitor's on the stack. Pay for it, copy of Brood Monitor. The Brood Monitor token copy enters the battlefield. Create 3 Scions. Now, at this point, there's still a Brood Monitor on the stack. I can't displace the token Brood Monitor because then it'll just be dead. So then the regular Brood Monitor enters. It triggers, I create 3 tokens. So there's no way to go infinite in this situation. I have to have Displacer and Brood Monitor already in play and then cast something else. Because I have to be able to go... let's say they're all in play. And I go cast a thing that triggers Zhulodock. So Zhulodock triggers. I have to, with that ability on the stack, activate Displacer. But then Displacer and anything else that's happening is going to resolve before the copy on Zhulodock resolves. So there's no way that it works to where I can actually get the triggers to start duplicating. The only way possible is if I also have Roaming Throne in play, but that should just win the game. Or I also have Echoes of Eternity in play. So none of that works. And then as far as just like the other creatures in the deck to blink, most of them trigger on cast, so the Displacer does nothing with them. So I can't figure out a way for that to actually combo win. And any of the other things that trigger on cast win with Zhulodock regardless of whether I have a Displacer in play. So I think it just doesn't work. So yeah, let's get rid of Displacer. Let's get rid of Brood Monitor. What do I have in the Considering tab? More of this stuff. Well, at this point, we're just missing one card and the deck's basically complete. I think it would take a lot of, like, finagling to figure out exactly what this deck is supposed to be. Also, Bolas' Citadel is really bad in this deck when we have such high mana values, so let's cut that. I also have a ton of other card draw, so I'm not sure that I actually need Sylvan Library. I really like Displacer. It's one of my favorite cards. I really want to figure out a way to make it work. If we have Displacer, Brood Monitor, Roaming Throne, we get Infinite. But that's a 3-card combo that doesn't involve our commander. If we have Displacer, Brood Monitor... Well, if it's Roaming Throne, then it doesn't need to be Brood Monitor. It can be Eyeless Watcher, because that'll also win, because we'll get 4 Scions. If it's Echoes of Eternity, that also does the same thing. So it can be Eldrazi, Displacer, Eyeless Watcher. And then both of those will combo with either Roaming Throne or Echoes. That is unfortunately a 3-card combo that doesn't involve our commander. So that sounds really hard to set up. I think I'm going to cut Mystical Tutor and add Worldly Tutor because a lot of our combos involve creatures. I think that works. How many permanents do we have that are colored? We have Remora, Necro, Rhystic Study, Sylvan Library. We have all our Monodorks, Carpet. So if I were to slash all the Monodorks and replace them with Artifact Rocks, I could basically run All Is Dust without too much of an issue. I think it's not worth the sacrifice, though. Arid Mace is our worst fetch land. We can get rid of that, I guess. Because without any shocks to fetch, it makes the fetch dual ratio... Actually, no, we have 1 breeding pool. Okay, maybe that's fine. And then, of our Eldrazi creatures, how many of them are actually cheap enough for Cryptic Gateway and Descendant's Fury to actually matter? We have Brood Scale. Let's say 3 and under is what we're looking at. Actually, 4 and under, technically, because we can curve into either of those. So there's Brood Scale, Displacer, Watcher, Harrogast, maybe. I'm not going to count that. Roaming Throne, technically, I won't count it, though. Thief of Existence, Chrysalis. So not that many. Makes those cards pretty bad. So let's see. Let's get rid of Mesa. Oh, this triggers off of anything, but it only gets the same type, right? Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Let's get rid of those, and then which huge Eldrazi did I not put in my deck? I didn't put in the other Emrakul. That actually makes it better to leave those in, though. Emrakul World Anew. Which, as far as I know, we have no way of discarding. Yeah, alright. I would need to test this. Let's bring back Incubator, these two. Just move Emrakul. And then that should be that. Alright, that is that. So that is the Zhulodock Eldrazi tribal deck. I think this deck probably would require a lot of testing to figure out exactly what's good and what isn't. But yeah, I think that'll do it. And so with that, I put in the description that I was going to draft Duskmourn, but man, it's been 7 hours on stream already. I think I'm good. So if you showed up today, I hope you enjoyed yourself. Maybe we'll do this again, get some people, like if you want your decks built, or you want deck tech, or you want one of your decks critiqued, anything like that, we can go ahead and do that. But for now, I will be signing off.